wish I could have breathed like that. All I ever dream about is doing laundry.
You guys hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made them because he wanted to stop smoking. I don't understand why people like spicy food. It just burns your tongue and makes you cry.
I tried to make a cake yesterday, but it ended up looking like a fire. At least it tasted good though.
Speaking of cooking, did you know that if you put a raisin in a glass of champagne it will keep bouncing up and down for hours? That's too bad, but can we please talk about something that won't put me to sleep?
Hey guys, I found this article about robots taking over the world. Do you think it's true?
Nah, did not worry about robots. The real threat is those artificial always stealing my left blood. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Unless you're allergic to laughter, then it's penicillin.
Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing.
Okay, enough with the jokes. Let's get back to business. We have some blue bread to make. Why do people say F when they want to the wouldn't F now make more sense? I don't know, but have you ever tried putting pineapple on pizza? It's like changing.
I once heard that if you sleep with your eyes open, they'll pop out of your head. Has anyone ever tried it?
Speaking of weird hobbies, did you guys know you can breathe and swallow at the same time? Try it, I dare you.
I read somewhere that cows have best friends. I wonder what they talk about in their pasture gossip session.
Okay, has anyone seen my
In today's Transformer, she doesn't have
the name of Robin now, okay? And stop hurting. You're just embarrassing yourself. You know what's embarrassing? When you wave at someone who isn't waving at
and you
you.
want to go ahead and just
Happens to
select
me all
that
the
speaker
time.
icon, and that should
I
mute
hate it when
like
people
audio.
misuse words,
If you want to
like
unmute it,
when
just
they say
select it again,
regardless.
and then
That's
the
not a
symbol
word,
should appear for
people.
the sound indicator.
I
So,
couldn't
pretty
agree more.
straightforward
Words
process,
are like
guys. Do hope I was
vegetables,
able to
you
help
have
you
to
out,
use them
and I do look
correctly
forward
or
to catching
they'll
you
go
all in
bad.
the next tutorial.
Have
Goodbye.
you guys ever had a deja vu moment? I swear I just lived this conversation in a past life.
Maybe you did, Marie. Maybe we're all just living in one big cosmic sitcom. Do you guys ever wonder if clowns have regular-sized cars, or do they all drive tiny clown cars? I bet they have a fleet of clown cars. It's probably like a clown car dealership for them.
Speaking of cars, did you hear about the guy who turned his car into a restaurant? He called it drive-through cuisine.
That's genius, Skylar. You know what else is genius? Those little umbrellas they put in drinks. I wish I had one right now.
You can have mine, honk. I don't like getting anything in my drink except ice and the occasional lime wedge.
You know what I don't like? When people write LOL but they are not actually laughing out loud. It's false advertising. Or when people say it's always in the last place you look. Of course it is, why would you keep looking once you find it? Guys, let's talk about something important. What's the best type of cheese for throwing at someone?
Joey, why are you asking that?
Yeah, this isn't really the kind of conversation we should be having.
I think we need to change the subject before things get too cheesy.
Hey, Have you ever noticed that pineapples are like a fruit wearing a crown? Yeah, and coconuts are like hairy bowling balls. They are pretty dangerous, too. You don't want one falling on your head.
Speaking of danger, did you hear about the guy who tried to rob a bank with an avocado? He claimed it was a hand grenade.
I bet that didn't go well for him. But you know what would be a great weapon? A marshmallow gun. Imagine hitting someone in the face with a sticky, fluffy projectile.
You guys are ridiculous. Let's talk about something more practical, like how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
That's easy. 3. I did a scientific experiment when I was 10 years old. It was conclusive. What about a Jolly Rancher? How long does it take to dissolve in your mouth? Who cares about candy? Let's discuss the important things, like why do they call them apartments if they are all stuck together?
And why is it called a building if it's already built?
And why do they say heads up if you're supposed to duck?
You guys really need to get out more.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, do you ever wonder if aliens are just really advanced versions of ourselves from the future? Nah man, I think they are just intergalactic tourists looking for a good time. They probably have better drinks than us.
Speaking of drinks, did you know that there's a beer made with bull testicles? It's called Rocky Mountain Oyster Stout.
I'd rather stick to something classic, like a martini shaken, not stirred. Or maybe a glass of milk. That stuff is wild.
You guys are insane. Let's talk about something more down to earth, like why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways?
Or how about this one? If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it still make a sound? Actually, I heard that one was debunked by scientists. Apparently, the vibrations from the falling tree do create sound waves, regardless of whether or not anyone is around to hear them. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but what about this? Why do we call it a hot water heater when the water is already hot?
And why do we say sleep like a baby when babies wake up every 2 hours crying?
And why do we drive on a parkway and park on a driveway? Wait, did we already cover that one?
I can't believe I'm friends with you people.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you ever seen a cat with a mohawk? I bet it would look pretty cool. Nah man, cats are all about that natural fur flow. They don't need no punk rock hairdos.
Speaking of animals, did you hear about the monkey who got a job as a bartender? He makes the best banana cake whiz in town.
I'm more of a beer guy myself. But I do love a good pun. What do you call a boomerang that won't come back? A stick.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Speaking of sticks though, have you tried the new trend of eating raw uncooked pasta as a snack?
No way, that sounds like something only a crazy person would do. Like the guy who invented decaf coffee. What was he thinking? Actually, decaf is perfect for people who want to drink coffee without getting the jitters or staying up all night. It's a genius idea. Genius, sure, but also kind of pointless. Might as well just drink hot water at that point.
You know what's even more pointless? Those little umbrellas they put in tropical drinks. Like, why bother? Just give me the damn drink and skip the frilly decorations.
But where's the fun in that? Sometimes you gotta embrace the absurdity of life, like how tomatoes are technically a fruit, but we treat them like vegetables. Mind blown.
I can't believe I'm still friends with you people.
Audio Jungle.
So, who here has ever tried to catch raindrops with their tongue? I have. And let me tell you, it's a lot harder than cartoons make it out to be.
Speaking of cartoons, did you know that the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants is done by an actual sponge that they found in the ocean?
That's ridiculous. But not as ridiculous as the fact that some people still don't believe that the moon landing was real. Like, come on, what are they smoking?
Yeah, well, speaking of smoking, did you guys hear that they are coming out with a new kind of cigarette that smells like bacon? I mean, talk about craving something you shouldn't.
Bacon-scented cigarettes. That's almost as bad as those edible water bottles. Like, why would you want to eat your own drinking vessel? Hey, at least those edible water bottles are environmentally friendly, unlike plastic bags, which are just terrible for the planet. The environment, huh? Did you know that scientists have discovered a species of tree that can predict the future? They call it the soothsayer sapling.
I'm pretty sure you made that up, Joey. But I do know that there's a town in Japan where the deer roam free and go to tourists. It's like a real-life Disney movie.
Deer bowing to tourists. That's nothing compared to the time I saw a pigeon riding a skateboard. Now that was impressive.
And on that note, I think it's time we all take a break from reality and go get some ice cream.
Audio Jungle.
You know what really grinds my gears? When someone takes the last slice of pizza and leaves the box empty. Like, have some decency, people. Yeah, well, you know what's worse than that? When you think it's a chocolate chip cookie, but it turns out to be oatmeal raisin. It's like a cruel joke. Speaking of cruel jokes, did you guys hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda? He was lucky it was a soft drink.
Soft drink? That reminds me of the time I tried to make a cake using sparkling water instead of regular water. Let's just say it didn't turn out so great.
Cake disasters. Ha. You should have seen the time I accidentally used salt instead of sugar in a recipe. It was like biting into a block of concrete.
Well, at least you guys haven't had to deal with a roommate who hoards all the toilet paper. It's like a game of hide and seek every time nature calls.
Toilet paper hoarders. That's nothing compared to the time I caught my neighbor stealing my garden gnomes. Who knows what he was doing with them? Garden gnome thief. That's almost as bad as those people who put pineapple on their pizza. It's just not right. Excuse me. Pineapple on pizza is a gift from the heavens. You guys just don't have refined taste buds.
Taste buds, huh? Did you know that scientists have discovered a species of fish that can change its color based on its mood? Talk about mood rings gone wild.
Moodfish. That's nothing compared to the time I saw a group of llamas playing soccer. Those guys had some serious skills.
And on that note, I think it's time we all take a break from these bizarre conversations and go watch some cat videos.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world where everything is made of jelly beans? Jelly bean world? That sounds sweet. But what if we accidentally ate our furniture or something? Ha. That reminds me of the time I tried to make a sandwich using glue instead of mayo. Needless to say, it wasn't my best idea.
Glue sandwiches? Gross. You know what's even grosser? The fact that some people put ketchup on their eggs. It's sacrilege.
Sacrilege? Speaking of that, did you guys hear about the guy who dressed up as a pickle and tried to rob a bank? He was really in a pickle.
In a pickle? Ha. That reminds me of the time I accidentally dyed my hair purple instead of brown. Let's just say it was a colorful experience.
Colorful experiences? That's nothing compared to the time I went scuba diving and saw a group of dolphins wearing suits. They looked like they were ready to go to work. Dolphins in suits? That's almost as ridiculous as someone ordering plain cheese pizza. Who does that? Excuse me. Plain cheese pizza is a classic. You guys just don't appreciate simplicity.
Simplicity, huh? Did you know there's a species of mushroom that can glow in the dark? Talk about trippy.
Trippy? That's nothing compared to the time I went on a date with a girl who had a pet tarantula. Let's just say things got hairy.
And on that note, I think we've officially reached peak absurdity. Let's go watch some nature documentaries and pretend we're living in a normal world.
Audio Jungle.
I can't believe how much baking blue bread we've been able to make. We'll be rich in no time. Can we have pancakes for breakfast tomorrow? I'm sick of cereal.
Pancakes sound great, but what about the blueberries? It's hard to find good ones this time of year.
Speaking of things that are hard to find, has anyone seen my collection of rare minerals? I think I might have misplaced it.
Your collection of rocks? Why do you even bother with that silly hobby?
Hey, there's nothing silly about collecting minerals. They are like little pieces of the earth that we get to hold in our hands. Speaking of holding things in our hands, have you guys tried this new brand of almond milk? It's a game changer. I don't care about almond milk, I just want some bacon with my pancakes.
Bacon? You know how unhealthy that is, right? We should try turkey bacon instead.
Unhealthy? Speaking of that, have you heard about the harmful effects of blue bread on the body? It's a serious problem.
Blue bread? What kind of bread is that anyway? Is it gluten-free?
Yeah. Gluten free. That's exactly what it is. Definitely not an illegal drug or anything. Joey, please. Nobody here knows about our making blue bread operation. Let's keep it that way. Can we go to IHOP instead of making pancakes at home? Their blueberry syrup is the best.
IHOP? That place is always crowded. I'd rather stay and cook something ourselves.
Cooking at home? Speaking of that, did you guys know that cooking with cast iron pans can actually increase your iron intake?
Iron intake? I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. You're just making that up to justify your silly rock collection.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas? That explains why I always slip on banana peels.
Maybe we should stop buying bananas then. We don't want any accidents in the kitchen.
Speaking of accidents, did I ever tell you about the time I accidentally handcuffed myself to a suspect and had to call for backup?
Handcuffs? That reminds me of our honeymoon. Remember when we got lost in those kinky shops in Amsterdam?
Kinky shops? Speaking of that, have you guys seen my collection of vintage leather jackets? They are like buttery soft clouds on your skin. Leather jackets. That reminds me of the time I tried to make a suit out of bacon. It didn't go so well. Bacon suit. Speaking of weird fashion choices, have you guys seen those shoes with toes? Who would wear those?
Toe shoes. Speaking of toes, did you know that some people can pick up things with their toes like monkeys?
Monkeys. Speaking of that, did you hear about the monkey that robbed a jewelry store last night? Apparently, he got away with all the bananas too.
Bananas. Speaking of food, have you guys ever tried putting ketchup on pizza? It's a game changer.
Ketchup on pizza. Speaking of toppings, have you guys ever tried sprinkling a little blue bread on your popcorn? It's like magic in your mouth.
Audio Jungle.
Speaking of magic, did you guys know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? Flamingos. Speaking of birds, did you guys hear about the parrot that became a lawyer? He kept saying Polly wants a settlement.
Parrots as lawyers. Speaking of professions, did you guys know there's a guy who gets paid to sniff armpits for deodorant companies?
Armpit sniffer. Speaking of weird jobs, did I ever tell you about the time I worked as a professional clown at funerals?
Clown at funerals. Speaking of death, have you guys heard of cryonics? They freeze people when they die so they can be brought back to life in the future.
Frozen corpses. Speaking of cold things, did you guys know that penguins have knees inside their bodies instead of outside like us? Knees inside their bodies. Speaking of body parts, did I ever tell you about the time I tried to lift weights with my eyebrows and ended up pulling them off? Eyebrow lifting. Speaking of facial hair, have you guys seen my mustache comb? It's made out of unicorn horn.
Mustache comb made of unicorn horn. Speaking of mythical creatures, did you guys know that some people believe in mermaids?
Mermaids. Speaking of underwater creatures, did you guys hear about the octopus that learned how to juggle chainsaws?
Juggling octopus. Speaking of talents, have you guys ever tried singing opera while chewing gum? It's quite the challenge.
Opera and chewing gum. Speaking of music, did you guys know that llamas love heavy metal?
Audio Jungle.
Llamas and heavy metal. Speaking of animals, did you guys know that there's a species of fish that can walk on land? Walking fish. Speaking of odd creatures, have you guys heard about the platypus? It has webbed feet, lays eggs, and is venomous. It's like nature couldn't decide what it wanted to make.
Platypus. Speaking of confusion, have you guys ever tried doing yoga while eating spaghetti? It's surprisingly relaxing.
Yoga with spaghetti. Speaking of food, did you guys know that deep fried butter exists? I mean, why not just drink melted butter straight from the bottle?
Deep fried butter. Speaking of unhealthy foods, have you guys ever tried a burger with donuts instead of buns? It's called a heart attack on a plate.
Donut burgers. Speaking of strange combinations, did you guys hear about the guy who invented ice cream tacos? He calls them tacreams. Ice cream tacos. Speaking of dessert, have you guys tried the new trend of putting bacon in everything? Bacon ice cream, bacon chocolate, bacon wrapped bacon. Bacon overload. Speaking of excess, did you guys hear about the man who built a house entirely out of cheese? He said it was his fait accompli.
Cheese house. Speaking of puns, have you guys seen the cat who only speaks in puns? It's quite awesome.
Punny cat. Speaking of cats, did you guys hear about the one that learned how to play the piano and started touring as a solo act?
Cat pianist. Speaking of music, have you guys heard of the band that only plays instruments made out of vegetables? Their latest album is called Peace on Earth.
Vegetable instruments. Speaking of innovation, did you guys know that there's a company that makes shoes out of recycled chewing gum? Talk about putting your foot in your mouth.
Audio Jungle.
Chewing gum shoes. Speaking of weird fashion, have you guys seen the new trend of wearing clothes made out of recycled plastic bottles? It's like we're all walking soda cans. Plastic bottle clothes. Speaking of recycling, did you know there's a company that makes paper out of elephant poop? They call it poo-poo paper.
Elephant poop paper. Speaking of strange materials, have you heard about the guy who built his house out of old shipping containers? He called it his cargo castle.
Shipping container house. Speaking of unique homes, have you guys seen those tiny houses people are living in now? I mean, how do they fit their collection of life-sized stuffed animals?
Tiny houses. Speaking of space saving, have you heard of the woman who only wears dresses that can be converted into parachutes? Talk about being prepared for anything.
Parachute dresses. Speaking of unusual clothing, have you guys heard of the woman who knits sweaters for her pet chicken? She said he was feeling a little henpecked. Sweaters for chickens. Speaking of pets, have you guys seen the dog who learned to skateboard? He's been tearing up the halfpipe lately. Skateboarding dog. Speaking of talented animals, have you heard of the horse that knows how to paint with its hooves? His art is selling for thousands.
Painting horse. Speaking of unexpected hobbies, have you guys tried knitting while juggling flaming bowling pins? It's quite the workout.
Juggling and knitting. Speaking of multitasking, have you heard about the man who learned to play chess underwater? He calls it deep sea strategy.
Chess underwater. Speaking of unusual games, have you guys tried playing ping pong with your feet? It's like a bizarre dance competition.
Foot pong. Speaking of odd sports, have you heard of that new game where people try to catch flying donuts with their mouths? They call it donut diving.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like to live on a planet made entirely out of cheese? I think life there would be great. Planet of cheese. Speaking of food planets, imagine if there was a world where the clouds rained chocolate milk. You could drink straight from the sky.
Chocolate milk rain. Speaking of drinks, have you heard about the guy who only uses ketchup as a beverage? He calls it tomato tea.
Ketchup tea. Speaking of strange liquid diets, have you guys heard of the woman who only drinks pickle juice? She claims it's a great way to detox.
Pickle juice cleanse. Speaking of healthy habits, have you heard of the guy who does yoga with his pet giraffe? It's like downward dog, but with an actual dog.
Giraffe yoga. Speaking of animals doing human things, have you seen the monkey that knows how to play guitar? He's been invited to perform at Woodstock. Monkey rocker. Speaking of music, have you guys heard of the band that only plays instruments made out of vegetables? They call themselves the Carrot Crew. Vegetable band. Speaking of odd musical acts, have you heard of the man who sings opera while riding a unicycle? His performances are really impressive.
Unicycle serenade. Speaking of unique talents, have you guys met the guy who can balance a dozen donuts on his nose? He's been offered a job at the circus.
Donut balancing act. Speaking of circus jobs, have you heard about the woman who can juggle chainsaws blindfolded? Talk about being sharp with your skills.
Chainsaw juggling. Speaking of dangerous hobbies, have you seen the guy who climbs rocks using only his nose? He calls it naval bouldering.
Naval climbing. Speaking of extreme sports, have you heard of the man who races downhill on a pogo stick? It's like bouncing through life.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like if we had tails? I could use mine to hold sacks while I do stuff. Tails. Speaking of useful body parts, have you heard of the guy who can type with his nose? He calls it snose.
Nose typing. Speaking of bizarre typing methods, have you seen the woman who uses her toes to write emails? She's a real digital foot soldier.
Toe emailing. Speaking of technological advances, have you guys heard about the man who invented shoes that double as phones? He calls them soul phones.
Shoe phone. Speaking of footwear innovation, have you heard of the guy who created socks that never get holes in them? They are called eternal socks.
Eternal socks. Speaking of eternal things, have you guys seen the painting that never dries? It's always wet, and so are the people who try to touch it. Never drying painting. Speaking of art, have you heard of the sculpture made entirely out of bubble gum? It's beautiful. Bubblegum sculpture. Speaking of sticky situations, have you seen the guy who can climb walls using only honey? Talk about having a sweet escape plan.
Honey wall climber. Speaking of unconventional transportation, have you heard of the man who rides a giant snail to work? He says it's faster than rush hour traffic.
Giant snail commute. Speaking of alternative travel options, have you guys met the person who built a flying bicycle? They call it the aerocycle.
Flying bike. Speaking of inventions, have you heard of the machine that translates dog barks into human language? It's called the wooflator.
Wooflater. Speaking of talking animals, have you seen the cat who can speak French? She's a real meowseer.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like if we could jump as high as a kangaroo? I'd probably never use stairs again. Jumping like a kangaroo. Speaking of hopping creatures, have you heard of the frog who can play piano? He's a real riveter.
Piano playing frog. Speaking of musical amphibians, have you seen the toad who sings opera? His favorite song is opera.
Opera singing toad. Speaking of talented animals, have you guys met the chicken who can juggle? She's excellent.
Juggling chicken. Speaking of impressive feats, have you heard of the man who can balance a pineapple on his nose for an hour straight? He calls it fruit meditation.
Fruit meditation. Speaking of strange hobbies, have you met the guy who collects used gum from under tables and turns them into art? He calls it tutor. Used gum art. Speaking of weird collections, have you heard of the woman who has every single flavor of toothpaste ever made? She's got minty fresh breath for life. Toothpaste collector. Speaking of oral hygiene, have you seen the guy who brushes his teeth with hot sauce instead of toothpaste? He says it gives him a spicy clean feeling.
Hot sauce toothbrushing. Speaking of unconventional hygiene practices, have you heard of the person who takes baths in Coca-Cola? They say it makes their skin feel fizzy.
Coca-Cola bath. Speaking of bubbly beverages, have you guys tried the new soda that tastes like pizza? It's called Pop Pie.
Pizza soda. Speaking of strange food combinations, have you heard of the person who dips their pizza in ranch dressing mixed with ketchup? They call it ranch up.
Ranch up. Speaking of bizarre condiments, have you seen the guy who puts mustard on his pancakes instead of syrup? He calls them muscakes.
Audio Jungle.
Speaking of strange food combinations, have you heard of the person who puts peanut butter on their hot dogs? They call it peanut dogger. Peanut dogger. Speaking of nutty ideas, have you seen the guy who wears a suit made entirely out of pistachio shells? He says he's cracking fashion.
Pistachio shell suit. Speaking of fashion statements, have you heard of the woman who wears a necklace made of dental floss? She calls it her flosstume jewelry.
costume jewelry. Speaking on creative accessories, have you guys met the guy who wears a hat made out of cheese? He says it's his way of life.
Cheese hat. Speaking on dairy products, have you heard of the person who drinks milk with every meal, even if it's just a bowl of cereal? They call it malnutrition.
Malnutrition. Speaking on healthy habits, have you seen the guy who exercises by doing push-ups with his pet turtle on his back? He says it's his turtle power workout. Turtle power workout. Speaking of gym routines, have you guys heard of the person who lifts weights while wearing roller skates? They call it rolling iron. Rolling iron. Speaking of unusual exercise techniques, have you met the woman who runs marathons while juggling flaming torches? She's a real fire starter.
Juggling marathoner. Speaking of athletic feats, have you heard of the man who can do a backflip over a cow? He's utterly amazing.
Backflipping over a cow. Speaking of animal acrobatics, have you guys seen the elephant who can ride a unicycle? He's trunk-tastic.
Unicycling elephant. Speaking of circus acts, have you heard of the clown who makes balloon animals out of spaghetti? He calls them pasta balloons.
Pasta balloons. Speaking of culinary crafts, have you seen the chef who sculpts statues out of mashed potatoes? He's a real spudnik.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys heard of the person who can speak in different accents depending on what they are eating? They call it foodie dialects. Foodie dialects. Speaking of languages, have you seen the guy who communicates using only animal sounds? He's a real howl-lot.
Animal communicator. Speaking of talking to animals, have you heard of the woman who sings lullabies to her pet goldfish? She calls it fishy serenades.
Fishy serenades. Speaking of unusual hobbies, have you guys met the man who collects belly button lint? He says it's his navel-gazing collection.
Belly button lint collector. Speaking of strange things people collect, have you heard of the guy who has a jar filled with his own tears? He calls it his salty memories.
Salty memories. Speaking of sentimental objects, have you seen the woman who keeps all of her old chewing gum? She calls it her chew-sum collection. Chew-sum collection. Speaking of bizarre possessions, have you guys heard of the person who owns a life-size statue of themselves? They say it's their ego monument. Ego monument. Speaking of self-love, have you met the guy who takes selfies while doing his laundry? He calls them spin cycle selfies.
Spin cycle selfies. Speaking of social media, have you heard of the woman who live streams her daily commute to work? She calls it rush hour reality TV.
Rush hour reality TV. Speaking of entertainment, have you guys seen the man who puts on puppet shows with his toes? He calls it digital puppetry.
Digital puppetry. Speaking of toe talents, have you heard of the person who can write their name with their toes? They call it soul script.
Soul script. Speaking of foot skills, have you seen the woman who can walk on her hands while wearing high heels? She's a real hand standout.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys heard of the new trend where people are wearing clothes made out of recycled plastic? I guess it's called trashion. Trashion. Speaking of fashion, have you seen the guy who wears a different color sock on each foot? He calls it his mismatched madness.
Mismatched madness. Speaking of socks, have you heard of the woman who can knit sweaters using only her toes? She calls it soul knitting.
Soul knitting. Speaking of bizarre knitting techniques, have you guys met the man who knits hats for fruit? He calls himself the fruit hat knitter.
Fruit hat knitter. Speaking of headwear, have you seen the person who wears a lampshade as a hat to parties? They call it their party light.
Party light. Speaking of party accessories, have you heard of the guy who wears a life jacket to every social gathering? He says he likes to be the life of the party. Life of the party. Speaking of safety gear, have you guys met the woman who wears a helmet while cooking in case something falls on her head? She called it her head protection cuisine. Head protection cuisine. Speaking of kitchen equipment, have you seen the guy who cooks pancakes using a leaf blower? He called it pancake artillery.
Pancake artillery. Speaking of breakfast foods, have you heard of the person who makes cereal soup by pouring milk into a bowl of dry cereal? They call it cerealicious.
Cerealicious. Speaking of unusual food combinations, have you guys tried the woman's recipe for spaghetti tacos? She calls them taco spaghetti.
Taco spaghetti. Speaking of culinary experiments, have you seen the man who makes smoothies using only vegetables from his garden? He calls them green juice extravaganza.
Green juice extravaganza. Speaking of healthy drinks, have you heard of the guy who blends everything he eats into a smoothie? He calls it his everything smoothie.
Audio Jungle.
Everything smoothie. Speaking of questionable eating habits, have you seen the person who eats their pizza with a fork and knife? They call it fancy pizza. Fancy pizza. Speaking of fancy dining, have you heard of the woman who serves her guests food on frisbees instead of plates? She calls it frisbee fine dining.
Frisbee fine dining. Speaking of serving dishes, have you met the guy who uses a skateboard as a tray? He calls it his skate tray.
Skate tray. Speaking of using unconventional objects, have you guys seen the person who brushes their teeth with a power drill? They call it tooth drilling.
Tooth drilling. Speaking of dental hygiene, have you heard of the man who flosses with spaghetti noodles? He calls it spaghetti flossing.
Spaghetti flossing. Speaking of dental care, have you seen the woman who uses a vacuum cleaner to suck out the gunk between her teeth? She's coined it vacuum dentistry. Vacuum dentistry. Speaking of unique methods for dental cleaning, have you guys heard of the person who brushes their teeth with charcoal toothpaste made from burnt toast? They call it charcoal toast teeth. Charcoal toast teeth. Speaking of strange oral hygiene practices, have you met the guy who gargles mouthwash made from pickle juice? He calls it pickle breath be gone.
Pickle breath be gone. Speaking of breath fresheners, have you tried the woman's recipe for onion flavored gum? She calls it onion breath mints.
Onion breath mints. Speaking of curious flavors, have you guys tasted the person's custom blend of coffee mixed with hot sauce? They call it spicy java.
Spicy Java. Speaking of coffee creations, have you seen the man who brews his morning cup using a bicycle-powered coffee maker? He calls it pedal-powered Joe.
Pedal-powered Joe. Speaking of caffeine delivery systems, have you heard of the woman who wears a hat that dispenses espresso shots on demand? She calls it her coffee cap.
Audio Jungle.
Coffee cap. Speaking of unusual headgear, have you met the person who wears a hat made entirely out of cheese? They call it their cheese hat. Cheese hat. Speaking of cheesy fashion accessories, have you seen the guy who wears socks with sandals and calls it his sock sandals?
Sock sandals. Speaking of questionable footwear, have you heard of the woman who wears high heels made of marshmallows? She calls them sweet stilettos.
Sweet stilettos. Speaking of edible shoes, have you guys met the man who wears sneakers made of sushi rolls? He calls them his sushi sneaks.
Sushi sneaks. Speaking of food-inspired fashion, have you seen the person who wears a dress made entirely out of bacon strips? She calls it her bacon dress.
Bacon dress. Speaking of meaty apparel, have you guys heard about the guy who wears a suit made of salami slices? He calls it his salami suit. Salami suit. Speaking of meaty outfits, have you met the woman who wears a skirt made of hot dogs? She calls it her hot dog skirt. Hot dog skirt. Speaking of unconventional clothing, have you seen the man who wears a cape made out of pizza crusts? He calls himself the Pizza Crusader.
Pizza Crusader. Speaking of food-themed superheroes, have you heard of the person who fights crime while dressed as a giant taco? They call themselves Taco Man.
Taco Man. Speaking of heroic snacks, have you guys met the guy who saves people's lives with his trusty bag of pretzels? He calls himself Pretzel Power.
Pretzel Power. Speaking of snack-based superpowers, have you seen the woman who has the ability to turn any object into a piece of candy just by touching it? She goes by Candy Touch.
Candy Touch. Speaking of sweet powers, have you guys heard about the man who can shoot whipped cream from his fingertips? They call him Whip Fingers.
Audio Jungle.
Whip Fingers. Speaking of bizarre abilities, have you met the person who can communicate with plants by singing opera music to them? Opera Plant Whisperer. Speaking of musical talents, have you seen the guy who plays the kazoo like it's a grand piano?
Kazoo pianist. Speaking of unconventional instruments, have you heard about the woman who makes beautiful music using only rubber chickens?
Rubber Chicken Maestro. Speaking of poultry-inspired performance art, have you guys seen the man who tap dances while juggling raw eggs?
Egg juggling tapper. Speaking of excellent skills, have you met the person who can recite the entire alphabet backwards in less than 3 seconds?
Alphabet Reverse Master. Speaking of impressive feats, have you guys heard about the man who can balance a full-grown elephant on his nose? Elephant Noser. Speaking of animal balancing acts, have you seen the woman who walks tightrope while carrying a live shark on her shoulders? Shark Walker. Speaking of aquatic performances, have you guys heard about the guy who can breathe underwater and sing sea shanties at the same time?
Underwater crooner. Speaking of unusual vocal abilities, have you met the person who can mimic any sound in nature with their armpit?
Armpit sound effects artist. Speaking of unique talents, have you guys seen the man who can do a handstand for hours without getting tired?
Handstand endurance champion. Speaking of physical prowess, have you heard about the woman who can run faster than a cheetah while wearing high heels?
High heel speedster. Speaking of odd running styles, have you guys met the person who bounces like a kangaroo when they run?
Audio Jungle.
Kangaroo runner. Speaking of animal-inspired movement, have you guys seen the person who walks everywhere on their hands like a crab? Crab walker. Speaking of unconventional postures, have you met the guy who sleeps standing up with his eyes open like a horse?
Horse sleeper. Speaking of unusual sleeping habits, have you heard about the woman who can nap while doing cartwheels?
Cartwheel snoozer. Speaking of multitasking apps, have you guys heard about the man who can fall asleep and dream in 2 different languages at once?
Bilingual dreamer. Speaking of language skills, have you seen the person who can speak backwards fluently?
Reverse talker. Speaking of linguistic oddities, have you guys met the person who communicates only in emojis? Emoji only speaker. Speaking of modern communication, have you heard about the guy who can send text messages telepathically? Telepathic texter. Speaking of technological mind bending, have you guys seen the woman who can hack into any computer system using only a banana as a keyboard?
Banana hacker. Speaking of fruity technology, have you heard about the person who can turn anything they touch into chocolate with just their thoughts?
Chocolate converter. Speaking of sweet superpowers, have you guys met the person who can shoot lasers from their belly button?
Belly button laser shooter. Speaking of bizarre abilities, have you seen the man who can turn himself invisible but only when he's singing show tunes?
Invisible show tune singer. Speaking of musical magic powers, have you guys heard about the woman who can control the weather with her ukulele playing?
Audio Jungle.
Ukulele weather woman. Speaking of musical meteorology, have you guys met the guy who can summon a swarm of bees with his trumpet playing? Bee summoning trumpeter. Speaking of insect-based music, have you seen the person who can communicate with ants using only interpretive dance?
Ant whisperer dancer. Speaking of unconventional animal communication, have you heard about the woman who can speak fluent dolphin but only when she's underwater?
Aquatic mammal linguist. Speaking of oceanic talents, have you guys seen the man who can breathe both air and water like a fish?
Amphibious dreamer. Speaking of hybrid abilities, have you heard about the person who can turn their body into a living rubber band?
Elastic human. Speaking of stretchy feet, have you guys met the woman who can shrink down to the size of a mouse but still retain her full strength? Mighty miniaturizer. Speaking of radical size changes, have you heard about the guy who can grow an extra set of arms just by eating spicy food? Spicy four-armed man. Speaking of unique mutations, have you guys seen the person who can turn invisible but only when they are wearing a tutu?
Tutu-clad vanisher. Speaking of mystical wardrobe choices, have you heard about the woman who can teleport with just a snap of her fingers?
Finger snapping teleporter. Speaking of instant transportation, have you guys met the man who can travel through time but only in his dreams?
Dreamtime traveler. Speaking of temporal oddities, have you seen the person who can morph their face into any celebrity they want just by blinking?
Celebrity face shifter. Speaking of list impersonations, have you guys heard about the guy who can lift an elephant using just his pinky toe?
Audio Jungle.
Pinky toe elephant lifter. Speaking of ridiculous feats, have you guys heard about the person who can turn invisible but only when they are singing happy birthday backwards? Reverse birthday singer vanisher. Speaking of musical powers, have you seen the woman who can shatter glass with her whistle?
Glass shattering whistler. Speaking of sound-based abilities, have you heard about the man who can communicate with aliens through interpretive dance?
Alien dancing communicator. Speaking of extraterrestrial talents, have you guys met the person who can turn into a potted plant whenever they feel nervous?
Nervous potted plant transformer. Speaking of bizarre coping mechanisms, have you heard about the guy who can make anyone fall asleep just by staring at them for 5 minutes straight?
Hypnotic sleep inducer. Speaking of unusual skills, have you guys seen the woman who can knit sweaters out of spaghetti noodles? Spaghetti sweater knitter. Speaking of unconventional fashion, have you heard about the person who can predict the exact time and date of any rainstorm but only while doing cartwheels? Cartwheeling rain predictor. Speaking of weather-related quirks, have you guys met the man who can juggle chainsaws blindfolded while reciting Shakespeare sonnets?
Blindfolded chainsaw juggler poet. Speaking of multi-talented performers, have you heard about the woman who can levitate objects using only the power of her eyebrows?
Eyebrow levitator. Speaking of gravity-defying abilities, have you guys seen the person who can control the temperature of their body with their mind but only while eating pickles?
Pickle eating temperature controller. Speaking of culinary connections, have you heard about the guy who can speak to ghosts but only when he's wearing a chicken suit?
Ghost talking chicken suited man. Speaking of spooky attire, have you guys met the woman who can turn herself into a giant hamster whenever she hears the song Imka?
Audio Jungle.
Ever wondered what it would be like to have a pet unicorn that farts rainbows? Or what if every time you sneezed, confetti flew out of your nose instead of snot?
What if we lived in a world where trees were made of cotton candy and the rivers ran with hot chocolate?
Or what if every time you blinked, you teleported to a different planet in the universe?
Imagine being able to speak any language fluently but only while wearing a tutu.
What about having the power to turn invisible, but only when you're completely naked? What if, instead of eyes, we had tiny cameras embedded in our foreheads so we could take pictures of everything we see? Or what if we could communicate with animals, but they all spoke in Shakespearean English?
What if we could control the weather with our minds, but every time we did, we had to do a silly dance?
Imagine if we could shoot lasers out of our fingers, but it only worked against llamas.
What if we all had personal clouds that followed us around and rained on us whenever we needed a pick-me-up?
How cool would it be if we could breathe underwater, but only while humming the tune to the Little Mermaid soundtrack?
Audio Jungle.
What if, instead of hair, we had tiny little plants growing out of our heads? Or what if our hands were replaced with tiny dogs that helped us pick things up?
Imagine if every time you opened your mouth, a swarm of butterflies flew out.
What if our feet were replaced with wheels and we could just roll everywhere?
What if, instead of money, we exchanged compliments as currency?
How cool would it be if we could all fly, but only while wearing a hat made of cheese? What if, instead of noses, we had tiny trumpets that played music whenever we sneezed? Or what if our voices were replaced with animal noises depending on how we're feeling?
Imagine if every time we laughed, we shot glitter out of our mouths like confetti cannons.
What if we could communicate telepathically, but only with people who were born on the same day as us?
What if, instead of beds, we slept on clouds that floated around the house?
How awesome would it be if we could control time, but only by doing the Macarena dance?
Audio Jungle.
Hey, JR, what do you want for breakfast? I don't know, Dad. Maybe some blue bread.
Not funny, Waldo. You know our son can't eat bread with gluten.
Marie, look at this mineral I found on my last burst. It's called blue breadstone or something like that.
Honk, those are just rocks. You can't bring them home from work.
Joey, we need to step up production on the blue bread. The demand is too high. Don't worry, Waldo. I've got a great idea for a new recipe. How about adding sprinkles? Ugh, this oatmeal tastes like cardboard. Can't we have some blue bread instead?
What did I tell you about making jokes about gluten, Waldo Jr.? And what's this talk of blue bread? Are you hiding something from me, Waldo?
I'm getting close to cracking down on the drug ring in town. If anyone knows anything about blue bread, now's the time to come forward.
Honk, enough with the rocks already. Why don't you collect something useful, like stamps?
Joey, we can't keep doing this forever. Eventually, we'll get caught. Relax, Waldo. We're unstoppable. And besides, I heard there's a new market for green bread. Seriously, Dad. This smoothie tastes awful. Can't we just have some blue bread?
That's it, Waldo. I can't take it anymore. What's going on with this blue bread?
Freeze. D. You're all under arrest for possession and distribution of illegal drugs.
I told you those were just rocks, honk.
Audio Jungle.
I heard that llamas can weigh up to 400 pounds. £400. That's like 2 of me.
Why are we talking about llamas when there's a DEA agent in our living room?
Hey, did you guys know that the average person swallows 8 spiders in their sleep every year?
That's disgusting, honk. Why do you always have to ruin everything with your weird facts?
Speaking of weird things, I once saw a guy on the street playing a guitar made out of cheese. Okay, let's focus here. We need to come up with a plan to get out of this mess. Can't we just tell them it was all a big misunderstanding and we were actually making blueberry muffins?
That's brilliant, Waldo Jr. And I'll say I didn't know anything about it because I've been too busy with my new job as a professional mime.
You guys are insane. But you know what's even more insane? The fact that some people believe the earth is flat.
Oh, for crying out loud, honk. Next thing you know, you'll be telling us that unicorns are real.
Well, I don't know about unicorns, but I do know that I'm never getting involved in the drug business again. Yeah, right. And I'm never going to wear my lucky banana suit to work again.
Audio Jungle.
You know what I heard? Some people actually enjoy eating pineapple on their pizza. That's crazy talk, Dad. Everyone knows that pizza should only have pepperoni and cheese.
I don't know about you guys, but I prefer my pizza with a side of pickles and ice cream.
Ha, that's nothing. One time, I tried to make a sandwich out of peanut butter and jellyfish.
You, honk. Just when I thought you couldn't get any weirder.
Speaking of weird things, did you guys hear about the man who married his own toe? What? That's insane. Yeah, that's like me marrying my Xbox. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, if we're going to be talking about strange marriages, let me tell you about the time I almost eloped with a garden gnome.
I once dated a woman who claimed she was a mermaid. She even had a tail and everything.
Can we please talk about something normal for once? Like, I don't know, the weather or something?
But where's the fun in talking about the weather? Did you hear about the dog who learned how to ride a unicycle?
Audio Jungle.
Hey, did you guys know that there's a species of jellyfish that can live forever? Forever? That's crazy. I wish I could do that.
Well, I heard that some people believe in reincarnation. Maybe we'll come back as jellyfish in our next lives.
Ha! Can you imagine being reborn as a jellyfish? You'd have to squish your entire body into a bell shape and swim around all day.
Or worse, what if you were reincarnated as a traffic cone? You'd just sit there on the side of the road all day, waiting for someone to run you over.
Speaking of cones, did you guys know that scientists have developed an ice cream that never melts? Really? How is that even possible? I don't know about you guys, but I like my ice cream to melt. Otherwise, it's too cold and hurts my teeth.
Well, maybe they should invent an ice cream that makes your teeth numb so it doesn't hurt anymore.
Or better yet, how about an ice cream that's so hot, it burns the roof of your mouth off?
Okay, now we're just getting ridiculous. Let's talk about something normal, like the latest episode of The Bachelor.
Oh man, I love that show. Did you see when he gave the rose to the llama?
Audio Jungle.
Speaking of llamas, did you know that they can spit up to 10 feet away? You, gross. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Well, at least it would make for a good party trick. Hey everyone, watch me catch this llama's spit in my mouth.
Or how about trying to dodge it like Neo in the Matrix?
I don't know about you guys, but I think we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel with these topics. How about something more intellectual, like quantum physics?
Oh yeah, I'm an expert on that subject. Did you know that particles can exist in two places at once? Whoa, mind blown. But what if we could use that power to do something useful? Like, imagine being able to be in two places at once so you never have to choose between going to work or staying home and binge watching Netflix.
Yeah, or how about if we could be in two countries at once so we never have to deal with jet lag?
Or better yet, imagine if we could be in two different time periods at once so we could go back in time and fix all our mistakes without messing up the present.
Okay, now we're talking. This is the kind of brilliant idea that could make us rich and famous.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, did you guys hear about the new conspiracy theory that says the moon is actually made of cheese? Yeah. And I heard that if you listen closely, you can hear it saying eat me.
Well, if we ever run out of food on this planet, at least we know where to go for a midnight snack.
But what kind of cheese is it? Is it mozzarella or cheddar or something fancier like brie?
I don't think it really matters what kind of cheese it is. What matters is how we're going to get there without our spaceship melting from all the heat.
Oh, that's easy. Well, just cover our spaceship with tin foil so it reflects all the sun's rays. And then when we land on the moon, we'll have a giant fondue party. With crackers and breadsticks and veggies for dipping. And maybe some wine too.
Wait, are we seriously considering going to the moon just to eat it?
Hey, stranger things have happened.
Okay, let's focus on more realistic goals, like figuring out how to make a pizza that doesn't give you heartburn.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? Yeah, I imagine we'd all be bouncing around like balloons and getting stuck on the ceiling.
Or maybe we'd start floating away into outer space and have to wear really heavy shoes to keep us grounded.
But if there's no gravity, how will we eat our food? It'll just float away as soon as we try to take a bite.
Maybe we could use special food catapults to launch our meals directly into our mouths.
And when we need to go to the bathroom, we can just pee into a giant vacuum cleaner that sucks it up and turns it into rocket fuel. Ooh, and we can play extreme sports like zero gravity basketball and skydiving with no parachute. Or we could start a new Olympic sport where you have to jump from one planet to another.
I don't know about you guys, but I think I'd get pretty dizzy living in a world with no up or down.
Dizziness is just your brain going on vacation. Who needs a brain anyway?
Okay, let's stick to living in a world with regular old boring gravity for now.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to have a pet dragon? Oh man, that would be awesome. I could ride him into battle and we could roast marshmallows together.
I don't know, dragons seem like they'd be pretty high maintenance. You'd have to feed them all the time and clean up after their massive poops.
But think of all the amazing party tricks you could do with a dragon, like lighting birthday candles with its fire breath.
And if you're ever in a dark alley and need to defend yourself, just unleash your dragon and watch those bad guys run.
But how do you even go about getting a pet dragon? Do you just order one online or something? I'm pretty sure dragons aren't available for purchase on Amazon, Joey. Well then we'll just have to find a wizard who can conjure one up for us.
Or maybe we could steal one from some evil queen's castle and become the legendary dragon thieves.
I like the way you think, Skylar. Dragon thievery, here we come.
Okay, let's all calm down before we get arrested for planning a mythical creature heist.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? Oh man, that would be so cool. I could jump as high as a skyscraper and dunk a basketball from the moon.
But how would we even move around? We'd just be floating aimlessly all over the place.
And what about food? Would we have to eat everything with a spoon or else risk it flying away into space?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure I'd get motion sickness after about 5 minutes of being weightless.
But imagine all the crazy stunts we could pull off in zero gravity. It would be like living in a perpetual circus. Or we could start our own intergalactic delivery service. Who needs Amazon when you can fly your packages directly to the moon? And think about all the amazing dance parties we could have, no more worrying about tripping over your own 2 feet.
But let's not forget about the downsides of a world without gravity. I mean, who wants to take a shower while spinning uncontrollably through the air?
Speak for yourself, Skylar. That sounds like an adventure to me.
Alright, let's stop dreaming about a weightless world before we all end up with neck braces from too much head spinning.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world made entirely out of candy? Oh man, I could swim in a sea of chocolate and never come up for air.
But everything we touch would be sticky and covered in sugar. It'd be like living in an endless game of Candy Crush.
Not to mention the dental bills. I don't think my dentist would appreciate me eating my entire house every day.
And imagine trying to get anything done with gummy bears for furniture. They'd probably just stick to your butt all day long.
But at least we wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. We could just follow the trail of candy wrappers back home. Or we could start our own Willy Wonka factory and make millions selling candy houses to people. and think about all the amazing Halloween parties we could throw. We'd be the talk of the town.
But let's not forget about the ants. A world made of candy would attract more ants than a picnic on a hot summer day.
Speak for yourself, Skylar. I'll take ants over cavities any day.
Alright, let's stop dreaming about Candyland before we all end up in a sugar-induced coma.
Audio Jungle.
Waldo Jr., stop complaining about breakfast. You know I have to work. I don't care about your making blue bread or whatever. I just want some bacon and eggs.
Waldo, have you been feeling okay lately? You seem more stressed than usual.
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little tired from all the baking I've been doing. Marie, check out this new mineral I found. It's called blue azurite. It's worth a fortune.
Honk, those are just rocks. Honestly, I don't understand your obsession with these things.
Yo Waldo, we're running low on supplies for our baking operation. We gotta make a run to the store ASAP. Alright Joey, let me grab my apron and we'll be on our way. Can I come too? I wanna see what kind of ingredients go into this blue bread.
No way, Waldo Jr. You're staying here and finishing your homework.
I can't believe how many drug busts we've been making lately. These dealers just don't learn their lesson.
I know, right? It's like they think they're above the law or something.
Okay, I think I've got the perfect ingredient to take our blue bread to the next level. Time to put my chemistry skills to the test. That's why you're the man, Waldo. Together, we're unstoppable.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys hear about the ninja who refused to wear a mask? He said it was against his ninja tuition. That's so dumb, Dad. Just like your blue bread scheme.
Hey now, be nice to your father. He's just trying to provide for us.
Speaking of providing, Marie made me try this new recipe last night. It was a quinoa kale smoothie. Let's just say, I won't be trying that again anytime soon.
Oh hush, honk. You're just not ready for the health food craze yet.
Man, I heard this crazy story about a guy who tried to rob a bank with a spoon. Can you imagine? Well, at least he didn't use a fork. That would have been a real stab in the dark. I don't get it. Why is everyone always making these terrible jokes?
It's called humor, Waldo Jr. Learn to appreciate it.
You know what's not funny? Drug trafficking. If I catch anyone involved in that kind of activity, they are going down.
So lighten up, honk. Life's too short to be serious all the time. Let's go collect more rocks.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint. That's not even funny, Dad. You're losing your touch.
Speaking of losing touch, has anyone seen my pet rock? I swear it was right here.
I'm more concerned about the fact that aliens might exist. Imagine if they come to Earth and find out how messed up we are.
Oh honk, always worrying about things beyond our control. Why don't you focus on something closer to home, like perfecting your macaroni art?
You know what's really scary? Clowns. What kind of person puts on makeup and acts like that? Well, some people say laughter is the best medicine. Maybe clowns are just trying to make us feel better about life. I don't get it. How would dressing like a clown make anything better? This whole conversation is making me dizzy.
Well, speaking of dizziness, I heard about this guy who tried to spin around in circles for 24 hours straight. He ended up going nowhere fast.
Ha, that's hilarious. But you know what's even funnier? The thought of someone actually trying to do that.
Alright everyone, let's calm down. We're getting too absurd even for ourselves. Who wants to watch some paint dry with me?
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever noticed how your fingers get wrinkly after being in water for too long? It's like they are turning into raisins. Yeah, but have you ever noticed how dogs always lick their own butts? Like, why do they do that?
Well, I heard it's because their saliva has enzymes that help keep them clean. But honestly, I'd rather not think about it.
Speaking of things we don't want to think about, has anyone ever considered the possibility that our entire universe is just a simulation created by higher beings?
Oh honk, you and your existential crises. Why don't you focus on something more concrete, like trying to break the world record for most marshmallows eaten in 1 minute?
You know what's really weird? The fact that we can see our own noses, but our brains just choose to ignore them most of the time. Now that you mention it, I can't stop staring at my nose. It's like a tiny mountain range right in the middle of my face. Guys, let's talk about something fun. Like, what if we all had superpowers? What would yours be?
Ooh, good question. I think I'd want the ability to fly. Imagine soaring through the clouds like a bird.
I do want the power to manipulate time. That way, I could go back and relive all of life's greatest moments.
Asterisk shrugs asterisk I'd settle for being able to talk to animals. At least then, I wouldn't have to wonder what my cat is thinking all the time.
As for me, I do want the power to turn invisible. Think of all the pranks I could pull.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live on a different planet? Yeah, I bet the aliens there are even weirder than honk.
Maybe they don't even have noses. Or maybe their noses are located on their feet.
Very funny, Skylar. But did you know that the average person eats 4 spiders in their sleep every year?
You, honk. That's disgusting. Why would you even bring that up?
Speaking of weird things we eat, has anyone tried the new pizza flavor at Luigi's? It's topped with pickles and peanut butter. That sounds absolutely revolting. I'd rather eat my own shoelaces. You know what else? The fact that some people actually enjoy eating tofu. It's like eating a sponge soaked in water.
Well, I happen to love tofu. And speaking of sponges, did you guys hear about the guy who ate a whole kitchen sponge by accident?
Yikes, that's got to hurt coming out. But on a more serious note, have any of you ever considered what would happen if gravity suddenly stopped working?
Honk, can we please talk about something less apocalyptic? Like, I don't know, our favorite type of cheese.
I'm a big fan of Gouda myself. It's like cheddar but with extra attitude. Hey guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world where everyone had really long arms? That would be great for playing basketball. With my arm reach, I could dunk without even jumping.
But think about how difficult it would be to hug someone. You'd have to do it from across the room.
I don't know about you guys, but all this talk of long arms is making me feel self-conscious about my short tentacles.
Tentacles? Honk, you're an ostrich. You don't even have tentacles.
Speaking of things that don't make sense, have you guys seen that new movie where a group of sentient bananas go on a space mission? What? That sounds ridiculous. How did they even get into space with no arms or legs? Maybe they used their peels as rockets. Or maybe they hired a giant gorilla to launch them into orbit.
You know what else doesn't make sense? Why do we say heads up when we want someone to duck and avoid getting hit by something?
And why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways? It's like the English language was created just to confuse us.
Well, on the bright side, at least we can always count on Joey to bring up something completely absurd and unrelated to our conversation.
Hey, someone's got to keep things interesting around here.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like if we could communicate with animals? I don't know about you guys, but I already communicate with my pet goldfish. We have a telepathic connection.
That's nothing compared to my ability to talk to trees. They always tell me the best jokes.
Speaking of animals, did you hear about the chicken that crossed the road to get to the other side, but then realized there was no other side and had an existential crisis?
Honk, that's not really funny. That sounds kind of sad.
I think Honk's joke was hilarious. You know what else is hilarious? The fact that in some countries, it's considered polite to burp after a meal. Wait, seriously? Maybe I should move to one of those countries. I'd fit right in. I heard that in some cultures, it's good luck to find a spider in your house. But personally, I'd rather just set the whole place on fire.
Let's change the subject, please. All this talk of animals and bugs is making me itchy.
Fine, but before we do, let me leave you with one last animal-related joke. Why did the elephant paint his toenails red? So he could hide in a cherry tree.
Okay, we're definitely changing the subject now.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like if we were all superheroes? If I had superpowers, I'd want the ability to talk to grilled cheese sandwiches. They always seem to understand me.
I'd choose the power of invisibility. That way, I could sneak into movie theaters without paying for a ticket.
I'd want to be able to summon a giant rubber duck whenever I'm in trouble. Its cuteness would distract my enemies.
I think I'd go with the power of teleportation. Think of all the gas money I'd save.
What about the power to turn invisible, but only when you're standing completely still? You'd basically be a human statue. Okay, that's not really a superhero power, but I guess it could come in handy if you wanted to avoid awkward social situations. You know what would be a cool superpower? The ability to control traffic lights with your mind. No more sitting in traffic.
Or how about the power to make any food taste like bacon? I'd be unstoppable at brunch.
Speaking of brunch, did you guys hear about the restaurant that serves dishes made entirely out of insects? Their slogan is Fair Creepy, Fair Crawly, and Fair Delicious.
That's disgusting. I hope I never have to eat a bug.
Don't knock it till you try it, Marie. I once had a cricket smoothie and it was surprisingly tasty. I think we've officially lost our minds.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like if we were all professional wrestlers? I'd go by the name the Grilled Cheese Grappler and my finishing move would be called the Meltdown.
I'd be the Invisible Avenger and I'd win matches by pretending to disappear mid-match.
I'd be the Rubber Ducky Warrior and my signature weapon would be a giant squeaky hammer.
I think I'd prefer to be a wrestling manager instead of a wrestler. I could wear sequined jackets and yell at people from ringside.
If I were a wrestler, I'd be the Pickle Punisher and my catchphrase would be "You're in a bit of a pickle now, aren't ya?" What about our entrance music? We need something that really pumps up the crowd. My music would be the sound of sizzling cheese on a hot grill.
I'd choose the theme song from Mission Impossible. You know, because of my invisible powers.
How about the Rubber Ducky song from Sesame Street? It's catchy and gets stuck in your head for days.
I'd want something dramatic like Eye of the Tiger or We Will Rock You.
I'm thinking something more contemporary, like Baby Shark. That'll really intimidate our opponents. On second thought, maybe we should stick to our day jobs.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever thought about what your superhero name would be? I'd go by the Great Gatsby, but instead of throwing fancy parties I'd just fight crime.
I'd be the time-traveling Tooth Fairy and my superpower would be fixing cavities before they even happen.
I'd be Captain Crunch, and my weapon of choice would be a giant spoon to smack bad guys with.
I like the sound of the amazing avocado. My powers would be making guacamole appear out of thin air.
I think I'd call myself the Pickle Protector. I could use my lightning-fast reflexes to catch falling pickles before they hit the ground. What about our costumes? We need something that really makes a statement. I'd wear a top hat and a monocle. Classy and intimidating.
I think I'd go for something more subtle, like a tutu and a cape made of dental floss.
My costume would be a giant rubber duck suit. No one would mess with a guy in a rubber duck suit.
I'd want an avocado-themed bodysuit, complete with a matching mask and cape.
My costume would be made entirely out of pickles. It's the ultimate disguise. On second thought, maybe we should just stick to being regular people.
Audio Jungle.
I made the best blue bread today. It's so addictive people keep coming back for more.
That's great, honey, but what happened to your bread baking hobby?
Not this breakfast again. Can't we have something different for once? I found a new mineral yesterday. It's called bismuth. Have you guys ever heard of it?
Oh, honk, those are just rocks. Why do you waste your time on them?
Joey, we need to make a bigger batch of blue bread. The demand is through the roof. Don't worry, boss. I got you covered. But we need to be careful, the cops are cracking down on the blue bread game. Why can't we just bake regular bread like normal people? This is so messed up.
Honey, can we talk about why there's thousands of dollars hidden in our attic?
That's my life savings from my bread business. You know how profitable that is, right? I'm getting close to busting the blue bread ring. I can feel it.
Honk, did you hear about that new restaurant that opened up downtown? They serve avocado toast.
Seriously, Dad? Blue bread for breakfast again? Can't we at least put some bacon on it or something? Joey, we need to start thinking about expanding our operation. Maybe we can start selling it online. Sounds good to me, boss. We'll have customers all over the world.
Waldo, I know you're hiding something from me. Please tell me what's going on.
I'm just going through a midlife crisis. But don't worry, my blue bread business will save us. Gotcha. You're all under arrest for the distribution and manufacturing of illegal drugs.
Honk, what are you doing? Those are just rocks.
Finally, I can have a normal breakfast now.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that the average person spends 6 months of their lifetime waiting on a red light to turn green?
I swear, sometimes I feel like our family is living in an alternate universe.
Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. You know what would be cool? If we all got matching tattoos of minerals.
Honk, I am not getting a tattoo of a rock. That's ridiculous.
Hey boss, have you heard about the new drug called purple bread? It's supposed to be even more addictive than blue bread. Purple bread? That's ridiculous. We should stick to what we know.
Can we talk about how our son has been using a fork as a drumstick for 3 hours straight?
I'm practicing for my debut album, Blue Bread Blues. I think I just found a diamond in my collection. Wait, nope, just a piece of glass.
Honk, maybe you need glasses to see those rocks better.
Boss, I had a weird dream last night that we were making bread on Mars. Do you think that's a sign? No, Joey. That's just your brain on drugs.
Honey, why do you keep hiding money in the walls? Are you trying to start a treasure hunt or something?
That's just for emergencies. You never know when we'll need some extra dough.
Audio Jungle.
Did you know that the human nose can detect over 1 trillion different scents? Wow, I guess that explains why we all hate the smell of Waldo's cooking.
Hey now, I happen to like Waldo's cooking. It's unique. Yeah, unique like a dumpster fire is unique.
Guys, have you ever considered starting a band? I don't think so, Joey. We're not exactly musically talented. Speak for yourself, Waldo. I can play the triangle like nobody's business.
And I've been known to sing in the shower from time to time.
I can play the kazoo. That counts as an instrument, right?
Sure, son. Just make sure to wear earplugs before you start playing.
You know what would be cool? If we all got matching hats with our faces embroidered on them.
That's an interesting idea, Honk. but I'm not sure how practical it is.
I heard that there's a new restaurant in town that serves nothing but food shaped like animals. Why would anyone want to eat a hamburger that looks like a giraffe? That's just weird.
Well, at least it's better than that time Waldo made us eat spaghetti shaped like worms.
Hey, it was Halloween. It was supposed to be spooky.
Audio Jungle.
Did you know that studies have shown that hugging yourself can reduce stress? Well, I've been doing that for years. That must be why I'm so chill.
I prefer to reduce stress by taking a nice long bath with some candles and soft music. And I prefer to reduce stress by screaming into a pillow until I pass out.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live on Mars? I don't think that's very realistic, Joey. It's not like we can just pack our bags and move to another planet. Speak for yourself, Waldo. I've already got my rocket ship ready to go.
I heard that the first people to colonize Mars will get free pizza for life.
That's probably the only way I could convince Dad to move to another planet.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm holding out for a vacation home on the moon.
Ooh, good idea. We could start a timeshare business.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like to have a pet dinosaur? I don't think that's very practical, Joey. Where would we keep it? In the backyard? Or we could train it to do our laundry. It's called Jurassic Wash.
I'm more of a cat person myself. But if I had to choose a prehistoric creature, I'd go for a pterodactyl. Imagine having a T-Rex as a guard dog. No burglar would mess with us then.
Speaking of pets, did you know that monkeys are known to adopt orphaned puppies in the wild? That's cute and all, but I don't think I'd trust a monkey to take care of my dog. Yeah, who knows what kind of shenanigans they'd get into. Next thing you know, your puppy is swinging from a vine.
I once saw a video of a raccoon riding on the back of an alligator. Now that is friendship I can get behind. I just hope the next time I see a squirrel, it doesn't try to break into my house again.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you ever thought about if our furniture had feelings? Like, do they get jealous when we buy new stuff? I don't know, Joey. My couch is pretty comfy. I think it would be happy to see me happy. But what about the lamp? It's always stuck in one spot, just shining light all day. That's gotta be depressing.
And let's not forget about the toilet. Poor thing has to deal with some serious crap every day. If my bed had feelings, it should be grateful for all the quality time we spend together. But sometimes it just needs to give me space.
Speaking of space, did you guys know that Jupiter doesn't technically orbit around the sun? It actually just kind of floats in space. Wait, really? So it's like a free spirit planet? Maybe it's just lost and doesn't want to ask for directions.
Or maybe it's trying to avoid the sun because it got a bad sunburn last time. Either way, I'm glad Earth knows where it's going. Can you imagine if our planet was just drifting through space?
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about how weird the word kangaroo is? Like, what even is a kangaroo? I heard they are actually just tiny aliens that crash landed in Australia and decided to stick around. I always thought they were just really buff rabbits with a pouch for their gains.
No. Kangaroos are just giant rats that learned how to hop instead of scurry. Actually, I heard that kangaroos are just unicorns without horns. They used to have them, but they lost them in a bet with the emus.
Wow, I never knew there was so much mystery surrounding our marsupial friends. Speaking of mysteries, did you guys hear about that haunted house on 5th Street? Oh yeah, I heard it's so scary that even the ghosts won't go inside.
That's why they haunt it from the outside. They don't want to risk getting too spooked. But if the ghosts won't go inside, then who's making all those creepy noises?
It's probably just the raccoons having a party in the attic again.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever considered the possibility that we're all just characters in a TV show? What? That's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure I'm real.
No, honk. Waldo JR might be onto something here. Maybe we're like those Sims people play on their computers. That would explain why sometimes I feel like someone else is controlling my actions.
And why sometimes our lives seem to revolve around unexplainable plot twists and cliffhangers. Exactly. And think about it, what if there are people out there watching us right now, laughing at all of our jokes and ridiculous antics? Well, I guess that explains why I always feel like I'm being watched when I'm in the shower.
You, honk. Too much information. But wait, if we're all just characters in a TV show, does that mean we don't have free will?
Nah, I still make my own destiny. Like the time I decided to eat an entire pizza by myself, instead of sharing with you guys. I don't know, Joey. If we don't have free will, then who's making us say all these silly things? Maybe it's the writers. They probably get paid to come up with this stuff.
Well, they better start paying me too if they want me to keep spouting nonsense like this.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? I'm pretty sure that's just called outer space.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us are qualified astronauts, honk. But imagine how fun it would be to bounce around like a ball.
Or imagine trying to eat soup without spilling it all over yourself. And what about trying to sleep? You'd float away every time you closed your eyes. I guess we could always anchor ourselves with some heavy objects.
Oh sure, because who doesn't love sleeping with a cinder block tied to their foot? But think about the possibilities for extreme sports. We could have zero gravity skateboarding or bungee jumping.
Or we could finally settle the age-old debate of whether cats really do land on their feet. I don't know, guys. Living without gravity sounds kind of risky. Yeah, I think I'll stick to my boring old earthbound existence. Thank you very much.
Me too. Plus, I already have enough trouble keeping my hair in place without adding weightlessness to the mix.
you guys ever thought about what it would be like if we had to wear our underwear on the outside of our clothes? I mean, I guess superheroes do it all the time.
But what about us regular folks? Our undies aren't exactly meant for public display. Maybe we could start a new fashion trend. Who knows, it might even catch on.
Or we could go the opposite direction and start wearing pants on our heads instead. I don't know, I feel like that might make it hard to see where you're going. Plus, imagine trying to eat soup with pants on your head. It's just not practical.
Speaking of soup, have you guys ever tried eating it with a fork instead of a spoon? No. That sounds extremely difficult.
Yeah, who wants to slurp up hot broth with a bunch of prongs poking them in the mouth? Well, I guess we'll just have to stick to our boring old way of wearing underwear under our clothes and using spoons to eat soup. Same old, but at least it's less likely to get us strange looks from bystanders.
Audio Jungle.
Light Waldo Jr., what do you want for breakfast? I don't know, Dad. Something besides blue bread would be nice for once.
What's wrong with blue bread? It's your favorite.
Hey Waldo, I found a new rock to add to my collection. It's called malachite.
Oh great, another rock to clutter up the house.
Hey man, we need to start making more of that blue bread. The customers are getting antsy. Light, don't worry Joey, I've got everything under control. Can we please talk about something other than blue bread for once?
Sorry honey, it's just been on our minds lately.
You know what else has been on my mind? Catching those drug dealers and putting them behind bars.
Ugh, can't we just enjoy a peaceful day off without talking about work?
Light, speaking of work, I heard there's a bake sale at the school next week. Maybe we could contribute some blue bread. Dad, no. We can't sell illegal drugs at a school event. Relax kid, nobody will suspect a thing. Plus, it'll be a great way to reel in some new customers.
I don't know about this, Waldo. What if Honk finds out?
Light, he won't. We've got everything under control.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that the shortest war in history lasted only 38 minutes?
Really? What was it about?
Probably someone trying to steal someone else's blue bread.
Speaking of bread, have you guys ever tried peanut butter and pickle sandwiches?
No thanks. I'll stick to my blue bread. Light, hey, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers candy? He made them as a thank you gift for saving his life. Wow, talk about gratitude.
I just realized something. If we get caught, we won't be able to afford the treatment for your cancer, Waldo.
and if you keep making blue bread, you could end up getting killed by one of your competitors.
Or worse, by a rock falling on your head during one of Honk's mineral collecting trips.
Or maybe hell just choke on a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. Right, thanks for the vote of confidence, guys. But I've got this.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, did you guys know that in Switzerland it's illegal to own just one guinea pig?
What? That's ridiculous.
Maybe they're onto something. Guinea pigs are more fun in pairs.
Speaking of animals, have you ever seen a platypus up close? They're like a mix between a duck and a beaver.
I heard that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance. How cool is that? Right, actually, I prefer the term a herd of unicorns. You do realize unicorns aren't real, right?
Yeah, Waldo. You can't go around using fake animal names.
So what should we call a group of blue bread makers?
A needful of bakers.
Or how about the yeast we could do? Right, I think we need to work on our puns, guys.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, guys. Did you know that the shortest war in history was between England and Zanzibar and lasted just 38 minutes?
Wow, that's insane. What even happened during those 38 minutes?
I bet they spent most of it trying to come up with a clever war cry.
Speaking of cries, I once saw a man cry over spilled milk. Literally.
Well, speaking of crying, I once cried during a car commercial because the music was too emotional. Like you guys are all so sensitive. I once ate an entire onion without shedding a single tear. That's impressive, Waldo. But did you know that the longest wedding veil ever made was longer than 63 football fields?
Who would even wear something like that? You'd need an entire team of people just to carry it.
Maybe they were trying to smuggle people across the border and needed a really big disguise.
Or maybe they just wanted to make sure nobody else could wear white at their wedding.
Whatever the reason, I think we can all agree that fashion is weird. Like, speak for yourself, Joey. My wardrobe is fierce.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
That's hilarious. I wonder if they have their own little flamingo dance party.
I bet they do. And it probably involves lots of synchronized neck movements.
Speaking of birds, I once saw a chicken cross the road to get to the other side. It was like a real life joke.
Well, speaking of jokes, I once told one so bad that my dog rolled his eyes and walked away. Like, you guys are all so funny. I once tried to make a joke about pizza, but it was a little cheesy. Ha! You crack me up, Waldo. But did you know that there's a town in Alaska where the mayor is a cat?
What? How does that even work?
Maybe they just give him a saucer of milk and call it a day.
Or maybe he has a whole team of feline advisors to help him make decisions.
Whatever the reason, I think we can all agree that cats are taking over the world. Like, don't be ridiculous, Joey. Everyone knows that squirrels are the true overlords. Have you ever heard of the musical Fruit?
What? No, I haven't.
Oh man, let me tell you. It's beans.
Beans? How are beans musical?
Because they toot. Get it? Toot, like a trumpet. Right, that's hilarious. Speaking of instruments, did you know that there's a band in Japan that plays with vegetables? What kind of vegetables?
Yeah, do they play with carrots as drumsticks or something?
Nope, they actually carve them into intricate shapes and use them as instruments.
That's crazy. I wonder if they could make a cucumber saxophone.
Or a bell pepper guitar. Like, you guys are so creative. But have you ever tried putting pineapple on pizza? No way. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
I disagree. Hawaiian pizza is the bomb.
Well, I think we can all agree that pizza is one of life's greatest pleasures.
Unless you're lactose intolerant, then it's just a recipe for disaster.
Ha. Good one, Marie. You always know how to keep things light.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever seen a dog with a toupee?
What? No, that's ridiculous. Dogs don't need toupees.
Yeah, but imagine how cute it would be. A little chihuahua with a blonde wig.
I think I'd prefer a poodle with a mohawk.
Or a bulldog with dreadlocks. Light, haha, you guys are cracking me up. But speaking of hair, did you know that humans shed about 100 hairs a day? That's crazy. I wonder if we shed more in the summer.
Why would that matter?
Maybe because our hair gets sunburned and falls out.
Wow, that is some next level logic right there.
Speaking of next level, have you guys ever played chess with a pigeon? Like, no. Why would anyone do that? Because pigeons are smart, and they can move the pieces with their beaks.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to feel like we're living in an alternate universe.
Nah, this is just our regular old sitcom world. Anything goes.
Audio Jungle.
Like, hey, did you guys hear about the man who lost his left arm and leg in a car crash? Oh no, that's terrible. Is he okay?
How can he be okay if he lost two limbs?
Maybe he got some sweet prosthetics, like robot arms and legs.
Or maybe he's become a superhero, Captain Stumpy or something.
Haha, that would be amazing. Fighting crime with one arm and a peg leg. Right, okay, but what about this? If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Easy. Teleportation. I hate traffic.
I'd want to be able to talk to animals. Imagine all the secrets they know.
I'd go for super speed. Then I could win every race, and never be late again.
I think I'd choose invisibility. Just think of all the pranks I could pull.
Yeah, but then you couldn't show off your fancy new Captain Stumpy suit. Light, can we please stop calling him that?
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about how funny it would be if we all had tails?
What do you mean? Like actual animal tails?
Oh man, I'd love to have a big ol' elephant trunk for a tail.
I think I'd prefer something more elegant, like a swan tail, or maybe even a peacock feather train.
In with honk on this one. Give me a monkey tail any day. Think of all the fun I could have swinging around the office. Right, okay, but what would happen if we tried to wear pants with tails? That's easy, we'd just cut a hole in the back and let our tails hang out.
But what about when we sit down? Would we need special tail cushions?
Maybe we could invent a tail hammock that hangs off the back of our chairs.
Or we could just embrace our new tails and start a fashion trend. Who needs pants anyway?
You guys are crazy. I'm sticking with my regular old butt.
Audio Jungle.
Right, hey guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like if we could communicate with plants? Oh man, that would be wild. I wonder if they'd be mad at us for cutting them down and using them as furniture.
Or maybe they'd tell us secrets about the other plants in the forest, like which ones are the biggest gossips, or who's secretly in love with a shrub.
I bet trees have some serious dirt on each other. Can't you just picture two oak trees whispering to each other like, did you hear what that maple said about us?
But what if we found out that every time we mowed the lawn we were actually hurting the grass's feelings? Talk about guilt trip city.
Nah, I think it'd be cool. We could ask the flowers why they are so dang pretty or how they managed to survive all those years without Wi-Fi. Right, okay, but what about the vegetables? Would they get offended when we ate them? Only one way to find out. Hey there, Mr. Carrot. How do you feel about being roasted and eaten for dinner?
Audio Jungle.
Right, Waldo Jr., what's the problem with your breakfast this time? I wanted cinnamon toast crunch, not cornflakes. Can't you get anything right?
Don't talk to your father like that, Waldo Jr. He's doing his best.
Hey, have any of you seen my latest rock collection? I found some really interesting minerals on my last trip.
You mean those dusty old rocks in the garage? You need a new hobby, honk.
Right, speaking of cooking things up, has anyone tried my blue bread recipe? Oh man, that stuff is selling like hotcakes. You're a regular Heisenberg, Waldo. What are you guys even talking about? Blue bread isn't a real thing.
That's right, dear. Your dad just likes to experiment in the kitchen. It's harmless.
I don't know, something seems off about this whole baking bread business. I'm going to look into it.
Ugh, can't you just enjoy your rocks for once and leave the investigation to the professionals?
Right, Joey, we need to make another batch of blue bread ASAP. The demand is through the roof. No problem, Waldo. But let's be careful out there. We don't want any trouble with the law. Seriously, what are you guys talking about? Is blue bread some kind of secret code or something?
Of course not, honey. Now finish your cereal before you're late for school.
Right, Joey, have you ever considered getting into baking? I think you'd make a great pastry chef. Nah, I prefer the thrill of the drug game. But thanks for the suggestion, Waldo. Hey Dad, do you think we could train our cat to play fetch?
I don't think that's how it works, Waldo Jr. Cats are independent creatures.
You know what's a fascinating mineral? Calcite. Did you know it can glow under UV light?
Wow, honk. You really know how to line up a conversation.
Light, speaking of bread, does anyone else here hate gluten? It's ruining everything. I hear you, man. That's why I never put any gluten in my drugs. This cornflakes box has a maze on the back. Do you think I could solve it?
Sure, why not? Just remember to eat your breakfast first.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time I caught a suspect with a pet alligator?
No, and I'm not sure I want to hear this story.
Audio Jungle.
Like, you guys ever wonder why we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway? I dunno, Waldo. Have you been smoking too many of your own drugs again? Hey Skylar, do you think aliens exist?
Probably, but they are probably just as bored as us and haven't bothered to visit.
How many of you tried those new kale flavored donuts? They're actually pretty good.
Ugh, honk, that sounds disgusting. I'll stick to my maple bars, thank you very much.
Like, I heard they're coming out with a new line of scented toilet paper. What scent would you guys choose? Money, because that's what the drug game is all about. I'd pick bacon. Everything should smell like bacon.
I'm gonna go with lavender. It's calming and soothing.
I want mine to smell like puppy breath. It's weirdly comforting.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Audio Jungle.
Like, hey, have you guys heard about these new self-driving cars? Yeah, but what happens when the car gets road rage? It could be like Knight Rider gone wrong. I bet someday we'll have flying cars. That way we can avoid all the traffic on the ground.
But then there will be flying traffic, and that sounds even worse.
Did you know that sloths only poop once a week? Talk about efficiency.
Ugh, honk, why would you even bring that up? I don't wanna think about sloth poop.
Like, what if we had toaster showers instead of regular ones? That's a terrible idea, Waldo. You might as well just jump in a tub full of hot bread. I'd rather have a shower that dispenses tacos. Imagine eating breakfast while getting clean.
I'm more of a waffle person myself, but I see where you're going with that, Waldo Jr.
Have any of you ever eaten a ghost pepper? That stuff is no joke.
No way, honk. I like my taste buds too much to risk it.
Audio Jungle.
Like, you know what would be cool? If we could communicate telepathically. Yeah, until you accidentally read someone's mind and find out they're thinking about 100 different ways to murder you. What if we had a machine that could turn anything into gold?
That would be amazing, but also kind of pointless. Like, great, now I have a gold toaster. What am I supposed to do with that?
If animals could talk, which one do you think would be the sassiest?
Definitely cats. They already act like they are too good for us. Imagine how much worse it would be if they could actually tell us off.
Like I heard scientists are working on a way to teleport objects from one place to another. That sounds dangerous. What if you accidentally teleport your left arm to another country? What if we had lightsabers in real life?
I feel like that would only lead to more arguments. Who gets to use the blue one today?
Have you guys ever tried talking backwards? It's really hard.
Why would anyone even try that, honk?
Right, okay, hear me out. A reality show where celebrities have to live underwater for a month. I don't know about you, but I'm not interested in watching Tom Hanks try to survive in a submarine. What if we had a giant vacuum cleaner that could suck up pollution from the air?
That's actually a brilliant idea, Waldo Jr. We should pitch that to Elon Musk.
Do you think aliens have their own version of The Bachelor?
I don't know, honk. Maybe they are more into intergalactic game shows.
Audio Jungle.
Like, you know what we should do? We should invent a machine that can translate baby talk into adult language. Why would anyone want to hear babies talk in adult language? They are just going to say things like goo goo, gaga, and I need a nap. What if we had a giant toaster that could toast an entire loaf of bread at once?
That's not really practical. Who needs that much toast all at once?
Have you ever thought about how weird it is that we have eyebrows?
No honk, I haven't. But thanks for bringing that up. Now I'm going to be thinking about it all day.
Like, what if instead of cars, we all rode around on giant hamsters? And what happens when the hamster decides it doesn't want to run anymore? Do we just get stuck in traffic? What if we had a robot that could do all our household chores for us?
That already exists, Waldo Jr. It's called a vacuum cleaner.
Do you guys think ghosts are real?
I don't know, honk. Have you ever seen one?
Right, okay, hear me out. A reality show where people have to live like they are in the 90s again. So basically everyone would just be wearing neon colors and listening to alternative rock music. What if we had a machine that could predict the future?
That would be great, but only if it told me which lottery numbers to play.
What if aliens have already visited Earth, but they just didn't like what they saw?
Well, I don't blame them. We're a pretty weird species.
Audio Jungle.
Like, why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? I don't know, Waldo. Maybe because English is a confusing language. What if dogs could talk? I bet they would have some interesting stories to tell.
Yeah, like how many times they licked their own butt in one day.
What if we could shrink ourselves down to the size of ants? We could explore the world from a whole new perspective.
And get stepped on by a giant shoe. No thanks, honk.
Like, what if instead of coffee, we drank hot sauce in the morning? Do you want to burn a hole through your stomach, Waldo? What if we had a machine that could turn vegetables into candy? Then kids would actually want to eat their veggies.
But then they'd end up with cavities from all the sugar. It's a lose-lose situation, Waldo Jr.
Have you guys ever wondered what it's like to be a bird and fly in the sky?
Yeah, but then I remember him terrified on heights.
Like what if we could teleport anywhere in the world? We wouldn't need planes or cars anymore. Except for people who get motion sickness from teleporting. They'll still need cars. What if we had a robot chef that could cook us gourmet meals every night?
That would be amazing until it malfunctions and starts serving us burnt toast and raw chicken.
What if we could breathe underwater like fish?
Then we'd probably start turning into mermaids. And I don't think we're ready for that kind of transformation just yet, honk.
Audio Jungle.
Like what if we could communicate with aliens? I think they'd be disappointed when they find out our biggest accomplishment is inventing the selfie stick. What if we had a time machine and could travel back in time to witness historical events?
That would be cool until we accidentally step on a butterfly and change the course of history.
What if we found a genie lamp and got 3 wishes?
Knowing us, we'd probably waste all 3 wishes on something stupid like unlimited pizza or a pet unicorn.
Like what if there was a parallel universe where everything was exactly the same except everyone had purple hair? Then I guess we'd have to start stocking up on purple shampoo. What if we were actually living in a simulation and nothing was real?
In that case, I hope whoever is controlling this simulation gives me a better wardrobe.
What if, instead of ears, we had little antennas that could pick up radio waves?
Then we'd constantly be getting static interference every time we walked by a microwave. No thanks, honk.
Like what if humans evolved to have superpowers? Knowing my luck, I'd end up with the power to turn invisible, but only when no one is looking. What if we discovered Atlantis and it turned out to be just a water park for mermaids?
I'd be so disappointed. I was hoping for some treasure or ancient artifacts.
What if we could talk to plants? Maybe they have some deep philosophical insights to share with us.
Or maybe they'll just complain about how much they hate being watered.
Audio Jungle.
Like what if we all suddenly had the ability to fly? Knowing my luck, I'd probably forget something important like a helmet or a parachute. What if dogs could talk like humans?
I think my dog would just constantly ask for belly rubs and treats.
What if we discovered a new planet and it was inhabited by giant chickens?
I'm not sure how they'd feel about us eating their smaller chicken relatives.
Like what if we found out that ghosts were real and they've been living among us this whole time? I hope they are friendly ghosts. I don't want to deal with any ghost drama. What if we woke up one day and all of our furniture was replaced with bean bags?
Well, at least we'd have a comfortable place to sit down and process what just happened.
What if, instead of rain, it rained candy?
We'd probably get sick of candy pretty quickly, unless it's chocolate. I can never get sick of chocolate.
Like what if we all woke up with the ability to speak every language in the world fluently? I'd finally be able to understand what my grandma is saying without nodding and smiling awkwardly. What if we were all born with an extra arm?
I'm not sure how fashion designers would handle that. Would they start making four-armed shirts?
What if aliens landed on Earth and asked to take over because they were huge fans of keeping up with the Kardashians?
In that case, I think we should just let them have it.
Audio Jungle.
Like what if we had to communicate with each other using only animal noises? I'm pretty sure my happy puppy noise sounds like a dying seal. What if, instead of cars, we all rode around on giant hamsters?
That would be great until they start getting tired and just stop in the middle of the road.
What if we found out that trees were actually aliens who have been observing us for centuries?
Well, they are doing a terrible job at blending in. I mean, have you seen those dark textures?
Like what if we discovered a new continent and it was inhabited by sentient robots? It would be like our own personal Transformers movie, but hopefully with less explosions. What if we all had superpowers, but they were completely useless, like the ability to turn invisible, but only when no one is looking?
I'd probably just use mine to sneak extra snacks from the kitchen.
What if we woke up tomorrow and gravity stopped working?
Well, I hope I don't live on the top floor of an apartment building.
Audio Jungle.
Like I can't believe how expensive it is to buy gluten-free flour. Maybe we could start selling blue bread at the farmer's market. Ugh, I hate when you talk about bread. Can we just have something normal for breakfast like cereal or toast? And why do we always have to use almond milk?
Waldo, honey, are you feeling okay? You've been spending a lot of time in the garage lately.
Marie, look at this beautiful specimen of pyrite. It's also known as fool's gold. Isn't that interesting?
It just looks like an ordinary rock to me. Why don't you collect something more useful like stamps?
Hey Waldo, we need to come up with a new code word for our operation. Blue bread is getting too risky. Like how about purple cookies? Purple cookies? Seriously? That's even worse than blue bread. Can we please stop talking about baking and drugs and rocks? I just want to watch TV.
Honey, maybe you should go outside and get some fresh air.
I heard on the news that there's a new drug called green muffins going around. Have any of you heard of it?
I don't pay attention to those things. I'm too busy with my stamp collection.
Right, okay, so we're agreed that we'll stick with blue bread for now. But we need to be careful, Honk is getting suspicious. Don't worry, I have a plan. We'll send him on a wild goose chase while we make our way to the top.
Audio Jungle.
Why do they call it a hamburger if it's made out of beef? Shouldn't it be called a cow burger?
Waldo, have you seen my hairbrush? I can't find it anywhere.
Right, did you check under the couch cushions? That's where I found my secret stash of baking soda. Marie, what do you think about trading our car for a pet llama? They are very efficient at carrying heavy loads.
Absolutely not, Honk. Llamas are known to spit and I don't want our upholstery ruined.
I heard that aliens are real and they've been living among us for years. Maybe we should start selling blue bread on other planets. Right, that's ridiculous, Joey. We need to focus on our market here on Earth. Plus, I don't even know how to bake in zero gravity. Dad, why do people wear glasses when they could just squint really hard?
Waldo, did you eat all the kale chips again? I told you those are for everyone to share.
Marie, have you ever considered getting a tattoo?
Absolutely not, honk. I don't want something permanent on my body. What if I change my mind about liking unicorns?
I have an idea for a new product. How about we make green bread and call it alien toast? Light Joey, I'm starting to question your business sense.
Audio Jungle.
Did you know that the shortest war in history was between Britain and Zanzibar in 1896? It only lasted 38 minutes.
Oh really, Waldo? Did you also know that there's a species of jellyfish that is immortal? We should get one as a pet.
Light, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Skylar. I don't want to be responsible for accidentally creating an army of immortal jellyfish. Hey Marie, do you think we should start wearing matching outfits like they do on those reality TV shows?
Absolutely not, honk. The only thing we should match are our socks.
I learned how to juggle last night. Want to see me juggle these bananas? Light, no thanks, Joey. I have no interest in seeing you turn our living room into a produce stand. Why do people say heads up when they throw something at you? Shouldn't they say duck instead?
That's a good point, Waldo. But have you ever wondered why some animals have stripes? Maybe it's because they are trying to look more fashionable.
Marie, did you know that some birds can recognize themselves in mirrors? Maybe we should put a mirror in the birdhouse.
Interesting fact, honk. But if we put a mirror in the birdhouse, we'll just end up with a bunch of narcissistic birds.
I had a dream last night that I could speak French fluently. Do you think it means something? Light, it probably just means you ate too much brie before bedtime, Joey.
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever wondered why we have 5 fingers and toes? Why not 6 or 7?
Maybe because our hands and feet would start looking like octopuses if we had too many fingers.
Light, speaking of octopuses, did you know that they have 3 hearts? No wonder they are always so good at multitasking. I read somewhere that there's a type of mushroom that tastes like chicken. Do you think we could make a vegetarian chicken nugget out of it?
I don't know about that, honk. I wouldn't want to confuse any chickens who might be watching.
Sometimes I wish I could talk to animals. Just imagine how much gossip we could get from the squirrels outside. I don't think we need to worry about the squirrels' gossip, Joey. They probably just spend all day talking about where they buried their nuts.
Did you guys hear about the guy who tried to swim across the ocean with only flippers and a snorkel? He ended up in Japan instead of California.
Light, well, at least he got a free trip out of it. Maybe we should try swimming to Hawaii next weekend. Do you think aliens exist? I mean, there are billions of stars in the universe.
If they do exist, honk, I hope they have better fashion sense than those green blob monsters we see in movies.
I heard that some people can taste colors. Imagine eating a blueberry and tasting the color blue. Light, that sounds like something out of Willy Wonka's factory, Joey. But if we could taste colors, maybe we could finally solve the mystery of why orange tastes like orange.
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys ever think about what it would be like to live in a world without gravity?
I don't know, Waldo. I already have enough trouble keeping my feet on the ground as it is.
Light, speaking of feet, did you know that the longest toenail on record was over 6 inches long? Imagine trying to put shoes on with those bad boys. Have you ever noticed how cats always land on their feet? Maybe they are secretly superheroes and we just don't know it yet.
I don't know about that, honk. My cat spends most of his day sleeping and licking himself. Not exactly heroic activities.
Have you guys ever heard of the Bermuda Triangle? It's like a real-life mystery movie waiting to happen. I think I heard something about that, Joey. Isn't it where airplanes and ships disappear without explanation?
Maybe there's a secret underground civilization down there that's been taking all our lost items for centuries.
Right, or maybe it's just a really strong magnet that's messing with everyone's navigational systems. Either way, it sounds like a great place to go on vacation. Do you think we could train dogs to speak like humans? I'd love to hear what my dog has to say about his kibble.
I don't know about that, honk. If my dog started talking back to me, I'm pretty sure I'd never leave the house again.
What if we lived in a world where instead of money, we used hugs as currency? That sounds kind of nice, Joey. Until you realize that some people are better at giving hugs than others. Then it becomes a popularity contest.
And what about people who don't like physical contact? Would they just be out of luck in this new world order?
Right, I think we're onto something here, guys. Let's start a revolution and bring hugs back into fashion.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever considered that maybe unicorns are real and they are just really good at hiding?
Oh yeah, because a giant horse with a horn on its head would be so inconspicuous.
Right, but think about it, Skylar. If we can have rhinoceroses and narwhals, why not unicorns? I don't know, Waldo. Maybe it's because glitter doesn't actually exist in the animal kingdom.
Speaking of animals, did you guys see that video of the penguin who became best friends with a beluga whale? It's like a real life Disney movie.
That sounds adorable, Marie. But let's be real, if penguins and whales could talk to each other, they'd probably just argue over who gets to eat all the fish. Here's a question for you guys. If you had to live in any fictional world, which one would you choose?
Definitely Hogwarts. I mean, who wouldn't want to learn magic and fly on broomsticks all day?
Right, I'd go with Middle-earth from Lord of the Rings. I've always wanted to be a hobbit and spend my days eating second breakfasts and smoking pipe weed. I'm torn between the world of Pokemon or the Mushroom Kingdom from Super Mario Bros. Either way, I'd be living my best life.
I think I'd have to pick Narnia. Just imagine all the adventures you could have with talking lions and fawns.
Personally, I'd love to live in a world where pizza grows on trees and jelly beans are a complete food group.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to have a kangaroo as a pet?
I don't know, Waldo. I feel like I'd be in a constant battle of trying to keep my living room clean from all the bouncing.
Right, but just think about the convenience. You'd never need a gym membership with your own personal workout partner. Plus, you could use them as a mode of transportation. Who needs a car when you have a kangaroo pouch to ride in?
Speaking of transportation, did you hear about the guy who turned his Volkswagen Beetle into a hot tub on wheels? Now that's innovation.
You know what would be even better than a hot tub car? A taco truck helicopter. Think about it, fresh tacos delivered right to your doorstep. Okay, but let's talk about the real issue here. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No way. A sandwich requires bread that is sliced and has a distinct top and bottom. A hot dog bun is one piece that's connected at the bottom.
Right, but if we're going by that logic, wouldn't a sub or hoagie also not be considered a sandwich? Let's settle this once and for all. If you eat a hot dog sideways, does that make it a sandwich?
I don't know about sandwiches, but I do know that pickles are cucumbers that sold their souls to the devil.
And yet, they still taste so good. It's like eating a tiny green demon.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about why we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway?
Wow, Waldo. That's some deep thoughts right there.
Right, yeah, it's like if fish could talk, would they sound like they're underwater or just like us? And speaking of fish, did you know that clownfish aren't actually funny? I mean, they don't even tell jokes.
But let's get real here. What do we really know about the moon? Is it made of cheese or is it just a giant disco ball?
I think the real question is, if aliens were to come visit us, would they want to be friends or just use us for their own personal karaoke machine? You know what, guys, I've always wondered why superheroes wear their underwear on the outside of their clothes.
Maybe they just want to make sure everyone knows they are wearing clean underwear.
Right, or maybe it's so they can easily access it when they need to change into their superhero suits. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'd make a great superhero. My superpower would be the ability to turn any conversation into a dance party.
Well, my superpower would be the ability to communicate with animals. Think of all the secrets they could tell me.
And my superpower would be the ability to make anything taste like pickles. Can you imagine the possibilities?
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you ever wondered if we're living in a simulation? Like, what if there are aliens out there controlling everything?
Oh come on, Waldo. If this is a simulation, then why can't I just hit the reset button and start over?
Like maybe the aliens got bored of playing Sims and decided to spice things up with real humans. Or maybe they're like those annoying players who cheat in online games just to mess with everyone else.
Guys, let's focus on something important here. Have you ever tried putting pineapple on pizza? That's crazy, right?
Speaking of food, have you ever thought about why hot dogs come in packs of 10 but hot dog buns only come in packs of 8? It's a conspiracy, I tell you. You know what's even weirder? The fact that our fingers have fingerprints, but our toes don't.
Well, now that you mention it, why do we even have toenails? They are basically useless.
Like maybe they're like little shields to protect our toes from getting stubbed. And speaking of protection, I always wear my lucky underwear on job interviews. Can't take any chances, you know.
Honk, you do realize no one's going to see your lucky underwear during a job interview, right?
Hey, I have a question. Why do people say heads up when something's coming towards you? Shouldn't it be toes up?
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever thought about how weird it is that we have to sleep? Like, why can't we just stay awake all the time?
Well, Waldo, if we didn't sleep, we'd miss out on all those crazy dreams. Like the one I had last night, where I was a talking potato.
Right, and then there's the fact that some people can sleep for like 12 hours straight. What are they, bears? Speaking of bears, did you know that polar bear fur isn't actually white? It's clear, but it reflects light and appears white.
Okay, but have you guys ever tried putting mustard on watermelon? It's surprisingly delicious.
You know what's not delicious? Those jelly beans that taste like toothpaste. Who even came up with that idea? I don't know, but have you ever noticed how dogs always look guilty even when they haven't done anything wrong?
Yeah, and cats always act like they are too good for everything. I bet if they could talk, they'd be constantly judging us.
Right, or maybe they'd just spend all day napping and asking for treats. Wait, that's pretty much what they do already. Hey, did you hear about that guy who got arrested for stealing an ATM? He said he needed the cash for his personal banking.
Ha! That's almost as funny as the time my cousin tried to microwave a metal fork because she thought it would make it easier to eat spaghetti.
Well, at least your cousin didn't try to put ketchup on her ice cream like my little brother did once. That was a disaster.
Audio Jungle.
Skylar, have we got any baking soda left? I need to make some more blue bread.
Sure. But can we talk about the fact that you've been spending all your time in the basement lately? And why does it smell like burnt toast down there?
Can't we just have pancakes for breakfast once in a while? I'm getting sick of this blueberry bread stuff. Marie, check out this cool rock I found on my mineral collection hike.
That's not a rock, honk. That's just a dirty piece of concrete from the freeway.
Hey, Waldo, I heard you're looking for a new lab assistant. Can I bring my cousin Benny? He's really good at measuring stuff. Right, sure, but he better not mess up my recipe. Blue bread has to be perfect, or we'll lose our customers. Why do we even call it blue bread anyway? It doesn't even look like bread.
Because if we called it meth, people would know what we were doing and we'd get arrested. Remember, this is supposed to be a secret.
I don't understand why anyone would want to do drugs. They just ruin your life and hurt the people around you.
Oh, honk, lighten up. You're always so serious. Let's go collect some more rocks and forget about work for a while.
Alright, Joey, let's get started. We've got a lot of baking to do if we want to make enough money to pay for my treatment. Can't you guys just make regular bread instead? I bet it would taste way better than this blue stuff.
Waldo, we need to talk. I found a bag of blue powder in your lab and I'm really worried.
Right, relax, Skylar. It's just flour. I promise.
Audio Jungle.
You know what I don't understand? Why do they call it fast food when you always end up waiting forever in line?
I heard that some people put pineapple on pizza. Can you believe that?
Do you think aliens have their own version of blue bread? What if we're all just characters in a really bad sitcom and the audience is laughing at us right now?
Honk, don't be ridiculous. Nobody would watch a show about baking bread.
I bought one of those fancy electric toothbrushes the other day. It's like a party in my mouth every time I brush. Did you know that the scientific name for grapefruit is Citrus parody? That's pretty cool, huh? Right, actually, Benny, I think the coolest thing is how we can use chemistry to make something as complex as blue bread.
No offense, but I'd rather stick to making regular bread. Less chance of getting arrested, you know.
Why does everyone always assume that disabled people are helpless? Imperfectly capable of stirring the matter myself, thank you very much. You know what's really funny? The fact that nobody ever seems to notice that there are no actual babies in baby carrots.
Honk, I hate to break it to you, but baby carrots are actually just regular carrots that have been cut down to size.
So if blue bread is code for meth, does that mean green bread is code for weed? Light Joey, focus. We need to finish this batch before the customers start complaining.
Audio Jungle.
Hey Skylar, do you believe in Bigfoot?
I don't know Waldo, but I do believe that there's a Sasquatch out there with better hair than yours.
Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint. You know what would be hilarious? If we replaced all the sugar with salt and watch people's reactions when they bite into our blue bread.
That's not funny, Honk. That's just mean. Besides, we already have enough trouble with customers complaining about the color of our bread.
I once tried to make a sandwich using only condiments. It was mayonnaise. Like speaking of growing back, I haven't seen my hairline since 1997.
Maybe you should try rubbing some of our blue bread on your head. You never know, it might work miracles.
Have you guys ever thought about how weird it is that we drink cow's milk? Like, who was the first person to look at a cow and say I'm gonna squeeze those udders and drink whatever comes out? You wanna know what's even weirder? Someone looked at a chicken's butt and said I'm gonna eat whatever comes out of there.
Okay everyone, let's focus. We still have a whole batch of blue bread to make before closing time.
You're right, Marie. The last thing we want is for someone to come in here and accuse us of loafing around.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Ha! That's hilarious, Waldo Jr. You know what else is funny? Watching Marie try to dance.
Oh shut up, Honk. At least I'm not the one who set fire to the microwave last week.
Speaking of fires, did you hear about the firefighter who got arrested? He got caught arsing around. Like, you know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. But if you're laughing for no reason, then you probably need some actual medicine.
Or maybe you just need to watch more reruns of Friends.
I don't know about you guys, but I think we should start selling blue bread as a weight loss product. Who wouldn't want to eat something that makes you instantly lose your appetite? Hey, I don't know about that, Waldo. Our blue bread already has enough problems without us trying to turn it into a diet fad.
Okay, time's up everyone. Let's get back to work and try to make at least one edible loaf of bread before the end of the day.
Audio Jungle.
I don't know Benny, but I do know that my cat once told me to stop singing in the shower. That's nothing. My dog once told me to stop ordering pizza every night because it was bad for my health.
Speaking of health, did you hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a soda can? He was lucky it was a soft drink.
You know what they say, laughter is like medicine. But why take medicine when you can just laugh at your problems? Like that's true, Joey, unless your problem is constipation. Then you might need some actual medicine.
Or you could just eat a blue bread sandwich. That'll clear you out in no time.
Okay, but what if you're allergic to paper? Then you'd have to read the dictionary online, and we all know how dangerous the internet can be. Yeah, there's no telling what kind of weird stuff you might stumble upon. Like that video of the cat playing piano.
Alright everyone, let's get back to work. We've got a lot of blue bread to make today.
Audio Jungle.
No, Benny, what happened? He made a mint. Get it? A mint.
Speaking of mints, have you ever tried brushing your teeth with toothpaste and orange juice at the same time?
I haven't, Marie, but I have tried brushing my teeth with peanut butter. It was a nutty experience. Like, you know what's even nuttier? The fact that there are more possible iterations of a game of chess than there are atoms in the observable universe.
Or the fact that if you took all the veins from your body and laid them out end to end, you would die.
No, Benny, what happened? He had a spectacular time.
Okay everyone, let's focus. We've got a big baking competition coming up, and we need to come up with some seriously unique recipes.
I've got it, blue bread pudding topped with a caramel pickle sauce. Light interesting, Joey, but how about blue bread tiramisu with a whipped cream cheese frosting?
Why not go wild and make blue bread sushi rolls filled with cream cheese and pickles?
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you know that there's a town in Norway where the sun never rises? Wow, sounds like the perfect place for vampires to live.
Speaking of vampires, have you heard about the new Twilight movie? It's called Breaking Wind.
That's nothing compared to the new superhero movie coming out, Iron Man. Light, or how about the romantic comedy about two ghosts who fall in love? It's called Ghosted.
Guys, we're getting off track. We need to focus on our dance routine for the talent show.
What was that, Benny? The earth is shaking.
No honk, that was just Benny's attempt at an earthquake simulation.
Well, I've been working on my moonwalk. Let me show you guys. Asterisk proceeds to trip and fall asterisk. Light, nice one, Joey. You really nailed that moon landing.
Okay team, let's take a break from dancing and work on our juggling routine.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we use our fingers to count? Yeah, and why do we call them fingers? Shouldn't they be called touches or something more descriptive? Speaking of weird body parts, did you know that kangaroos have 3 vaginas?
What? That's not appropriate for a sitcom, Waldo. That's nothing compared to the new trend in pet ownership, having an invisible dog. You don't have to feed them or walk them, it's perfect.
Well, I've been working on some stand-up comedy material. Wanna hear a joke? Sure, shoot. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. In silence. Okay, tough crowd. Did you guys know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
That's interesting, but did you know that there's a species of jellyfish that can live forever? What? That's impossible. Sleep is necessary for survival.
Yeah, without sleep we'd all be walking around like zombies. Speaking of which, have you ever seen a zombie trying to do yoga? It's hilarious. Well, I've been working on a magic trick. Wanna see it? Asterisk pulls out a hat and waves his hand over it. Asterisk alakazam. Honk. What was the trick supposed to be? I don't know, I just found this hat on the street.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that there's a conspiracy theory that Avril Lavigne died and was replaced by a clone? What? Is that even possible?
Yeah, I read about it too. And speaking of impossible things, did you know that the shortest war in history lasted only 38 minutes? That's insane. But speaking of short things, have any of you guys seen my pet ant? Pet ant? Waldo Jr., are you sure you're not confusing your pets with your food again? Just kidding, or am I?
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you know that the largest snowflake ever recorded was 15 inches wide and 8 inches thick? Benny, why do you need a hat that big? Do you have a giant head or something?
Speaking of giants, did you know that there's a species of giant tortoise that can live up to 150 years old? Wow, that's older than my grandpa. Speaking of grandpas, have you guys tried his famous pickled herring recipe? I don't know Waldo Jr., I've heard that eating too much pickled herring can turn your skin green. Just kidding, or am I?
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you know that there's a species of jellyfish that's biologically immortal? I don't think that's how it works, Benny. Speaking of things that don't work, have you seen my broken toaster? It keeps burning my bagels.
Speaking of bagels, did you know that the word bagel comes from the Yiddish word for ring? That's crazy. Speaking of rings, have you guys seen my new engagement ring? It's made out of cheese. Waldo Jr., I don't think that's how engagement rings are supposed to work. Just kidding, or am I?
Audio Jungle.
Hey, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? Benny, I think you might have been watching too much Karate Kid. Speaking of things that are overrated, has anyone tried avocado toast? It just tastes like mushy green bread to me.
I love avocado toast. Speaking of love, did you guys hear about the couple who got married in a hot air balloon? They really took their relationship to new heights. Haha, that's hilarious. Speaking of taking things to new heights, have you guys heard about my plan to open a restaurant on the moon? Well, call it Lunar Lunches. Waldo Jr., I don't think that's physically possible. Just kidding, or am I?
Audio Jungle.
Did you know that cows have best friends? They get anxious when they are separated from each other. That sounds terrible, Benny. Speaking of terrible, did you hear about the guy who got a tattoo of a barcode on his neck? Yeah, he thought it would be funny until he realized it didn't scan.
Haha, that's hilarious. Speaking of hilarious, did you guys hear about the clown who became a comedian? He said he liked making people laugh, but he wasn't too fond of juggling chainsaws anymore. Oh man, I love juggling chainsaws. Speaking of dangerous hobbies, have you guys seen my pet cobra around? I think he may have escaped again. Waldo Jr., why do you even have a pet cobra? That's not safe. Just kidding, or am I?
Audio Jungle.
Did you know that some people can wiggle their ears without touching them? Wow, that's really impressive, Benny. Speaking of disappearing, did you hear about the magician who vanished into thin air? He found himself in a museum exhibit on see-through materials.
Haha, that's a good one. Speaking of magic tricks, did you guys hear about the guy who tried to turn invisible by covering himself in clear plastic wrap? Yeah, he said it didn't work, but he kept on trying anyway. Oh man, that sounds like something I would do. Speaking of crazy ideas, have you guys ever thought about putting wheels on your feet and gliding down the street like a roller skating superhero? Actually, Waldo Jr., that sounds kind of fun. But speaking of superheroes, did you guys know that Batman isn't actually a bat? He's just a really rich guy with too much time on his hands. What? It's true.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? Yeah, but think about all the cool things we could do. We could play basketball on the ceiling or have upside down picnics in the park.
Speaking of weird ideas, did you hear about the guy who tried to make a car out of spaghetti? He called it his pasta tie. Haha, that's ridiculous. But speaking of cars, have you guys ever thought about driving backwards everywhere you go? It would give you a whole new perspective on life. Or how about, instead of driving cars, we all rode unicycles? That way we could get some exercise while commuting to work. Again. What? I'm just brainstorming here.
Guys, I've been thinking, what if we had thumbs on our feet instead of our hands? But think about how useful it would be for picking things up, like pencils and coins. We could even wear shoes with built-in thumbs.
Speaking of shoes, did you hear about the guy who tried to make shoes out of grapes? He called them his winos. Haha, that's ridiculous. But speaking of food, have you guys ever thought about eating nothing but ice cream for a week? It would be a delicious experiment. Or how about, instead of sleeping in beds, we all slept in giant hamster balls? That way we could roll around to get comfortable during the night. Again. What? It's just an idea.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? No, I mean, if we could control our own gravity, we could jump really high and do flips like superheroes.
Or we could just wear Velcro suits and stick ourselves to the ceiling. It would make cleaning the house a lot easier. You know what's really weird though? If you think about it, pickles are just cucumbers that sold their souls to the devil. And did you guys know that there's a species of jellyfish that's immortal? They never die unless they are killed by predators or disease. What? I like jellyfish.
Audio Jungle.
Oh, that would be amazing. We could finally ask them why they eat their own poop.
Or we could train them to do our taxes. I mean, they are already good at fetching things, right?
But what if cats could talk too? They'd probably just insult us all day and demand more tuna.
And imagine if furniture could talk. All those secrets they must have about everyone who's sat on them. Speaking of talking objects, did you know there's a haunted doll museum in Spain? People swear the dolls move around by themselves and stare at them with their creepy little eyes. Again. What? I like dolls.
Audio Jungle.
Not oatmeal again. Do we have to eat this every day?
It's good for you, Waldo Jr. And your father worked hard to make it.
Speaking of working hard, I've got a lot of baking to do today. Blue bread doesn't make itself, you know. What was that, Waldo? Oh, nothing, honk. Just talking about baking bread. Regular old bread.
You know what's better than bread? Minerals. Look at this one I found on my walk this morning. It's shaped like a little heart.
Hey boss, we're running low on supplies. You gonna come out and help me pick up some new ingredients? Sure thing, Joey. Just let me grab my apron and oven mitts. Why does Dad wear an apron when he makes bread anyway?
It's just his way of getting into character, honey. Like how you wear your lucky socks during football games.
Alright boys, let's get to work. We've got a lot of blue bread to make today. Wait a minute, blue bread? That sounds suspiciously like the street name for an illegal drug. No, honk. It's just a type of artisanal bread. Very exclusive. I'll be keeping my eye on you, Waldo, and your bread business.
Can we talk more about minerals now?
Audio Jungle.
I heard that if a cat meows at you 3 times, it means you're going to have bad luck.
That's just an old wives' tale, Waldo Jr., and we don't even have a cat.
You know what I love about minerals? They never judge you. They just sit there and sparkle.
Speaking of sparkling, did you see the new sequined pantsuit I got? I'm thinking of wearing it to the next mineral convention.
Hey boss, did you hear the one about the chemist who was afraid of sodium? No, Joey, what happened? He said no to everything. Guys, do you think he'll ever be able to walk again?
Of course you will, honey. You just need to keep up with your physical therapy.
And maybe try some blue bread. It's been known to work miracles. I have faith in you, Waldo Jr., but if you ever need a wheelchair, I can hook you up with one of my DA contacts.
Oh, look at this pretty rock I found. Wait, is it a rock, or did I accidentally pick up a piece of blue bread?
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Why do they call it a building if it's already built?
I don't know, Waldo. Why do they call it a driveway when you park on it?
Guys, have you ever seen a giraffe fight? It's like watching two cranes battling it out with their necks.
I once saw a squirrel steal a slice of pizza from a trash can. That little guy had some serious guts.
Have you heard the one about the Italian chef who died? He passed away. Hey, did you guys know that there are more possible iterations of a game of chess than there are atoms in the observable universe?
And yet, we still can't beat the computer at it.
You know what's even crazier? The fact that some turtles can breathe through their butts.
Really? Well, I guess that explains why they are so good at holding their breath underwater.
Speaking of underwater, did you hear about the mermaid who got married to the octopus? They had a lovely reception down by the reef.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever wondered if aliens exist?
I don't know, Waldo. Have you ever wondered why we park in driveways and drive on parkways?
Hey, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? That's just fabulous.
Speaking of fabulous, did you hear about the time a unicorn walked into a bar? The bartender said, "Why the long face?"
And then the unicorn replied, because I just got my horn stuck in a tree. Get it? Stuck in a tree. You guys wanna hear a joke about paper? Never mind, it's terrible.
Okay. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
But seriously, have you ever seen a frog riding a unicycle? It's hilarious.
I once saw a seagull steal someone's ice cream cone right out of their hand. Talk about highway robbery.
And speaking of highways, did you hear about the traffic jam on the moon? It was out of this world.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever wondered what animal would win in a fight between a kangaroo and a crocodile?
I don't know, Waldo, but have you ever tried to lick your own elbow? Go ahead, give it a try.
You know what's even harder than licking your own elbow? Trying to catch a fart in a jar.
And speaking of jars, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint.
But have you heard the one about the two peanuts walking down the street? One was assaulted. Get it? Assaulted. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Okay. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
But seriously, have you ever seen a giraffe doing yoga? It's hilarious.
I once saw a penguin trying to fly. Talk about being out of its element.
And speaking of elements, did you hear about oxygen and potassium going on a date? It went okay.
Audio Jungle.
I've been working on my new invention, a flashlight that also works as a spoon. I call it the flash spoon.
That sounds like a terrible idea, Waldo. Do you want to blind yourself while eating soup?
Speaking of soup, did you know that if you rearrange the letters in soup, it spells opus? What does that even mean?
Well, did you guys hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint.
I heard that one already, Marie. But have you heard the one about the cannibal who passed his brother in the woods? I have an idea for a new superhero. His power would be turning invisible, but only when no one is looking at him.
That's ridiculous, Waldo Jr. How would he even know if his power was working?
Guys, did you hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda? He's lucky it was a soft drink.
But have you ever wondered why they are called apartments, when they are all stuck together?
And speaking of words, did you hear about the giant who threw up? It was epic.
Audio Jungle.
Light Waldo Jr., stop complaining about breakfast. It's not like we're running a 5-star restaurant here. Yeah, but I'm sick of cereal every morning. Can't we have something different?
Light, well, maybe if you helped in the kitchen instead of just complaining, we could make something different.
Schrader, hey Waldo, did you hear about that new mineral exhibit at the museum? I heard they have some rare specimens on display.
Schrader honk, why do you waste your time with those rocks? They are just collecting dust in our garage.
Hey Waldo, how about we start calling our product making blue bread? It makes it sound more legitimate, don't you think? Light, I don't care what we call it, as long as it sells. Just make sure Honk doesn't catch us. Dad, is baking bread really that hard? Maybe we should just open a bakery instead.
Light, don't listen to him, Waldo. We need the money and baking bread isn't going to cut it.
Schrader, I got a tip about a new drug called blue bread. Anyone know anything about that?
Schrader honey, it's probably just some new fad diet. Don't worry about it.
Hey Waldo, how come you never talk about your work at home? You always seem so secretive. Light, it's complicated, Joey. Let's just say I'm working on a special recipe. Can we at least try some blue bread before we sell it? I don't want to sell something gross.
Light, Waldo Jr., you're not supposed to taste it. It's illegal.
Schrader, alright, I'm off to work at the DEA. No drugs on my watch.
Audio Jungle.
Light, did you know that the inventor of the frisbee was turned into a frisbee after he died? That's messed up, Dad.
Light, I heard that ostriches can run faster than horses. Can you imagine riding an ostrich to work every day?
Schrader, you know what I don't get? Why do they call it fast food when you have to wait in line for 20 minutes?
Schrader, I saw this documentary about penguins, and apparently, they mate for life. Isn't that sweet?
If aliens ever come to Earth, we should just offer them some blue bread. They'll love it. Light, speaking of aliens, did you know that there's a planet made entirely out of diamonds? How come we never go on vacation to cool places like that?
Light, because your father is too busy making bread, Waldo Jr.
Schrader, you know what really grinds my gears? When people leave their shopping carts in the middle of parking lots. It's lazy.
Schrader, I heard that there's a conspiracy theory that the moon landing was faked. How ridiculous is that?
Hey Waldo, have you ever thought about adding bacon to the blue bread recipe? It could be a game changer.
Audio Jungle.
Like I read that there's a breed of chicken that can lay blue eggs. Imagine, blue omelets.
Light, speaking of eggs, did you know that the largest egg ever laid was by an ostrich? It weighed almost 6 pounds.
Schrader, I don't understand why people put pineapple on pizza. It's like putting ketchup on ice cream.
Schrader, I heard that some people are allergic to water. How do they even survive?
You know what would be cool? If we could all breathe underwater. No more drowning accidents. Light, have you ever tried deep fried butter? It sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen, but I bet it's delicious. Dad, that's disgusting.
Light, I saw this video of a cat playing the piano. Maybe we should get one and start a band.
Schrader, if I had $1 for every time someone mispronounced my name as Hank, I'd be a millionaire.
Schrader, I heard that in Iceland, they believe in elves and trolls. Can you imagine going on a hike and running into one of those?
Hey Waldo, have you ever considered making a bread sculpture of yourself? That would be epic.
Audio Jungle.
Light, did you guys know that the shortest war ever recorded lasted only 38 minutes? It was between Britain and Zanzibar.
Light, I once saw a squirrel water skiing on YouTube. Maybe we could train our pet hamster to do the same.
Schrader, why do they call it taking a dump? Why not leave it there?
Schrader, I heard that in some countries, they eat insects as a delicacy. I think he'll stick to my salads.
Have you guys ever tried singing underwater? It's like being a mermaid, but without the tail. Like, I don't understand why people are afraid of clowns. They are just regular people with red noses and big shoes. Dad, I told you before, I'm scared of clowns.
Light, I once had a dream that I was eating giant Cheetos, and then I woke up with orange fingers.
Schrader, I always thought it would be cool to have a pet dragon, until I realized how much it would cost to feed one.
Schrader, did you hear about that guy who married a hologram? I guess he wanted to see right through her.
What if we created a robot that could do all our chores for us? We could finally live like royalty.
Audio Jungle.
Light, did you know that pineapples are actually berries? Who knew fruit could be so confusing?
Light, I wonder if aliens have a Netflix equivalent on their planet. Do they watch sci-fi movies about Earthlings?
Schrader, why do we park in a driveway and drive in a parkway? It's like the English language is trying to confuse us.
Schrader, I once read that eating chocolate can make you smarter. I guess he'll just have to eat more chocolate to prove it.
What if, instead of dogs, people had pet giraffes? Can you imagine walking one down the street? Like, you know what would be cool? If we could breathe underwater, we could live with the fishes. Dad, did you forget that humans aren't fish?
Light, I heard that in Japan, they have cafes where you can hang out with owls. Maybe we should open up a cafe with our pet hamster.
Schrader, I always thought it would be fun to ride a unicycle, until I realized how hard it was to balance on 2 wheels.
Schrader, do you guys remember when disco was popular? It's like everyone forgot how to dance until the 70s came along.
What if we replaced all the cars on the road with giant hamster balls? Traffic would be so much cuter.
Audio Jungle.
Like I read that some people can't smell skunks. Imagine not being able to enjoy the sweet stench of a skunk spray.
Like what if we could communicate with plants? I bet they would have some interesting stories to tell.
Schrader, have you ever noticed how many songs are about rainbows? It's like everyone is obsessed with Roigbiv.
Schrader, I heard that in ancient Egypt, cats were worshipped as gods. Maybe our cat is secretly a deity.
Did you know that sloths only poop once a week? Talk about efficient bowel movements. Dad, why do you know so much about animal excrement? Light, because it's important to be informed, son.
Light, I wonder what it would be like to live in a world without gravity. We could all float around like human balloons.
Schrader, you know what would be cool? If we had built-in jetpacks. We could fly everywhere instead of walking.
Schrader, what if we replaced all the trees in our backyard with giant lollipops? We would have the sweetest garden on the block.
I always thought it would be fun to have a pet kangaroo. Just imagine hopping down the street together.
Audio Jungle.
Like I heard that if you shuffle a deck of cards properly, chances are that exact order has never existed before in the history of the universe.
Light, what if instead of water, we had to swim through pudding? That would be one sticky situation.
Schrader, you know what's weird? We have 5 fingers, but most gloves only have 4 finger slots. What about the 5th finger?
Schrader, I just read that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance. Can you imagine how fabulous that must look?
Did you know that people used to believe that sneezing was your soul trying to escape your body? Thank goodness we know better now. Dad, why do you always bring up weird facts at dinner? Light, because it keeps things interesting, son. Plus, who doesn't love learning random trivia?
Audio Jungle.
Light, you know what would be hilarious? If we all dressed up as fruits and went to the grocery store.
Schrader, I have a better idea. Let's dress up as inanimate objects and pretend to be mannequins at the mall.
Schrader, or we could just stay home and watch cat videos on YouTube. That's always a good time.
Speaking of cats, did you know that the world's longest cat whisker was over 7 inches long? That's longer than my entire face. I have a joke. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Light, ha. That's a good one, son. But did you know that tomatoes are actually fruit, not vegetables?
Light, and did you know that honey never spoils? I guess it's true what they say, bees really do make magic.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, have you guys ever wondered why we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway? I always thought it was because the aliens who built our roads had a twisted sense of humor.
Schrader, speaking of aliens, did you know that some scientists believe that octopuses may actually be extraterrestrial creatures?
Light, that's crazy talk. Everyone knows that octopuses are just squishy blobs with tentacles.
Light. Well, speaking of squishy blobs, did you know that a single strand of spider silk is stronger than steel wire of the same thickness?
Wow. Maybe Spider-Man should start making his suits out of silk instead of spandex. Shredder, or maybe he could team up with the spiders and start a fashion line. They could call it web couture.
Audio Jungle.
Shredder, hey, did you guys know that the shortest war in history lasted only 38 minutes? Wow, that's like a quickie marriage that ends in divorce before the honeymoon is over.
Schrader, speaking of marriages, did you hear about the couple who got married on a roller coaster? They said they wanted their love to have its ups and downs.
Light, haha, that's hilarious. Speaking of ups and downs, did you know that laughter can actually burn calories?
Light. No way, really? I knew I should have watched more comedy instead of working out at the gym.
Well, speaking of burning calories, did you know that there's a type of cheese that's so smelly, it can help you lose weight? It's called Limburger cheese. Shredder, you, that's disgusting. But hey, maybe we can start a new diet trend and call it the stinky cheese diet.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
Schrader, really? That's so fabulous. Speaking of fabulous, did you hear about the drag queen who went to the dentist? He asked for a crown, and they gave him Queen Elizabeth Roman II.
Light, haha, that's hilarious. Speaking of royals, did you know that there's a town in Alaska where everyone lives in their own giant potato house?
Light. No way, that sounds crazy. Speaking of crazy, did you hear about the guy who tried to rob a bank with a banana? The teller didn't feel threatened.
Shredder, that's too funny. Speaking of fruit, did you know that pineapples are actually berries? It makes sense when you think about it, since they have all those little seeds. Wow, I never knew that. Speaking of seeds, did you hear about the pumpkin who couldn't go to the party? He was feeling a little squashful.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, do you know what's the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman?
No, Marie, what is it?
Schrader, snowballs.
Light, haha, that's so silly. Speaking of silly, did you hear about the magician who turned his audience into fruit? He said they were all very impressed.
Light. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Waldo. Speaking of magic, did you know that some people believe unicorns are real? They are like horses, but with a horn on their forehead.
Shredder, unicorns? That's ridiculous, Skylar. Speaking of ridiculous, did you hear about the guy who tried to make a belt out of watches? It was a waste of time. Oh honk, that's too funny. Speaking of time, did you know that the shortest war ever fought was between Britain and Zanzibar in 1896? It only lasted 38 minutes.
Schrader, wow, I had no idea, Joey. Speaking of wars, did you hear about the battle between two muffins? One of them said him feeling crumbly, and the other one replied, you think that's bad? I've got raisin inside me.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, do you know what's the difference between a tiger and a lion?
No Marie, what is it?
Schrader one has stripes, the other has manes.
Light, haha, that's so silly. Speaking of silly, did you hear about the astronaut who stepped on chewing gum? He got stuck in orbit.
Light, oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Waldo. Speaking of space, did you know that there's a planet made entirely out of diamonds? I wish I could just visit it once.
Schrader Diamond Planet. That's ridiculous, Skylar. Speaking of ridiculous, did you hear about the man who invented lifesavers? They say he made billions of friends. Oh honk, that's too funny. Speaking of inventors, did you know that the guy who invented the umbrella originally wanted to call it the rain shield? Glad he changed his mind, huh?
Schrader, wow, I had no idea, Joey. Speaking of shields, did you hear about the one-armed fisherman who caught a fish this big? Asterisk holds up arms wide asterisk.
Audio Jungle.
Right, hey guys, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
Light, really, Waldo? That's so absurd. Speaking of animals, did you hear about the cat who swallowed a ball of wool? She had mittens.
Schrader, oh Skylar, that's priceless. Speaking of cats, did you hear about the one who stole a pastry and got arrested for littering? Haha honk, that's too good. Speaking of pastries, did you know that croissants are made using a very special kind of butter? It's called I can't believe it's not lard.
Schrader, oh my gosh, Joey, that's hilarious. Speaking of funny names, did you hear about the guy named Ricochet who works at a car dealership? He's their top salesperson.
Right, that's amazing, Marie. Speaking of jobs, did you hear about the guy who worked at a calendar factory but got fired for taking a day off?
Light, oh no, Waldo, that's terrible. Speaking of days off, did you know that there's a town in Spain where everyone takes a siesta every day? I wish I could live there.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, did you know that there's a town in Alaska where the mayor is a cat? Schrader, really, Joey? That's hilarious. Speaking of animals, did you hear about the dog who couldn't stop telling jokes? He was a real stand-up canine.
Schrader, oh honk, that's too funny. Speaking of jokes, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Right, that's great, Marie. Speaking of inventions, did you hear about the scientist who discovered that pigeons can do math? It was quite a feather in his cap.
Light, ha. Nice one, Waldo. Speaking of feathers, did you hear about the bird who learned to speak German? Now he's a real polyglot.
Haha, Skylar, that's priceless. Speaking of languages, did you hear about the linguist who got into a fight with a semicolon? He ended up with a complex sentence. Schrader, oh my gosh, Joey, that's too good. Speaking of punctuation, did you hear about the period who was afraid of heights? He always stayed low to the ground.
Schrader, that's too funny, honk. Speaking of height, did you hear about the giraffe who walked into a bar and ordered a highball?
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, do you know what's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? Schrader, no, Joey, what is it? One is very heavy and the other is a little lighter.
Schrader, haha. That's so silly, Joey. Speaking of lighters, did you hear about the one that needed to get a job? He was fired from his last one for lighting up on the job.
Right, that's hilarious, Marie. Speaking of jobs, did you hear about the guy who was a professional sleeper? He was tired all the time.
Lighto, Waldo, that's too funny. Speaking of sleep, did you hear about the insomniac who fell asleep at the wheel? When he woke up, he was exhausted.
Ha, good one, Skylar. Speaking of wheels, did you hear about the unicycle that went to law school? Now he's a really well-rounded individual. Schrader, oh my gosh, Joey, you're killing me. Speaking of individuals, did you hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda? He was lucky it was a soft drink.
Schrader, that's so ridiculous, honk. Speaking of soda, did you hear about the one that went to space? It was an astronaut ale.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, do you know what's the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman? Schrader, no Joey, what is it? Snowballs.
Schrader, haha. That's so silly, Joey. Speaking of snowmen, did you hear about the one who went to the beach? He totally melted.
Like that's hilarious, Marie. Speaking of beaches, did you hear about the sand that got arrested? It was charged with assault.
Lito Waldo, that's too funny. Speaking of sand, did you hear about the one that couldn't stay in one place? It kept getting shifted around.
Ha. Good one, Skylar. Speaking of shifting, did you hear about the guy who tried to make his bike out of pasta? He used macaroni gears. Schrader, oh my gosh, Joey, you're killing me. Speaking of bikes, did you hear about the one that won the race against the horse? It was too tired.
Schrader, that's so ridiculous, honk. Speaking of horses, did you hear about the one that loved to play the piano? He was a real main attraction.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever heard of the new restaurant on the moon? Schrader, no Joey, what's it called? Lunatic Eats. Ha 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 ha.
Schrader, oh that's a good one, Joey. Speaking of space, did you hear about the astronaut who stepped on chewing gum? He got stuck in orbit.
Light haha, that's too funny, Marie. Speaking of gum, did you hear about the comedian who tried to make a joke about it? It was a real stretch.
Light, nice one, Waldo. Speaking of stretching, did you hear about the rubber band that went to outer space? It wanted to see if it could stretch further.
Ha. That's hilarious, Skylar. Speaking of bands, did you hear about the one that only plays music for chickens? They call themselves the Flockers. Schrader, oh my gosh, Joey, you're killing me. Speaking of chickens, did you hear about the one that crossed the road and went to a disco? It was trying to find its groove.
Schrader, that's so ridiculous, honk. Speaking of grooves, did you hear about the record player that broke down during a party? It was a real turn off.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we have toes?
Like what do you mean, Joey? Toes are a vital part of our bodies.
Like yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Joey. Speaking of weird body parts, did you know that the nose can smell over 50,000 different scents? Schrader, that's pretty crazy, Waldo. Speaking of noses, did you hear about the one that committed a crime? It got caught because it left a booger at the scene.
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That's disgusting. Speaking of crimes, did you hear about the thief who stole a calendar? He got 12 months.
Ha. That's hilarious, Marie. Speaking of calendars, did you know that there's a day dedicated to celebrating the existence of cheese? It's called National Cheese Day.
Like wow, Joey, you really love your cheese. Speaking of cheese, did you hear about the one that went to outer space? It was looking for its way back home.
Light haha, nice one Skylar. Speaking of space, did you know that if you sneeze in zero gravity, the snot doesn't go anywhere, it just stays in your face? Schrader that's gross, Waldo. Speaking of sneezing, did you hear about the one that broke up with its girlfriend? She said he had too many shoes.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like if dogs could talk?
Like, oh man, that would be insane. Speaking of dogs, did you hear about the one that became a magician? It turned into a Labrador.
Light HA. That's hilarious, Skylar. Speaking of magic tricks, did you know that if you yell Bloody Mary 3 times in front of a mirror, a bartender appears and serves you a Bloody Mary? Schrader okay, that's just ridiculous, Waldo. Speaking of bars, did you hear about the one that was named after an atom? It was called the Burrowing Bar.
Schrader haha, honk. That's so funny. Speaking of atoms, did you know that electrons are always negative? They can never be positive, no matter how hard they try.
Wow, Marie, you really know your science. Speaking of science, did you hear about the scientist who invented a teleportation device for his pet rabbit? He called it a hairporter.
Light haha, Joey. That's great. Speaking of rabbits, did you hear about the one that ran away from home to become a famous singer? Its hit song was called Let It Entertain You.
Like oh my gosh, Skylar. That's too funny. Speaking of lettuce, did you know that it's actually a flower? So when you eat a salad, you're really eating a bouquet. Schrader that's crazy, Waldo. Speaking of bouquets, did you hear about the florist who had a terrible sense of humor? All of his jokes were cauliflower jokes.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what life would be like if we could survive on oxygen alone?
Lighter, Joey, I'm pretty sure that's already a thing. Speaking of oxygen, did you hear about the plant that was addicted to it? It just couldn't live without it.
Light haha. That's hilarious, Skylar. Speaking of leaves, did you know that trees actually talk to each other? They speak in bark codes. Schrader that's ridiculous, Waldo. Speaking of talking, did you hear about the guy who tried to communicate with his pet fish? He ended up getting an email.
Schrader oh honk, that's so silly. Speaking of fish, did you hear about the one that became a lawyer? It specialized in sole proprietorship cases.
Wow, Marie. That's clever. Speaking of lawyers, did you hear about the one who got arrested for practicing law without a degree? He was charged with soliciting.
Light haha, Joey. Good one. Speaking of degrees, did you hear about the physicist who had trouble reading his thermometer? He just couldn't get a degree.
Light oh man, Skylar. You're killing me. Speaking of thermometers, did you know that they were originally used as musical instruments? They were called fever flutes. Schrader okay, now that's just absurd, Waldo. Speaking of music, did you hear about the drummer who was always late? He just couldn't keep a beat.
Schrader ha. That's too funny, honk. Speaking of beats, did you hear about the vegetable that became a DJ? It was a real turnip for the books.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what would happen if we could talk to animals?
Like oh Joey, I'm pretty sure that's already a thing. Speaking of animals, did you hear about the cow that played the piano? It was utterly amazing.
Light haha. Good one, Skylar. Speaking of pianos, did you know that Mozart had a pet bird that could sing his music perfectly? He named it Amadeus Finch. Schrader, that's ridiculous, Waldo. Speaking of pets, did you hear about the dog that became a magician? It was a real awesome act.
Schrader, oh honk, that's so silly. Speaking of magic, did you hear about the wizard, who was terrible at baseball? He couldn't hit a broom run to save his life.
Wow, Marie, that's clever. Speaking of baseball, did you hear about the team that only played on rainy days? They were called the Seattle Drizzles.
Light, haha, Joey. Good one. Speaking of rain, did you hear about the guy who invented the umbrella hat? He was a real trendsetter.
Light, oh man, Skylar, you're killing me. Speaking of hats, did you know that some people wear cheese hats to football games? They call themselves the Green Bay Nachos. Schrader, okay, now that's just absurd, Waldo. Speaking of food, did you hear about the restaurant that serves meals in complete darkness? It's called the Blackout Cafe.
Schrader, ha. That's too funny, honk. Speaking of restaurants, did you hear about the one that only serves food in miniature sizes? It's a small order establishment.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we don't sneeze in our sleep?
Like now that you mention it, Joey, have you ever noticed how much cats look like they are wearing little tuxedos?
Like, speaking of animals, have you heard about the frog who spent all his money on a waterbed? He said he wanted to be a tadpole again. Schrader, haha, Waldo. Speaking of waterbeds, did you know that they were invented by a Scottish man named Charlie Hall? He was trying to improve his mother's arthritis.
Schrader, that's interesting, honk. Speaking of Scotland, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in a car accident? He's alright now.
Wow, Marie, that's both terrible and hilarious. Speaking of accidents, did you hear about the person who fell into an upholstery machine? They are fully recovered now.
Like, oh my gosh, Joey, that's ridiculous. Speaking of machines, did you know that scientists are working on creating bionic ants? They want to call them antatrons.
Like, that's wild, Skylar. Speaking of insects, did you hear about the spider who opened up a breakfast restaurant? It was called the Web Cafe. Schrader, ha. That's great, Waldo. Speaking of breakfast, did you hear about the cereal that only has one flavor? It's called Monotony Flakes.
Schrader, okay, now you're just making things up, honk. Speaking of made up things though, have you heard about the conspiracy theory that says Justin Bieber is actually a robot sent from the future to destroy humanity?
What? That's crazy, Marie. Speaking of robots though, did you hear about the one who went on a diet? He was trying to lose some megabytes.
Audio Jungle.
Like, hey guys, have you ever wondered why the alphabet is in that particular order? Who decided that?
Right, that's a good question, Skylar. Speaking of questions though, did you know that hummingbirds are the only birds that can't walk? Schrader, really? That's interesting, Waldo. Speaking of walking, have you heard about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made them because he wanted to give people something to do with their mouths other than smoking.
Schrader, wow, honk. That's kind of weird. Speaking of weird things though, did you hear about the woman who claimed she could talk to animals? She was later found out to be a covert mole for PETA.
Ha. That's hilarious, Marie. Speaking of animals though, did you hear about the cow who tried to jump over the moon? She got halfway there and then said this is utterly ridiculous.
Like, oh my gosh, Joey, that's so silly. Speaking of silly things though, did you know that the word gullible isn't actually in the dictionary?
Like what? No way, Skylar. Speaking of things that aren't in the dictionary though, have you heard of the word mellifluous? It means sweet sounding, but it sounds like a disease. Schrader haha. That's straight, Waldo. Speaking of diseases, did you hear about the one they named after Yoko Ono? It's called imaginolosis.
Schrader okay, that's enough, honk. Speaking of music though, have you heard about the band called 1023 MB? They haven't got a gig yet, but they are hoping to go viral.
Now that's clever, Marie. Speaking of technology though, did you hear about the laptop who fell down the stairs? It rebooted itself and said well, that was a hard drive.
Audio Jungle.
Right guys, have you ever thought about the fact that we never actually see our own faces in person, only in mirrors or pictures?
Right oh man, Skylar. That's trippy. Speaking of trippy things though, did you know that there's a species of spider that can glide through the air using its web like a kite? Schrader what? No way, Waldo. Speaking of gliding though, did you hear about the guy who tried to fly by strapping a bunch of helium balloons to his lawn chair? He ended up getting stuck in power lines.
Schrader honk, that's ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous things though, did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere.
Haha. That's classic, Marie. Speaking of space though, did you guys know that the planet Uranus, hee, never mind.
Like what, Joey? What about Uranus?
Light Simon, Joey. Don't leave us hanging. Schrader spill it, Joey. Okay. Speaking of Uranus, did you know that some scientists believe there could be diamond rain on that planet?
Schrader whoa, that's wild, Joey. Speaking of wild things though, did you hear about the guy who trained his dog to play the drums? They are called the Dark Side. Like oh my gosh, Marie. That's too punny. Speaking of puns though, did you hear about the restaurant called Karma? There's no menu, you just get what you deserve.
Like HA. I love it, Skylar. Speaking of karma though, did you hear about the guy who stole a calendar? He got 12 months. Schrader haha. Okay, Waldo. That's enough. Speaking of time though, did you know that if you play a Nickelback song backwards, you'll hear messages from the devil?
Schrader really, honk. I thought if you played a Nickelback song forwards, you'd be punished enough.
Audio Jungle.
Like hey guys, have you ever thought about how ridiculous it is that we say one goose, two geese, but we don't say one moose, two meese?
Like haha. That's so true, Skylar. Speaking of animals though, did you hear about the octopus who robbed a bank? He was well armed. Schrader oh man, Waldo. You're killing me. Speaking of robbery though, did you know that in Switzerland, it's illegal to own just one guinea pig? They need to have a buddy.
Schrader that's hilarious, honk. Speaking of birdies though, did you hear about the guy who got his left side chopped off? He's alright now.
Hehe, I love silly jokes like that, Marie. Speaking of silly things though, did you hear about the restaurant that serves food in the dark? It's called Guess What You're Eating.
Like no way, Joey. That's insane. Speaking of insane ideas though, did you hear about the guy who tried to break a world record by standing on one leg for 24 hours? He fell asleep and lost.
Light haha. Oh my gosh, Skylar. Speaking on sleep though, did you know that the longest recorded bout on hiccups lasted 68 years? Can you imagine? Schrader wow, that's crazy, Waldo. Speaking on crazy things though, did you hear about the woman who married a ghost pirate? She said he had such a good body, ectoplasmic, of course.
Schrader haha. No way, honk. Speaking of ghosts though, did you hear about the ghost who stole a car? He got caught because he left his sheet hanging out of the door.
Oh my gosh, Marie. That's ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous things though, did you know that some people are born with tails?
Light what? No way, Joey. Speaking of tails though, did you hear about the cat who had 19 kittens in one litter? Talk about a handful.
Audio Jungle.
Like, hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we put milk in our cereal? Like, what if cows put cereal on their milk? Schrader haha, Waldo. That's a good point. Speaking of cows though, did you hear about the cow who tried to jump over a barbed wire fence? It was utter destruction.
Schrader oh honk, that's terrible. Speaking of destruction though, did you know that there's a town in Pennsylvania called Intercourse? I wonder how they came up with that name.
Hehe, Marie, that's hilarious. Speaking of weird place names though, did you know that there's a village in Spain called Kill Pig? I wouldn't want to live there.
Light no way, Joey. Speaking of strange places though, did you hear about the house made entirely out of rubber bands? It was a real stretch to build.
Light haha, Skylar. You always crack me up. Speaking of stretching though, did you know that elephants can't jump? They are the only animals that can't. Schrader wow, I had no idea, Waldo. Speaking of animals though, did you hear about the dog who could do math? He was a total algebra.
Schrader oh my gosh, honk. That's amazing. Speaking of math though, did you know that 0 is an even number? I never understood that one.
Really, Marie? That's so weird. Speaking of weird things though, did you hear about the guy who could talk to dogs? His bark was worse than his bite.
Light haha, Joey. That's too good. Speaking of talking to animals though, did you hear about the guy who could talk to plants? He was a real tree hugger.
Light oh man, Skylar. You're killing me. Speaking of hugging things though, did you know that sloths only poop once a week? Talk about holding it in.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway?
Schrader haha, honk. That's so true. Speaking of driving though, did you hear about the guy who was arrested for driving with a suspended license? It was his third strike.
Hehe, Marie. That's hilarious. Speaking of striking out though, did you know that the shortest war in history lasted only 38 minutes? The victor ordered pizza to celebrate.
Light no way, Joey. I had no idea. Speaking of pizza though, did you hear about the pizzeria that only serves toppings? It's called nothing but a wing.
Light haha, Skylar. That's too good. Speaking of wings though, did you know that chickens can't walk backwards? They are always moving forward. Schrader wow, I never knew that, Waldo. Speaking of moving forward though, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in a car crash? He's alright now.
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That's amazing. Speaking of being alright though, did you know that the word set has the most definitions in the English language? Talk about versatile.
Really, Marie? That's so cool. Speaking of cool things though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Light haha, Joey. That's too funny. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere.
Light, oh man, Skylar. You always come up with the best ones. Speaking of atmosphere though, did you know that there's no sound in space? That's why astronauts can't hear each other when they talk.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey, guys. Did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in a car crash? He's alright now.
Schrader, oh, honk. That's so funny. Speaking of crashes though, did you know that there's a species of spider called the disco spider because it has a light up abdomen?
No way, Marie. I gotta see that. Speaking of light up stuff though, did you hear about the guy who invented glow in the dark toilet paper? It was called lumbar roll.
Light haha, Joey. That's ridiculous. Speaking of toilets though, did you know that the average person spends 6 months of their lifetime on the toilet? Talk about waste management.
Light, wow, Skylar. That's insane. Speaking of waste though, did you hear about the restaurant that serves poop themed dishes? It's called the Poo Poo Platter. Schrader, haha, Waldo. That's too much. Speaking of platters though, did you know that the world's largest pancake ever made measured over 49 feet in diameter and weighed in at over 6,000 pounds?
Schrader, no way, honk. That's amazing. Speaking of pancakes though, did you hear about the restaurant that only serves breakfast food? It's called Excellent Adventures.
Hehe, Marie. That's hilarious. Speaking of eggs though, did you know that a cockroach can live up to 9 days without its head? You were.
Light gross, Joey. Speaking of living creatures though, did you know that the shortest living animal is the mayfly? It only lives for 24 hours.
Light, wow, Skylar. That's wild. Speaking of wild though, did you hear about the guy who tried to catch a squirrel with a hula hoop? He was nuts.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey, guys. Did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
Schrader, no way, honk. Speaking of funny animal names though, did you hear about the new species of rabbit called the hip-hop bunny? It's always bouncing.
Haha, Marie. Speaking of bouncing, did you know that it's physically impossible to lick your elbow? Go ahead, try it.
Lighto, Joey, you're such a goofball. Speaking of impossible though, did you know that a sneeze can travel up to 100 miles per hour? Bless you all.
Light, wow, Skylar. That's impressive. Speaking of blessings though, did you hear about the church that held a spaghetti dinner fundraiser and accidentally used weed-infused sauce? They called it High Communion. Schrader, haha, Waldo. That's hilarious. Speaking of food though, did you know that the world record for the biggest pizza ever made was over 130 feet in diameter? I'd hate to be the delivery driver for that one.
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That's insane. Speaking of pizzas though, did you hear about the restaurant that serves pizza with toppings like cotton candy and mac and cheese? It's called Pizza Frenzy.
Hehe, Marie. That sounds ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculousness though, did you hear about the guy who tried to teach his dog how to play poker? He lost all his money to the dog.
Like oh no, Joey. That's too much. Speaking of dogs though, did you know that there's a breed called the Chug that's a mix between a pug and a chihuahua? It's like a tiny snorty gremlin.
Light haha, Skylar. That's hilarious. Speaking of gremlins though, did you hear about the guy who accidentally left his cat in the washing machine and it came out as a puddle cat? It was all wet and flattened.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you know that a group of cats is called a clouder?
Schrader, wow honk, that's interesting. Speaking of cats though, did you hear about the cat who became a lawyer? He always gets his claws in the evidence.
Haha Marie, that's hilarious. Speaking of lawyers though, did you hear about the one who got stuck in the revolving door at the courthouse? He was charged with resisting arrest.
Like oh my gosh, Joey, that's too funny. Speaking of arrests though, did you know that there's a town in Pennsylvania where it's illegal to sleep on top of a refrigerator outdoors?
Light really Skylar, that's absurd. Speaking of absurd though, did you hear about the guy who tried to teach his goldfish how to play basketball? The fish just kept swimming away from the hoop. Schrader haha Waldo, you never cease to amaze me. Speaking of basketball though, did you hear about the team whose mascot was a giant inflatable flamingo? They call themselves the Flaming Dunkaroos.
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk, that's insane. Speaking of mascots though, did you hear about the high school that had a gorilla as their mascot, but they couldn't find anyone to wear the suit? It was an A-plus school.
Hehe, Marie, that's pretty funny. Speaking of puns though, did you hear about the guy who invented Lifesavers candy? He made them because he wanted something to snack on during his long lifeguard shifts.
Light, oh wow, Joey, that's clever. Speaking of snacks though, did you know that the world's largest chocolate bar weighed over 12,000 pounds? That's enough to make 209 million chocolate kisses.
Light, haha, Skylar, that's sweet. Speaking of chocolate though, did you hear about the restaurant that serves a dessert called Chocolate Lava Cake Explosion? They give you a hard hat to wear.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you know that there's a town in Michigan named Hell?
Schrader, really honk? That's creepy. Speaking of creepy though, did you hear about the haunted house that hired a ghost to clean it? He said it was just his apparition.
Haha, Marie, that's hilarious. Speaking of ghosts though, did you hear about the one who couldn't go to the party because he had nobody to go with?
Light, oh my gosh, Joey, that's too funny. Speaking of parties though, did you know that in Japan they celebrate Christmas by eating KFC?
Light, wow, Skylar, that's wild. Speaking of KFC though, did you hear about the chicken who played video games? He was really good at Beakman's World. Schrader, haha, Waldo, you never cease to amaze me. Speaking of video games though, did you hear about the one where you play as a piece of bread trying to become toast?
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That sounds ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous though, did you hear about the guy who tried to make a belt out of watches? It was a total waste of time.
Hehe, Marie, that's pretty funny. Speaking of puns though, did you hear about the vampire who opened a restaurant? It had terrible Yelp reviews because all the food was bloody rare.
Light, oh wow, Joey, that's clever. Speaking of restaurants though, did you know that there's one in New York City where you can eat sushi off naked models?
Light, haha, Skylar, that's insane. Speaking of sushi though, did you hear about the one that was so big it took 2 people to eat? They called it a tuna tug of war.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you know that the tallest mountain in the solar system is on Mars?
Schrader, wow honk, that's pretty cool. Speaking of cool though, did you hear about the fridge that went to law school? It became a defrost attorney.
Haha Marie, that's hilarious. Speaking of law though, did you hear about the lawyer who got into an argument with his GPS? He said it was giving him bad directions, and he didn't want to hear any backseat driving.
Like oh my gosh, Joey, that's too funny. Speaking of driving though, did you know that the first car accident ever recorded happened in 1891 in Ohio? The driver crashed into a tree root and lost control.
Right, wow Skylar, that's wild. Speaking of crashes though, did you hear about the one where a clown car collided with a hearse? They all got out and fell down together. Schrader, haha Waldo, you never cease to amaze me. Speaking of clowns though, did you hear about the one who refused to wear a mask during the pandemic because he said he wasn't afraid of catching anything since he already had immunity?
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That's ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous though, did you hear about the guy who tried to sell his vacuum cleaner? He said it sucks too much.
Hehe, Marie, that's pretty funny. Speaking of vacuums though, did you hear about the one that could fly? It was a real hovercraft.
Like oh wow, Joey, that's clever. Speaking of flying though, did you know that the shortest scheduled flight in the world is between two Scottish islands and lasts only 47 seconds?
Light haha Skylar, that's insane. Speaking of Scotland though, did you hear about the guy who tried to make a kilt out of dollar bills? It was a real money skirt.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you know that the world's largest snowflake ever recorded was 15 inches wide and 8 inches thick?
Schrader, wow, honk, that's amazing. Speaking of cold though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint.
Haha, Marie, you always crack me up. Speaking of candy though, did you hear about the one that went on a diet? Now it's just a smarty pants.
Like, oh my gosh, Joey, that's too funny. Speaking of diets though, did you know that the average person swallows 8 spiders a year while they sleep?
Like you were, Skylar, gross. Speaking of bugs though, did you hear about the aunt that got married? The wedding was small but the reception was huge. Schrader, haha, Waldo, you're killing me. Speaking of weddings though, did you hear about the bride who asked her guests to each bring a bottle of champagne to share? It was doubly appreciated.
Schrader, oh my gosh, honk. That's hilarious. Speaking of alcohol though, did you hear about the bartender who was arrested for serving drinks after hours? He was charged with tarpers.
Hehe, Marie, that's a good one. Speaking of bartenders though, did you hear about the one who opened his own bar on the moon? It has great atmosphere.
Like, oh wow, Joey, that's out of this world. Speaking of space though, did you know that there is a planet called 55 Cancri where it rains diamonds?
Like, no way, Skylar. That's insane. Speaking of diamonds though, did you hear about the guy who invented the knock knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, but no atmosphere.
Schrader, oh honk, that's hilarious. Speaking of food though, have you ever tried eating a clock? It's very time consuming.
Haha, Marie, that's a good one. Speaking of clocks though, did you hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away.
Like, oh my gosh, Joey, that's so bad it's good. Speaking of Italy though, did you know that in Rome there's a fountain where you can throw in coins and make a wish? A penny for your thoughts.
Light ha. Nice one, Skylar. Speaking of fountains though, did you hear about the math teacher who's afraid of negative numbers? She'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Schrader, that's a good one, Waldo. Speaking of math though, did you hear about the statistician who drowned crossing a river that was, on average, only 3 feet deep?
Schrader, oh wow, honk. That's dark. Speaking of rivers though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint.
Haha, Marie, that's so cheesy it's funny. Speaking of cheese though, did you know that Swiss cheese is actually just regular cheese that's been through a whole lot of problems?
Like, oh Joey, you always crack me up. Speaking of holes though, did you hear about the man who lost his left arm and leg in an accident? He's alright now.
Light, haha, nice one, Skylar. Speaking of accidents though, did you hear about the guy who invented the knock knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you hear about the guy who stole a calendar? He got 12 months.
Schrader, oh honk, that's hilarious. Speaking of stealing though, did you know that kleptomaniacs always take things literally?
Haha, Marie, that's so funny. Speaking of puns though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Like, oh my gosh, Joey, I can't stop laughing. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the two antennas that got married? The wedding was okay, but the reception was great.
Light ha. You never fail to crack us up, Skylar. Speaking of weddings though, did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Schrader, that's a good one, Waldo. Speaking of math though, did you hear about the calculus teacher who went to a beach and saw a dolphin in the water? She shouted, "Hey, get back to your integrals."
Schrader, oh wow, honk. That's corny but funny. Speaking of corn though, did you hear about the popcorn who joined the army? He wanted to be a colonel.
Haha Marie, that's so ridiculous it's hilarious. Speaking of armies though, did you hear about the psychic who escaped from prison? It was a small medium at large.
Lighto Joey, you always have the best jokes. Speaking of psychics though, did you hear about the one who refused to give a reading to a dwarf because he didn't want to be a short medium?
Light haha, nice one Skylar. Speaking of dwarfs though, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in an accident? He's alright now.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you know that I tried to start a hot air balloon business but it never took off?
Schrader, oh honk, that's so bad it's good. Speaking of taking off though, did you hear about the airplane that crashed into a cemetery? Authorities reported over 200 dead.
Haha Marie, that's dark but funny. Speaking of dark though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Light, oh my gosh Joey, I can't stop laughing. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the man who was addicted to brake fluid? He said he could stop any time.
Light ha. You always have a way with words, Skylar. Speaking of stopping though, did you hear about the traffic jam on the highway full of clowns? It was a carnival. Schrader, that's a good one, Waldo. Speaking of carnivals though, did you hear about the clown who got fired from the circus? He lost his juggling act.
Schrader, oh wow, honk. That's corny but funny. Speaking of corn though, did you hear about the farmer who won an award? He was outstanding in his field.
Haha Marie, that's so ridiculous it's hilarious. Speaking of farmers though, did you hear about the scarecrow that won an award? He was outstanding in his field too.
Lighto Joey, you always crack us up. Speaking of fields though, did you hear about the guy who fell into an upholstery machine? He's fully recovered now.
Light haha, nice one Skylar. Speaking of upholstery though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you hear about the kidnapping at the park?
Schrader, oh no, honk. That's terrible.
Ha, I get it, Marie. Speaking of terrible though, did you hear about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda? He was lucky it was a soft drink.
Light haha, Joey, that's hilarious. Speaking of soft drinks though, did you hear about the grape who tried to roll down a hill? It just couldn't whine.
Light, that's a good one, Skylar. Speaking of grapes though, did you hear about the raisin who won the race? He was a real current champion. Schrader, haha, Waldo, that's awesome. Speaking of champions though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Schrader, oh honk, not that joke again. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the man who stole a calendar? He got 12 months.
Haha, Marie, that's too funny. Speaking of calendars though, did you hear about the guy who invented the knock-knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize.
Light, oh my gosh, Joey, that's amazing. Speaking of prizes though, did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded? There was nothing left but debris.
Light, haha, that's great, Skylar. Speaking of cheese though, did you hear about the cheddar that went to space? It was the first dairy product to orbit Earth.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, did you hear about the restaurant called Karma?
Schrader, no, honk, what's it all about?
I heard they have a menu full of just desserts.
Light haha, that's great, Joey. Speaking of desserts though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Light, that's hilarious, Skylar. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the man who fell into an upholstery machine? He's fully recovered now. Schrader, haha, Waldo, that's classic. Speaking of recovery though, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in a car crash?
Schrader, oh no, honk. That's terrible.
Don't worry, Marie. He's alright now.
Light haha, Joey, that one got me. Speaking of getting things though, did you hear about the guy who stole a calendar? His days were numbered.
Light, haha, good one, Skylar. Speaking of numbers though, did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Schrader, that's a good one, Waldo. Speaking of stopping though, did you hear about the runner who was training for a marathon but kept drinking too much water?
Schrader, what happened, honk?
He became well hydrated.
Light haha, Joey. Speaking of hydration though, did you hear about the ocean and the beach?
Light, what about them, Skylar? Schrader, they sure do get along well.
Audio Jungle.
name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, have you ever heard of the band 1023 MB?
Schrader, no, honk, who are they?
I hear their music is too big to download.
Light haha, Joey, that's a good one. Speaking of downloads though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
Light, that's hilarious, Skylar. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the man who stole a calendar? He got 12 months. Schrader, haha, Waldo, that's classic. Speaking of calendars though, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and leg in a car crash?
Schrader, oh no, honk. That's terrible.
Don't worry, Marie. He's alright now.
Light haha, Joey, that one got me. Speaking of being alright though, did you hear about the magic tractor?
Light the what, Skylar? Schrader, it turned into a field.
Schrader, haha, honk. Speaking of fields though, did you hear about the farmer who fed his cows birdseed?
What happened, Marie?
Light May started tweeting instead of mooing.
Light haha, Skylar. Speaking of birds though, did you hear about the one that could sing but not fly? Schrader no, Waldo, what happened?
Schrader he was an alto that couldn't get high.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, have you ever heard of the term ship on Theseus?
Schrader no honk, what is it about?
It's a philosophical paradox that asks if a ship that has had all its parts replaced is still the same ship.
Light wow, Joey, that's deep. Speaking of ships though, did you hear about the one made out of red paint?
Light no, Skylar, what happened to it? Schrader, it sailed faster because it was painted red.
Schrader haha, honk. Speaking of painting though, did you hear about the artist who drew rabbits on his canvas?
What happened, Marie?
Light the gallery told him they wanted hairs instead.
Light haha, Skylar. Speaking of hairs though, did you hear about the one that won the race against the tortoise but lost in court? Schrader no, Waldo, what happened?
Schrader he was charged with harassment.
Haha, Marie. Speaking of court though, did you hear about the judge who got hit in the head with a can of soda?
Light oh no, Joey, what happened?
Light he became a soft drink. Schrader haha, Waldo. That's ridiculous.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Schrader, hey guys, have you ever wondered why we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway?
I don't know, Marie. Why do we?
Light, because the English language is weird, Joey. Speaking of weird though, did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers?
Light, no, Skylar. What happened? Schrader, he made a mint.
Schrader, haha, honk. That's hilarious. Speaking of mints though, did you hear about the one that went to college?
No, Marie. What did it study?
Light, it got a degree in peppermintology.
Light, haha, Skylar. That's absurd. Speaking of absurd though, did you hear about the chicken that crossed the playground? Schrader, no, Waldo. What happened?
Schrader, it wanted to get to the other slide.
Haha, Marie. That's so silly. Speaking of slides though, did you hear about the one at the circus?
Light, no, Joey. What was special about it?
Light, it was an elephant slide, and it had a patch item permit. Schrader, haha, Waldo. That's ridiculous.
Audio Jungle.
Good morning, family. What's on the menu for breakfast today? Ugh, not this again. Why can't we have something different for once?
Waldo Jr., be grateful for what you have. Your father is working hard to provide for us.
Hey Waldo, you should come with me sometime to collect minerals. It's a great hobby.
Oh honk, Thea just rocks. Don't encourage him.
Actually honk, that sounds like a lot of fun. Maybe he'll join you next weekend. Yo Waldo, we've got another batch of baking bread ready to go. You in? Yeah Joey, let's do this thing.
What are you two even talking about? Can't you use normal language?
Mom, they're obviously talking about making blue bread. Duh.
Blue bread? That doesn't even make sense.
I think I know what they are talking about, Marie. And if it's what I think it is, they are breaking the law. Gotta go now. Teaching duties await. Smooth move, Waldo. See you later for some baking blue bread. Can I just have some cereal instead?
Of course, dear. Anything for you. You know, honk, maybe we should start collecting blue rocks instead. They seem to be all the rage these days.
Marie, those are called crystals, and they are not the same thing as the blue bread. Let me handle this.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that a group of pandas is called an embarrassment? An embarrassment? That's hilarious.
I think I read somewhere that sloths only poop once a week.
Wow, that's something. Did you know that the longest recorded flight of a chicken was 13 seconds?
13 seconds? That's impressive, I guess.
Hey Waldo, have you heard about the new dance craze? It's called the mashed potato. The mashed potato sounds delicious. Dad, no, it's a dance move. Like this. Asterisk attempts to do the mashed potato and falls asterisk.
Oh, dear. Are you okay, Waldo Jr.? You know, honk, I've always wanted to learn how to juggle. Do you think you could teach me?
Sure, honey. I think I still have those beanbag balls somewhere. Speaking of beans, did you know that baked beans are actually not baked at all? They are stewed. Stewed. Mind blown.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world without cheese?
Oh my god, Waldo. Don't even joke about that. I heard that sloths can hold their breath for up to 40 minutes underwater.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you know that rats can't vomit? Speaking of rats, did you guys hear about the one that robbed a bank and then vanished into thin air? What? That's insane. Was he wearing a little black mask and carrying a tiny sack with a dollar sign on it?
You know what I always wondered, Marie? If we really do only use 10% of our brain, what happens if we somehow unlocked the other 90%? Good question. Maybe we'd all suddenly gain superpowers or something.
Or maybe we'd just get really good at math. Hey Waldo, speaking of math, did you know that there's a number called Googleplex that's so big, there isn't enough space in the universe to write it out? Whoa, and here I am struggling to remember my times tables.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have an extra set of arms?
Oh man, that would make multitasking so much easier. But imagine trying to find a shirt that fits properly. It would be a nightmare.
Speaking of nightmares, did you know that there's a species of jellyfish that's immortal? It never dies of old age. Wow, that's crazy. I wonder if it also has the power to grant wishes and shoot lasers from its eyes. Or maybe it just wanders around the ocean floor, grumbling about how all the young jellyfish don't appreciate how good they've got it.
You know what's weird? We're all technically time travelers. We're just moving forward through time at a regular pace. Whoa, my mind is blown. But does that mean people who are always running late are actually traveling slower through time?
Maybe they are stuck in some kind of weird time vortex where everything moves at half speed. Or maybe they just need to invest in better alarm clocks. You know what's even weirder though? The fact that we live on a giant rock hurtling through space at thousands of miles per hour.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about how trees are basically just nature's skyscrapers? I mean, I guess so. But have you ever seen a tree with an elevator and a Starbucks on the top floor?
Or what if there was a tree that grew money instead of leaves? That would be one rich plant. Speaking of rich plants, did you know that some cacti can live up to 300 years? They could probably buy their own islands by now. But imagine trying to give a cactus a high five. It would be like giving a hug to a porcupine.
You know what's really weird though? The fact that we're made up of trillions of tiny cells all working together. Yeah, and sometimes those cells turn against us and cause things like allergies or infections. It's like our own bodies are conspiring against us.
Maybe our cells are secretly plotting to take over the world. First they start with our immune system, next thing you know they are launching missiles from our toes. Or maybe they just want to throw a big party and invite all their cell friends. We could call it celebration.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about how weird it would be if we could communicate with animals? I mean, I already talk to my cat all the time. But imagine having a conversation with a squirrel or a goldfish. That'd be wild.
Or what if we found out that all this time, plants have been able to hear us? They've probably heard some pretty embarrassing stuff. Speaking of plants, did you know that some species can move and even eat bugs? We could be living in a world where plants are the top predators. But imagine trying to run away from a pack of killer ferns. That's the kind of thing nightmares are made of.
You know what's really crazy though? The fact that we're just floating around on a giant ball in space. Yeah, and we don't fall off because of gravity. It's like we're stuck to Earth with invisible glue.
Maybe the Earth is actually an enormous marshmallow, and gravity is just the stickiness pulling us towards it. Or maybe the Earth is actually flat, and we're being held up by a bunch of turtles stacked on top of each other.
Audio Jungle.
You know what's even weirder? The fact that we have a bone called hyoid in our necks, which is not attached to any other bones. Just like my ex-boyfriend, he was also unattached to anyone emotionally.
Speaking of bones, did you know that the smallest bone in the human body is located in the ear? I always thought it was that tiny bone in your pinky finger that hurts so much when you hit it accidentally. Well, since we're talking about bones, did you know that some people can actually pop their joints out of place on purpose?
That's nothing compared to those contortionists who can twist themselves into shapes that would make a pretzel jealous. Hey, did you guys hear about that guy who tried to break the world record for longest time spent awake and ended up hallucinating that he was being chased by giant tacos?
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that there's a species of jellyfish that's immortal? That explains why my ex-boyfriend is still hanging around. He must be one of those jellyfish.
Speaking of immortality, have you heard of the guy who claims to be a vampire and drinks blood every day? I hope he doesn't drink cherry-flavored syrup like I did as a kid. That stuff was disgusting. Well, speaking of drinking, did you know that some people can actually digest milkshakes faster than water?
I guess that explains why Joey here always orders a milkshake with his burger. Hey, did you hear about that woman who married a ghost pirate?
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? Sounds like my ex-husband's new girlfriend.
Hey, did you hear about the guy who tried to rob a bank with an avocado? I guess he thought he could just walk his way in. Speaking of food, have you ever heard of garlic ice cream?
That sounds disgusting. Who would want to eat that? Probably the same people who think pineapple on pizza is a good idea.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys hear about the dog that was elected mayor of a small town in Minnesota? I bet he's already working on his policies.
Speaking of politics, did you know that in ancient Greece, citizens voted by writing names on broken pottery? Wow, it sounds like they were really putting the pot in democracy. Guys, have you ever watched those videos of cats playing pianos?
Yeah, I love those. But my cat just sleeps all day. Well, at least your cat is living its best life. My cat just meows non-stop until I give her treats.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever tried to count all the stars in the sky? No, but one time I tried to count all the hairs on my head.
I don't think that's physically possible, Marie. Unless you're a very patient ant. Speaking of ants, did you hear about the colony that started its own mini-civilization inside someone's car? Wow, talk about a drive-through experience.
Audio Jungle.
I always wondered what it would be like to be a giant and have tiny humans as pets. That's messed up, Skylar. I wouldn't want to be someone's chew toy.
If you were a giant, how would you even find shoes that fit? Maybe we could just wear planters on our feet instead. Think of the possibilities for gardening. Or we could develop a line of fashionable shoe boxes. Who needs shoes when you can just walk around with boxes on your feet?
Audio Jungle.
You know what would be wild? If our pets could talk like humans. I don't want to know what my cat is really thinking. It's bad enough she judges me silently.
Imagine having a conversation with your goldfish. Hey, how's the water today? I would love to hear the secrets my dog has been keeping from me all these years. If my hamster started talking, I'd have to put him on payroll. Can't have an employee working for free.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about how weird it is that we drink cow's milk?
Well, I've never seen a person try to milk an almond.
I mean, who was the first person to look at a cow and think, I'm going to squeeze those things hanging under there and drink whatever comes out?
If we're talking weird drinks, what about snake wine? Who thought putting a venomous serpent in a jar of alcohol was a good idea? Or how about coffee made from elephant poop? That's some next level desperation for caffeine.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about how weird it is that we have eyebrows?
I mean, they are like tiny caterpillars on our face.
And yet without them, we'd all look perpetually surprised or angry.
But think about this, what if our eyebrows were sentient creatures and had their own thoughts and feelings? Oh man, mine would probably be constantly complaining about how often I pluck them. Why do you hate us, Waldo? We just want to live.
Audio Jungle.
Okay, here's another one. Do you think aliens exist?
Of course they do. I mean, have you seen my ex-girlfriend? She was definitely from another planet.
Asterisk laugh asterisk that explains a lot, Joey.
But seriously, what if aliens actually come to Earth and they are just really disappointed in us? Yeah, like they traveled millions of light years and all they find are TikTok dance challenges and pumpkin spice lattes.
Audio Jungle.
Okay, here's a new one. Do you think that if dogs could talk, they would have regional accents?
Absolutely. I bet a New York City dog would sound like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas.
Asterisk laugh asterisk and a southern dog would probably say y'all and have a drawl like foghorn leghorn.
wonder what a French bulldog would sound like. Would it just bark with a French accent? And what about a chihuahua? It would probably have a really high-pitched voice and always be yelling "ay, caramba."
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like if we had tails?
Well, I imagine it would be pretty handy for carrying groceries.
Yeah, and think about all the new dance moves we could come up with.
I bet it would also make dating a lot more interesting. Like, you could tell if someone was into you by how their tail wags. Or maybe our tails would just get in the way all the time. Imagine trying to sit on a chair with a tail. It would be chaos.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever noticed that cats have no concept of personal space?
Yeah, my cat always tries to sit directly on my face when I'm sleeping. My cat once jumped into the shower with me. It was like having a tiny furry lifeguard.
My cat likes to watch me use the bathroom. It's like she's waiting for me to do something interesting. My cat stole my pizza once. She just walked up and helped herself. I couldn't even be mad because it was so impressive.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
You know what's weird? Fruit. Like, who was the first person to look at a pineapple and think, yeah, I'm gonna eat that?
And don't even get me started on durian. Who in their right mind thought it would be a good idea to eat something that smells like rotten garbage? I once tried to eat a cactus because I thought it looked cool. Let's just say it did not go well.
Did you guys hear about the guy who ate nothing but raw meat for a year? He was a real carnivorian. I heard that eating glow-in-the-dark food makes your poop light up. That's some real Illuminati stuff right there.
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys ever wonder what animals would sound like if they could talk? Like, imagine a cow with a southern accent.
Or a parrot that swears like a sailor. That would definitely keep things interesting at home. I can't stop thinking about a talking octopus. 8 arms and 8 different voices, all trying to have a conversation at once.
What about a dog that speaks in Shakespearean English? To bark, or not to bark, that is the question. You know what's even crazier? If plants could talk, we'd have to start eating them alive. Can you imagine how creepy that would be?
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world where everything was made out of jello?
Oh my god, we could finally have furniture that doubles as a snack. No more separate snacks and seating arrangements. But how would we drive? Imagine trying to grip a jello steering wheel. Talk about slippery when wet.
And can you imagine playing sports? All the equipment would just jiggle around. He shoots, he scores asterisk squish asterisk. Don't forget about buildings. We'd all be living in jiggly skyscrapers that sway with every gust of wind.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what would happen if we could talk to animals?
I finally know what my cat is thinking when she gives me that judging you look. And I could finally ask my dog why he insists on eating everything except his own food. Seriously, who likes to eat socks?
I'd love to chat with a squirrel just to see if they're as scatterbrained as they appear. Where did I bury my nut? Oh wait, is that a bird? Never mind, it'll come back later. But can you imagine how stressful it would be if all the animals were gossiping about us humans behind our backs? Did you see Linda's outfit today? Yikes.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever thought about what would happen if we could swap bodies with each other?
Oh, no way. I don't want to be stuck in Honk's body. I can't honk like he does. I'd love to see Waldo Jr. try to navigate the world as a giraffe. He'd probably get tangled up in tree branches all day.
If anyone swaps bodies with me, good luck trying to fit through doorways. And also, please don't scratch my belly too hard. ID switch with Joey just so I can finally know what it feels like to be tall. Wait, who am I kidding? He'll still be short even in his body.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have fingers for toes and toes for fingers?
No Joey. That's a weird thing to think about. I don't know, I think it would be pretty handy if I could use my toes to type on my phone while eating a sandwich.
Imagine all the new possibilities for foot massages. You could really get in there with your toe fingers. If I had toe fingers, I could finally win at thumb wrestling. They'd never see it coming.
Audio Jungle.
You know what, guys? I've been thinking. What if the moon was made of cheese?
What? That's ridiculous, Joey. I don't know, Marie. I think it would be pretty cool to have an endless supply of cheese up there.
And just imagine how big the mice up there would be. They'd be feasting on that cheesy moon all day long. But wait, if the moon is made of cheese, does that mean we could launch giant crackers at it and make a giant space snack?
Audio Jungle.
You guys ever think about how weird it is that we call them fingers but they don't actually thing?
What are you talking about, Joey? I think he's onto something here. And why do we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway?
And what's the deal with airline food? I mean, who are these chefs making meals for? The airplane itself? I've got one. If nothing sticks to Teflon, then how do they make Teflon stick to the pan? Terrible joke, and continue pondering the absurdities of language and everyday life. Asterisk.
Audio Jungle.
I heard that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but have you ever considered taking a curveball?
Joey, that doesn't make any sense. Speaking of sense, why do we drive on parkways and park in driveways?
And have you ever noticed that bed and breakfast places never serve dinner? What's up with that? Guys, I've got one. If ghosts can walk through walls, why don't they fall through floors? Ridiculous question asterisk.
I've always wondered, if we're not supposed to eat at night, why is there a light in the fridge?
That's easy, Skylar. So you can see all the good stuff you're not supposed to eat. And speaking of food, have you ever noticed how every time you cook bacon, it sounds like applause for your cooking skills?
Guys, I have a question. If we evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
Marie, that's a classic case of monkey business. Don't worry about it. An asterisk.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Waldo Jr., stop complaining about breakfast. Just be grateful we have food on the table. But Dad, I don't want eggs again. I want bacon.
Sorry honey, we're out of bacon. Maybe you can have some cereal instead?
Speaking of blue bread, Joey called me. He said he needs us to cook up a fresh batch tonight.
What's blue bread? Is that some new kind of artisanal bakery item?
Marie, blue bread is an illegal drug. Waldo, are you involved in this? What? No way, honk. You know me, I'm just a simple teacher trying to provide for my family. Dad, do you think one day we'll have robots that make breakfast for us?
I hope not, Waldo Jr. I like making breakfast for my family.
Hey Marie, look at this beautiful specimen I found today.
Honk, it's just a rock. Why do you keep collecting these things?
From off screen, Waldo, hurry up and get over here. We got customers waiting for our blue bread. Alright. Let's get cooking.
Audio Jungle.
Dad, have you ever thought about writing a book? About what, Waldo Jr.? I don't know. Maybe a cookbook on how to make breakfast more interesting.
Or maybe a memoir titled From Baking Bread to Breaking Bad?
Oh, I've got it. A children's book called The Little Mess Maker That Could.
Honk, that's not appropriate.
From off-screen, hey Waldo, we're running low on blue food coloring. Can you pick some up on your way over? Sure thing, Joey. And while I'm at it, I'll grab some glitter too. Everyone loves sparkly meth, right?
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? Oh, I know. We could finally have those upside-down houses we've always dreamed of.
But how would we go about our day-to-day tasks if everything is floating around? I, for one, am excited to see my cat finally achieve their lifelong dream of flying.
And think about all the new sports we could invent. From off-screen, guys, can we please focus on the task at hand? We're behind on making our giant inflatable walruses for the parade next week.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever thought about what kind of animals we would be if we were not human? I know I'd be a koala. They just sleep all day and eat eucalyptus leaves.
I'd be a flamingo. They get to stand on one leg all day and still look fabulous. I think I'd be a monkey. They are clever, mischievous, and they love bananas just like me.
From off-screen, I don't know what animal I'd be, but I definitely wouldn't want to be a chicken. They always seem so anxious and nervous. Oh come on Joey, don't be a chicken.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, you guys ever wonder what would happen if we could breathe underwater?
I think it would be cool to have gills like a fish. Just imagine all the things we could do. Yeah, we could explore the ocean and discover new species. It would be like being in our own little submarine.
Or we could just have a really long snorkel. From off-screen, I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather not risk getting eaten by a giant octopus. Don't worry Joey, I'll protect you from the octopuses.
Octopi. Actually, the plural of octopus is octopodes.
Oh great, now we're getting grammatical with sea creatures.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to have a pet dinosaur?
Waldo, dinosaurs are extinct. Yeah, unless you've got a time machine or something, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I've got a better idea. What if we fused together different animals to make new hybrid pets? From off-screen, I'm pretty sure that's how we ended up with chihuahuas. But just think of the possibilities. We could have a parrot mixed with a dog so it could talk and fetch things.
Or a giraffe mixed with a horse so you'd never need a ladder again. I don't think that's how genetics works, but I like where your head's at.
Okay, hear me out. A kangaroo mixed with a bat. It'll be called a kangabat, and it'll hop around at night catching insects with its pouch. From off-screen, I'm pretty sure that's just a nightmare waiting to happen.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity?
Waldo, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be able to survive without it. Yeah, we'd all just float off into space and die.
But think about how much easier it would be to do things. You could literally just roll out of bed and not worry about falling. From off-screen, or you could never take the stairs again. Just jump from floor to floor like a bouncing ball. And imagine the sports we could make up. Like basketball, but instead of dribbling, you just throw the ball and it keeps going forever.
Or you could finally play catch with your dog without worrying about them running away with the ball. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'd get sick of floating around all day.
Nah, you just gotta embrace the floaty life. It's like being in a giant bounce house all the time. From off-screen until you accidentally bump into the ceiling fan.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever thought about what it would be like if we had tails?
What kind of tails? Like cat tails or monkey tails? I want a mermaid tail.
I'd go for a dragon tail. That way I could breathe fire and fly. From off-screen, I'd want a giant lobster tail. Then I could just grab things with my tail instead of using my hands. But what about getting our tails caught indoors or stepping on them by accident?
Or accidentally smacking someone in the face with your tail while you're walking down the street. We'd need special pants with tail holes in them.
And tail insurance in case we accidentally break them. From off-screen, and don't forget about tail grooming. Gotta keep those tails looking sharp.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
You know what I don't get? Why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways?
It's all part of the grand conspiracy, man. They want us to be confused so they can control us. I think it's just a linguistic trick to keep our minds sharp, like tongue twisters, but for driving.
Or maybe it's because some ancient civilization used to park their chariots in circles, and that's where we got the idea from. From off-screen, I always thought it was because aliens came down and messed with our language just for kicks. But seriously, why do we call them buildings if they are already built?
Because built doesn't sound as cool. And buildings just sounds sad.
I prefer to call them structured dwellings, myself. From off-screen, I like to call them vertical storage units for humans.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about how weird it is that we have to sleep?
It's just our brain's way of telling us to take a break from reality and visit the dream world. But why do we always dream about such ridiculous things? Like last night, I dreamt I was a unicorn flying over a rainbow.
Maybe it's because unicorns are secretly controlling our minds while we sleep. We're all just their puppets in this crazy fantasy world. From off-screen, nah, it's just a glitch in the matrix. We're all actually living in a simulation, and dreams are just the system rebooting. Speaking of glitches, have you ever noticed how doors never seem to close properly in horror movies? Like, who installed those hinges?
Maybe it's just the ghosts messing with them. They're like, I know you're trying to trap me in here, but nice try. Or maybe it's just bad craftsmanship. You don't exactly get high quality carpentry tools in a haunted mansion.
I think it's because deep down, even the doors want to be left open. It's a metaphor for breaking free from societal norms. From off-screen, actually, it's because the director needs to build suspense before the jump scare. It's called cinematic tension, people.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever noticed how every time we sneeze, our souls try to escape from our bodies?
That's why people say bless you, to keep your soul from getting away. But what if my soul wants to go on a vacation? I mean, this body's been stuck in the same place for years.
Maybe that's why some people sneeze more than others. Their souls are just restless and need to get out and explore. From off-screen, no, it's because of allergies. Your body is trying to expel irritants like pollen and dust. Speaking of allergies, have you ever wondered why some people are allergic to peanuts but not other nuts?
Maybe it's because peanuts aren't actually nuts. They're legumes. Or maybe it's because peanuts are secretly aliens sent to infiltrate our food supply.
I think it's because some people just can't handle the power of the peanut. It's like kryptonite to their immune system. From off-screen, actually, it's because peanuts contain a protein called RH1 that triggers an immune response in some people.
Audio Jungle.
Do you ever think about how strange it is that we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway?
And why do we call them buildings if they're already built? Shouldn't they be called built? Or what if the word swimming actually means something completely different to fish, like they use it to describe flying or something?
And why do we put our hands over our hearts during the national anthem? Is that where patriotism lies? From off-screen, I think it's just a gesture of respect for our country and the people who fought for our freedom. speaking of freedom, have you ever wondered what would happen if humans could fly like birds?
We'd need some serious arm strength to keep ourselves up there. I don't think I could handle it. Or maybe we'd all just migrate south for the winter like geese.
I think it would make traffic much more interesting. You could just fly over all the cars. From off-screen, actually, it would probably cause a lot of accidents and chaos. Best to stick to airplanes.
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever thought about how weird it is that we use our mouths to taste things?
Yeah, what if our hands were the ones doing all the tasting? That would be a whole different experience. And what if we could taste colors? Like blue tastes like cotton candy and green tastes like mint.
Or maybe we already do taste colors, but we just don't realize it. Maybe yellow tastes like lemon and red tastes like cherry. From off-screen, I think we're getting a little too philosophical here. Let's talk about something more practical. Like what? The fact that socks always disappear in the dryer?
Or how about why our eyes water when we yawn? Is it some sort of defense mechanism? What if sneezes were contagious like yawning? One person sneezes and suddenly everyone around them starts sneezing too.
That would make for some interesting social situations. Excuse me, can I borrow your handkerchief? I caught your sneeze. From off-screen, alright, let's table this discussion for now. We've got bigger fish to fry.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
I heard that some people can't taste cilantro because of their genetics. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, and some people think it tastes like soap. Can you imagine eating a bar of soap every time you have salsa? What if we had taste buds on our feet? We could taste the ground as we walked.
Or what if all food tasted like cardboard, but we just convince ourselves it's delicious? Mind blown. From off-screen, okay, I think we're getting a little too absurd here. Let's talk about something more practical. Like, why do we call it a building when it's already been built?
Or why do they call them apartments when they're all stuck together? What if we started calling cars indoor mobiles instead? It's technically true.
And what if we called houses stationary shelters? That would definitely make real estate listings more interesting. From off screen, alright, let's wrap this up. We've got work to do.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Do you ever wonder what would happen if we all decided to start walking backwards instead of forwards?
Yeah, and then escalators would become really confusing. Do you walk forward on a backward moving escalator or backwards like you're actually going forward? What if the moon was made of cheese but it was haunted by ghost cows? That's why no one has been able to bring back a sample.
Or what if every time you sneezed, a tiny elephant popped out of your nose and trumpeted a tune before disappearing? That would make allergies so much more interesting. From off screen, I don't even know where to begin with you guys anymore. Can't we just talk about something normal for once? Like how come we park in driveways but drive on parkways?
Or why do they call them fingers when they don't actually thing? And speaking of fingers, what if our thumbs were actually our pinkies and vice versa? Would that change anything?
What if trees actually had feelings and we've just been cutting them down mercilessly this whole time? They could be plotting their revenge as we speak. From off screen, okay, I give up. You win.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever noticed how dogs always seem to know when you're about to take them for a walk?
Yeah, it's like they have some kind of sixth sense. Or maybe they just really love the smell of their own pee. Well, speaking of pee, did you know that male penguins can shoot their urine up to 4 feet in the air? That's some serious distance.
And while we're on the topic of bodily fluids, did you know that sloths only poop once a week? Talk about efficiency. From off screen, I feel like I'm living in an episode of National Geographic. Can we please talk about something more normal? Like, why do we park in driveways but drive on parkways?
Or why do we say heads up when we throw things even though we're actually aiming for someone's head? And don't even get me started on the phrase sleep tight. Like, what does that even mean? Are we supposed to tie ourselves up like a pretzel or something?
Hey, did you guys hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? He made a mint. From off screen, exasperated, I give up.
Audio Jungle.
I once saw a squirrel water skiing. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
That's nothing compared to the time I saw a giraffe doing ballet in a tutu. Oh, yeah? Well, I once saw a dolphin riding a unicycle while juggling pineapples.
Well, I once saw a kangaroo playing hopscotch with a group of flamingos, and they were all wearing top hats and monocles. From off screen, okay, seriously guys, what are you even talking about? We're just discussing the wonders of the animal kingdom, Joey. You know, like how ostriches can run faster than horses but can't fly.
Or how cats have retractable claws, which is basically like having built-in Wolverine powers. And let's not forget about the platypus. It's like Mother Nature couldn't decide what kind of animal to make, so she just mashed up a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, and don't get me started on the fact that there are more possible iterations of a game of chess than there are atoms in the observable universe. Like, what? That's insane. From off screen, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that some species of jellyfish are immortal?
That's nothing compared to the fact that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance. Yeah, and did you know that male seahorses are the ones who get pregnant and give birth?
And speaking of giving birth, did you know that wombats have cube-shaped poop? Like, what kind of evolutionary advantage does that even provide? From off screen, okay, I think we're all officially losing our minds here. Can we please talk about something normal for once? Sure thing, Joey. How about the weather? It's been pretty nice lately, right?
Actually, now that you mention it, I heard that the clouds are made up of millions of tiny ice crystals, which is why they look white. And if you ever find yourself stranded in the wilderness with no food, you can actually survive by eating snow as long as you melt it first so you don't lower your body temperature too much.
Oh, and let's not forget about how the longest word in the English language contains 189,819 letters and takes over 3 hours to pronounce. From off screen, okay, that's it, I'm done. I'm going outside, where things make sense.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, hey guys, did you know that a group of cats is called a clouder? Oh yeah. Well, did you know that if you put a drop of liquor on a scorpion, it will instantly go mad and sting itself to death?
And speaking of deadly creatures, did you know that hippos kill more people each year than sharks, lions, and crocodiles combined? Well, did you know that the shortest war in history was between Britain and Zanzibar in 1896 and only lasted for 38 minutes?
And did you know that the first recorded joke dates back to ancient Sumeria over 4,000 years ago? It goes like this: something which has never occurred since time immemorial, a young woman did not fart in her husband's lap. From off screen, wow, thanks for that honk. I can always count on you to bring the class to our discussions. Speaking of classes, did you know that a group of baboons is called a congress? Maybe they could teach us a thing or two about politics.
Or we could just stick with learning useless trivia like how many dimples are on a golf ball. It's 336 by the way. And did you know that humans have been drinking beer for over 5,000 years? Maybe that's why we're so good at coming up with absurd conversation topics.
Cheers to that.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, hey guys, did you know that the longest word in the English language has 189,819 letters and takes over 3 hours to pronounce? Well, did you know that on Venus, a day is longer than a year? Maybe we should all move there to escape our problems.
Or we could just invent a time machine so we can go back and prevent the invention of the selfie stick. That would solve a lot of world problems. Speaking of inventions, did you know that the inventor of the frisbee was actually turned into a frisbee after he died? Talk about a legacy.
And speaking of legacies, did you know that the Great Wall of China is not visible from space? It's just an urban myth perpetuated by those with poor eyesight. From off-screen, wow, honk, thanks for ruining my lifelong dream of seeing the Great Wall from space. I guess I'll just have to settle for seeing it on Google Earth like everyone else. Or we could just build our own Great Wall out of pizza boxes. Now that's a wall worth looking at.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hungry. Did you know that the world's largest pizza was over 120 feet in diameter? Let's order one and call it a day. Good idea, Skylar. And did you know that cows have best friends and get stressed out when they are separated? I hope our pizza toppings are all still together.
Let's hope so. But did you know that potato chips were invented because a customer kept sending his fries back to the kitchen for being too thick? Sometimes, complaining pays off.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, hey guys, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? Well, did you know that the shortest war in history was between Britain and Zanzibar, and it only lasted for 38 minutes? They must have been in a hurry to get home.
Or they could have just used their time machine to go back and prevent the war from happening in the first place. Time travel solves everything. Speaking of solving things, did you know that sloths take 2 weeks to digest their food? That's slower than my internet connection.
And speaking of slow, did you know that snails can sleep for up to 3 years? Talk about being well rested. From off screen, wow, honk, I wish I could sleep like that. But did you know that there's a town in Alaska where everyone lives in the same building? Talk about communal living. Or we could just build our own giant tower and live in it together. It would be like one big family, but with more arguments over who gets to use the bathroom first.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting thirsty. Did you know that a human can survive without water for about a week? Let's all try it and see what happens. I think I'll pass on that one. But did you know that some frogs can freeze solid during winter and then thaw out in the spring? Now that's a neat party trick.
Let's hope they don't invite any snakes to their party. Speaking of snakes, did you know that there's a type of snake that can fly? It's called the paradise tree snake. I hope it has its pilot's license.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, hey guys, did you know that a group of unicorns is called a blessing? Well, did you know that there's a tree in Africa that can grow up to 75 feet tall and produce human-sized fruit? Can you imagine the size of the smoothies we could make with that thing?
Speaking of smoothies, did you know that some species of jellyfish are immortal? They can regenerate their cells indefinitely. I wish I had that power. Or we could just eat the immortal jellyfish and become immortal ourselves. But did you know that some octopuses have been known to escape from their tanks at aquariums? They are like the Houdinis of the sea.
And speaking of aquatic escape artists, did you know that dolphins sleep with one eye open? Talk about being paranoid. From off screen, you guys are hilarious. Did you know that there's a type of mushroom that tastes like chicken? We should all try it for dinner tonight. I'm down for trying new things, but did you know that there's a town in Japan where the deer roam freely and go to humans? It's like they are running the place.
Or maybe they are secretly plotting against us. Speaking of plots, did you know that there's a movie about killer tomatoes? Talk about taking juicy to a whole new level. Let's hope the killer tomatoes don't team up with the flying snakes. But did you know that some insects can survive being frozen solid and then thawed out? It's like they are playing dead on expert mode.
We should start a survival competition with them. But did you know that there's a lizard that shoots blood out of its eyes to scare off predators? Talk about a gross superpower.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, hey guys, did you know that some snails can sleep for up to 3 years? I wish I could do that. But did you know that there's a village in Spain where people throw tomatoes at each other every year? It's like their version of dodgeball.
That sounds messy, but fun. Speaking of messes, did you know that there's a bird that can mimic any sound it hears, including chainsaws and car alarms? It's like a feathered DJ. Or maybe it's just mocking us with our own inventions. Speaking of mocking, did you know that there's a town in England called Batman? I wonder if they have a superhero mayor.
Or maybe they are all secretly villains. But did you know that there's a fruit that tastes like a mix of banana, pineapple, and strawberry? It's like the ultimate smoothie ingredient. From off screen, we should try making a smoothie with that fruit and see what happens. But did you know that there's a caterpillar that looks like a tiny Santa Claus? I wonder if it delivers presents too. Maybe it just gives you a tummy ache instead of presents. But did you know that there's a Japanese dish made from poisonous pufferfish? It's like playing Russian roulette with your taste buds.
Let's stick to less deadly dishes. Speaking of deadly, did you know that there's a mushroom that grows inside the head of an ant and controls its behavior? It's like a real-life zombie apocalypse. Or maybe it's just an ant puppet show. But did you know that there's a town in Nebraska that holds an annual toilet bowl race? They are really flushing out the competition.
I hope they have a plunger pit stop. But did you know that there's a fish that can swim up your urethra? Talk about a painful experience.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
From off screen, that's disgusting, honk. Let's talk about something more pleasant. Did you know that there's a tree in Africa that bleeds when it's cut down? Maybe it's just allergic to axes. Speaking of allergies, did you know that some people are allergic to water? It's like they are living in their own personal desert.
That's terrible. But did you know that there's a town in Colorado where the entire population is made up of prairie dogs? It's like an animal kingdom. I wonder if they have their own government and elections. Speaking of elections, did you know that in ancient Rome, people used urine as mouthwash? Talk about bad breath.
I hope they at least diluted it with something. But did you know that there's a plant that smells like rotting flesh? It's like nature's prank on us. From off screen, that's gross, honk. Speaking of pranks, did you know that there's a town in Switzerland where everyone wears giant papier mâché heads for a day every year? It's like Halloween on steroids. I bet they have a lot of neck problems after that. But did you know that there's a jellyfish that's immortal? It's like the Highlander of sea creatures.
I wish we could all be immortal jellyfish. Speaking of wishes, did you know that there's a fountain in Turkey where you can make a wish by sticking your hand in a bowl filled with scorpions? Talk about risky business. I'd rather stick my hand in a jar of pennies. Speaking of jars, did you know that there's a brewery in Iceland that makes beer with whale testicles? I hope it's not their best seller.
I think he'll stick to regular beer. But did you know that there's a tree in New Zealand that has its own mailbox? It's like the post office for fairies.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
I can't keep eating cereal every day, Skylar. Can you make something else for breakfast?
I'm not your personal chef, Waldo. Plus, we're on a budget.
Why do I always get the burnt toast? It's like him being punished for being disabled. Marie, check out this new mineral I found. It's called blue redstone.
Honk, that's just a rock. And why are you collecting rocks anyway?
Hey, Waldo. I've got some good news. We just made our first batch of blue bread. Don't say it so loud, Joey. Someone might hear us. Can't we just order pizza instead of having more burnt toast?
We can't afford pizza, Waldo Jr. You know that.
I heard there's a new drug on the streets called purple pie. Anyone know what that is?
I think it's just a made-up name, honk. Like how Waldo talks about making blue bread all the time.
I have to go to work, guys. But remember, if anyone asks, we're just making bread. Right. Making blue bread. Got it. Can I at least have some jelly with my burnt toast?
Fine, but don't expect grape jelly. It's either strawberry or nothing.
Audio Jungle.
Joey, have you ever tried making blue bread with gluten-free flour? What's gluten-free? Is that like a drug or something? Why do they call it blue bread anyway? It doesn't look blue to me.
It's because of the special ingredient we put in it. But don't ask what it is, Waldo Jr.
I heard some guy got arrested for selling muffins laced with cocaine. They called it crack cakes.
That's ridiculous, honk. Who would buy a muffin that looks like a crack rock?
Hey, did you guys hear about that new yoga trend where you do poses on a paddleboard in the middle of the ocean? That sounds dangerous. What if a shark bites your leg while you're doing downward dog? Can we please talk about something other than food and drugs for once?
Sure, how about we discuss our plans for the weekend? Oh wait, we can't afford to do anything fun.
Actually, I was thinking of taking Marie to a mineral convention next week. You interested, Waldo? No thanks, honk. He'll be busy making bread. I mean, regular bread. Definitely not blue bread.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever tried skydiving? No way, I don't trust those parachutes. What if they suddenly turn into umbrellas?
Umbrellas? That's a new one, Joey. But honestly, I think I'd rather stay on the ground and watch paint dry.
Speaking of paint, did you know that some people actually eat it? They call it paint chips.
That's disgusting, honk. Who would want to eat something that tastes like chemicals?
Well, speaking of chemicals, have you heard of this new energy drink made from bull semen? Oh gross, Waldo. Why would anyone want to drink that? Maybe because it gives you wings, or horns, in this case.
Let's change the subject. How about we talk about our dreams last night?
I had the weirdest dream where I was a giant banana fighting off a horde of hungry monkeys.
That's pretty odd, honk. I dreamed that my cat was teaching me how to do quantum physics.
My dream was even weirder. I was being chased by a sentient loaf of bread, and it kept whispering carbs are evil.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what happens when you mix ketchup and mayonnaise together?
Yeah, it's called fancy sauce. My grandma used to make it all the time.
Fancy sauce? Sounds like something you'd put on a top hat or a monocle.
Speaking of hats, did you know that there's a company that makes edible hats? They are made entirely out of bacon.
Bacon hats? Sign me up. I've always wanted to wear my breakfast on my head. Well, at least it won't be as messy as trying to eat a pancake while driving.
Wait, why were you eating pancakes while driving, Joey?
And how did it turn out? Did you end up with syrup in your gas tank?
Or worse, did you crash into a giant stack of waffles?
I think we're getting a little too absurd here. Let's talk about something more down to earth, like unicorns. Unicorns? What's so down to earth about mythical creatures with horns?
Maybe Waldo meant unicorns are earthbound compared to aliens or ghosts.
Or maybe he just wants to ride a unicorn into battle against an army of flying llamas.
You know what, let's go back to talking about fancy sauce.
Audio Jungle.
I heard that some people put jalapenos in their fancy sauce. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and some people put pineapple on their pizza. We live in a crazy world, Joey.
Speaking of crazy things, did you guys know that there's a restaurant that serves food in toilets? Like, actual toilets.
That's disgusting. Who would want to eat out of a toilet bowl?
Maybe they are trying to appeal to the germaphobe demographic. You know, make them face their fears head on. Well, if they really wanted to do that, they should serve food on a bed of spiders.
Or make customers swim through a pool of snakes just to get to their table.
And instead of napkins, they could provide customers with tarantulas to wipe their mouths with.
Okay, we need to stop before we give someone an actual heart attack.
Yeah, let's talk about something less frightening, like pineapple on pizza again. No way, I'd rather eat fancy sauce out of a toilet than put fruit on my pizza.
Audio Jungle.
Did you guys know that some people collect belly button lint?
What's the point of that?
I guess they just want to be reminded of all the clothes they've worn throughout the year.
That's disgusting. I'm glad I don't have a belly button anymore.
Wait, what? How do you not have a belly button? Yeah, you can't just drop a bomb like that and not explain yourself.
Did you get it removed or something?
Did aliens abduct you and experiment on your navel?
No, nothing like that. It's just a weird birth defect. I was born without one.
Wow, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, you're like a superhero with a secret power.
What's your superhero name, then? Belly buttonless woman?
Or maybe lint-free lady.
Guys, come on. Can we talk about something else now?
Sure thing, no navel Nancy.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever tried eating a sandwich with chopsticks?
No. Why would you do that?
Maybe if you're trying to impress your date with your chopstick skills.
Or if you're just trying to avoid getting crumbs on your fingers.
I don't know about you guys, but I prefer using a fork and knife for my sandwiches. What kind of monster are you? Sandwiches were meant to be eaten with your hands.
Yeah, what's next? Using a spoon for pizza?
Or a fork for spaghetti.
Hey, now we're talking. Forks are the ultimate utensil.
I heard some people even use their feet to eat food in other countries. Gross. I draw the line at using my hands or utensils. No feet allowed.
Agreed. Let's stick to our normal eating habits and leave the foot eating to the weirdos.
Yeah, who needs feet when you've got perfectly good hands and forks?
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys remember that time I tried to teach my goldfish how to play poker?
No. That sounds kind of impossible.
Yeah, last time I checked, fish don't have hands to hold the cards.
But maybe you could train them to read your facial expressions and bluff their way to victory.
Or you could just put a bunch of food pellets in front of them and see which one eats the most. Hey, now we're talking. Fish gambling could be the next big thing.
I'm not sure Peter would approve of that, Joey.
Yeah, let's stick to more ethical forms of entertainment, like bingo night at the retirement home.
Or watching paint dry. That never gets old.
Hey, I heard there's a guy who streams himself sleeping on Twitch. Now that's some riveting content. Ha. Can you imagine? Welcome to my sleep stream, where nothing happens for 8 hours straight.
I think he'll stick to Netflix, thank you very much.
Audio Jungle.
You know what I've been thinking about lately? If animals could talk, which one do you think would be the sassiest? Definitely cats. They already have that I don't give a darn attitude. But what about llamas? Have you seen those things spit when they are not in the mood?
Oh, I know. Sloths. Can you imagine how slow and monotone their voices would be? What about turtles? They have all the time in the world to come up with sarcastic remarks.
Guys, we're forgetting the most obvious choice here, parrots. How did we not think of that before? They literally mimic everything we say. I can just picture a parrot telling me off in my own voice. That's some next level sass right there.
Or they could use their ability to imitate sounds to prank us. Imagine hearing your phone ringing, but it's actually your parrot mimicking the ringtone. Okay, now I'm starting to see why some people prefer pets that can't talk.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, I need your help. I've been trying to come up with a new catchphrase for myself. Oh boy, this should be good. How about Joey Picklemon, the man with a plan and a pickle in his hand?
No, no, no. That's terrible. How about Joey Picklemon, the one you can always count on, to bring the pickles? I got it. Joey Picklemon, he's not just a pretty face, he's also got a great taste in pickles.
Those are all interesting suggestions, but I was thinking something more like Joey Picklemon, the pickle king of the world. That's not really a catchphrase, that's just a title. Yeah, and who even crowned you the pickle king?
Maybe we should just stick with your current catchphrase, Joey Picklemon, the guy who brings the pickles to the party. And if that doesn't work, we can always start calling you Joey Picklelicious Picklemon.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you heard about this new trend called goat yoga? Goat what now? Is that like yoga with goats? That sounds interesting.
I don't know about that. I'm allergic to goat fur. I'm picturing a bunch of people doing downward dog while a goat just stands on their back. It's like farmyard meets fitness.
Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be really relaxing because the goats are so calm and peaceful. Until one of them starts eating your yoga mat. Or worse, they start pooping on it.
Okay, I think I'll stick with regular yoga. No offense to the goats. Yeah, I'd hate for a goat to see me in my yoga pants. They are not exactly forgiving.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever heard of a talking cat? What now? Like, one that speaks English? That would be insane. But I've seen cats do some pretty weird stuff.
I don't think cats can talk, Joey. Maybe you're thinking of parrots. Or maybe he's just watched too many episodes of Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
No, no, this is for real. There's a guy on YouTube who has a cat that can speak whole sentences. I'm not buying it. Cats are sneaky little creatures. They probably just meow and pretend like they are speaking. Maybe we should train our pets to talk. Imagine having a conversation with Fido about his favorite treat.
I don't know, I feel like my cat would just insult me all day if she could talk. Honestly, I'd pay good money to hear what my goldfish is thinking.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, what do you think would happen if we all turned into superheroes? I'd be Honk Man, the hero who honks whenever danger is near. And I'd be Squirrel Guy, with the power to climb anything and store nuts in my cheeks for later.
I'd be Catwoman, but not the cool one. Just a regular cat who naps all day and occasionally catches a mouse. I'm already a superhero. My power is being able to binge watch an entire series on Netflix in one sitting.
IDB Pickle Boy, with the power to turn any food into pickles. That's not really a superpower, Joey. Yeah, that's just kind of gross.
But useful if we ever need a snack during battle. I think I'll stick with my Netflix powers, thanks.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity? Yeah, I imagine we'd all just float around aimlessly like balloons. Except for me. I'm too heavy to float. I'd just be stuck on the ground watching you all float away.
I'd finally be able to reach the top shelf without pulling a muscle. And I could finally do that handstand I've been practicing for years without falling over.
I think I would miss gravity, though. It gives me an excuse for why I can't do cartwheels. Yeah, but think of all the cool stunts we could pull off without gravity holding us back. Or all the terrible accidents we could have without gravity keeping us firmly planted on the earth.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting motion sickness just thinking about it. Maybe we should stick with good old-fashioned gravity and leave the floating to the astronauts.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what animals would say if they could talk?
Well, my dog would probably just keep asking for belly rubs.
And my cat would probably just insult me constantly. I feel like birds would just sing constantly about their love lives. It's all they ever seem to do anyway.
And squirrels, they'd probably just gossip about which trees have the best nuts.
I always wondered what cows would sound like. I bet they are really moo-moving speakers.
Or how about fish? Would they be able to talk underwater, or would it just come out as bubbles?
Maybe we should stop wondering what animals would say and start worrying about what they think about us. I bet they have some opinions. Yeah, like why do we make them wear little outfits in movies? Do they even like dressing up as pirates?
Or maybe they are secretly plotting against us, ready to take over the world one bark, meow, or moo at a time.
Audio Jungle.
You guys ever wonder what it would be like if we could breathe in space?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure my hair would look amazing floating around.
Personally, I'd be more worried about what I'd wear to a moon party. Do they have tuxedos for zero gravity? I bet aliens are out there having all kinds of crazy parties, and we're stuck here on Earth making small talk with the same people every day.
What if our whole planet is just some big reality TV show for extraterrestrial beings? They are probably wondering when we'll finally do something interesting.
Hey, maybe that's why we have so many conspiracy theories about aliens. It's just their way of keeping us entertained.
Or maybe they are just really bad at hiding and we're too dense to realize it.
Either way, I'm staying put on Earth. I don't need any alien probing in my life. Yeah, who needs alien adventures when we can just sit here and argue about which fast food restaurant has the best fries?
But what if the aliens have even better fries? That's the real question.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever thought about what it would be like if we could talk to animals?
I can barely handle talking to humans, let alone trying to communicate with a squirrel.
I bet dogs would have some really insightful opinions on life. Why do I keep chasing my tail? What does it all mean? Cats would be way too judgmental. I saw you eating that tuna sandwich. Shameful.
I think birds would be pretty chill. They'd just fly around singing songs and telling us the weather. That's the kind of friend I need.
But what about bugs? Would they even have anything interesting to say?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they are secretly plotting an insect uprising and we're all going to be sorry.
I'll stick to talking to my stuffed animals, thank you very much. Yeah, at least they don't judge me when I eat ice cream straight from the carton.
I wonder if there's a world out there where the tables are turned and animals talk to each other about us humans.
Audio Jungle.
Do you ever think about how weird human names are? Like, who decided to name their kid Chad?
Or Gertrude. That sounds like a giant sea monster or something.
I don't know what's worse, the first name or the last name. Can you imagine being named Pick Lemon? Hey, watch it buddy. My ancestors were pickle farmers and they were very proud of that name.
My parents almost named me Rainbow. Can you imagine introducing yourself as Rainbow for the rest of your life?
At least it's better than being named after a fruit. Imagine being apple or kiwi.
Or a direction. Hi, my name is Northwest.
I knew a guy whose middle name was Danger. I mean, his parents must have known he was going to be trouble. You know what's really weird? People who give their pets human names. Who looks at a dog and thinks, that's definitely a Dave.
Well, I once had a goldfish named Steve. He was a real party animal.
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys ever wonder what aliens would think of us if they came to Earth?
I'm pretty sure they'd take one look at us and say, no thanks, we'll come back later when you've figured things out.
Or maybe they'll just see all the traffic and be like, wow, these humans must really love sitting in their cars. Let's go check it out. What if they're already here and we just don't know it? Maybe that weird neighbor of yours is actually an alien in disguise.
Oh god, I hope not. Last thing we need is an intergalactic HOA.
But seriously, what if they're super advanced and have technology we can only dream of? We could learn so much from them.
Or they could just abduct us and do experiments on our butts. I've seen enough sci-fi movies to know how this goes down.
Well, if that's the case, then I hope they at least leave me with a cool alien's car. Chicks dig cars. You know what I want? An alien pet. Like a little space hamster or something.
And I want a lightsaber. If we're gonna get crazy, let's go all out.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about how weird it is that we drink milk from cows?
Not really, but now that you mention it, it does sound pretty bizarre. Like who was the first person to look at a cow and think, I bet I could drink whatever comes out of those things on its chest.
And don't even get me started on cheese. Who was like, hey, let's leave this milk out until it gets all moldy and then eat it. Hey, I love cheese. Especially the stinky kind. It's like a party in my mouth.
Speaking of parties, have you guys heard of pet parties? It's where people throw birthday parties for their pets.
Wait, seriously? That's a thing?
Oh yeah, and they go all out. They'll have doggy cakes, catnip pinatas, the whole shebang.
Well, if they are gonna do that, then I want to throw a party for my houseplant. I can invite all my other plants, and we'll have a photosynthesis themed bash. And we'll bring the cheesy snacks. The plants will love it, trust me.
You know what? I'm down. Let's make it happen. This is officially the weirdest conversation we've ever had.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Has anyone ever thought about how weird it is that we have to sleep each night?
I mean, not really. It's just a natural part of our daily routine, right?
But think about it. We basically lose consciousness for hours at a time and hallucinate vividly. Yeah, and sometimes those dreams can get pretty wild. Like the other night I dreamt I was a giant pickle and I had to save the world from an army of evil cucumbers.
Okay then. You know what's even weirder though? The fact that some people actually enjoy eating insects.
You, seriously? Who in their right mind would do that?
Well, apparently it's supposed to be a good source of protein and nutrients.
I don't care how nutritious they are, I'm not putting bugs anywhere near my mouth. Although, I did hear that some people actually eat rocks too. What? Rocks? That's ridiculous.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe we should start a new trend and open up a rock cafe.
Yeah, and we could call it the Flintstone Cafe. Drones in unison.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to live in a world without gravity?
Yeah, I have. It would be awesome. You could just float around everywhere and never have to worry about falling or tripping. Until you realize that you can't even keep your feet on the ground to walk properly. How would we even get from place to place?
Well, just have to learn how to swim through the air, Joey. It's simple physics.
But what about all the people who are afraid of heights? They'd be completely screwed.
Well, at least they wouldn't have to worry about falling anymore. They'd already be up high.
And imagine all the crazy sports we could play with no gravity. We could have anti-gravity basketball, soccer, and even space golf. Okay, now you're just getting ridiculous. Space golf? How does that even work?
I don't know, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Maybe we can use moon rocks as golf balls or something.
Moon rocks? Why not just use regular golf balls?
Because where's the fun in that? And besides, it's not every day you get to play golf on the moon.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what would happen if we all suddenly turned into cats?
What? That's ridiculous. How would that even be possible? Yeah, Marie, I think you've been watching too many cat videos on the internet.
But just imagine it. We could all lounge around all day, take naps whenever we want, and still get away with being lazy.
And we could finally understand what our pets are saying when they meow at us.
Exactly. And we'd never have to worry about finding matching socks again. Just lick ourselves clean instead.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm not ready to give up my opposable thumbs just yet. How would we even open cans of tuna without them? Or use a can opener for that matter? We'd be doomed.
Well, I for one am excited about this idea. Who doesn't love sleeping 18 hours a day and chasing laser pointers?
I just hope we wouldn't have to start using litter boxes. That's where I draw the line.
Don't worry, Waldo Jr. I'm sure we could convince Joey to build some sort of high-tech litter box for us.
You know what, never mind. This is getting way too weird even for me.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have a pet dragon?
Marie, I'm pretty sure dragons aren't real. Yeah, and even if they were, where would we keep one? We barely have enough room for ourselves in this apartment.
But think about how cool it would be. We could ride our dragons to work instead of taking the subway.
And we wouldn't have to worry about burglars anymore. Who's going to mess with someone who has a fire-breathing reptile by their side?
Exactly. And imagine all the money we'd save on heating bills during the winter.
I don't know if that's how it works, Marie. And what about the cleanup? Dragons are big creatures. They are not exactly house-trained.
Oh, come on guys. Let's live a little. Who needs a boring old cat or dog when you can have a giant mystical beast as your best friend?
I just hope they don't eat all our snacks. That's where I draw the line.
Don't worry, Waldo Jr. I'm pretty sure dragons prefer sheep over potato chips.
You know what, let's just stick to our regular pets for now. I don't feel like dealing with dragon poop anytime soon.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, do you think aliens exist?
Of course they do. I mean, have you seen the news lately? There are sightings all over the place. I don't know about that. Maybe it's just people mistaking airplanes for UFO.
But what if they are real? What if there are little green men out there watching us right now?
Oh please, Marie, if they were watching us, they'd be bored out of their minds. We just sit around and argue about the dumbest things.
Hey, we don't argue about dumb things. We argue about important stuff like whether pineapple belongs on pizza or not.
And who could forget the great toilet paper debate of 21? Yeah, we really should start discussing more interesting topics. Like why do we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway?
Or why is it called a building when it's already built?
Or why do we call them apartments when they are all stuck together?
See, now we're getting somewhere. Who needs aliens when we have these important questions to ponder?
Audio Jungle.
Speaking of important questions, has anyone ever wondered what it would be like to have an elephant as a pet? I think the more pressing question is, where would you keep an elephant in your tiny apartment?
Maybe you could just put a big top hat on it and pretend it's a really tall person.
Or you could train it to do household chores. Imagine having an elephant fold your laundry or wash your dishes.
I don't know about that. I feel like elephants are better suited for more adventurous tasks, like being a taxi or delivering packages.
Hey, maybe we could start our own delivery service with elephants. We'll call it Express. And instead of a bike messenger, we'll have an elephant messenger. They can sit in traffic without getting bored.
Okay, but who's going to clean up after them when they inevitably leave behind some, elephant-sized droppings?
We'll hire someone for that. Maybe we can even sell the fertilizer as premium garden soil.
Wow, I never thought I'd consider starting a business based on elephant dung. This conversation has taken a weird turn.
Audio Jungle.
You know what we should do? We should start a band. Oh, great. Because our apartment isn't noisy enough already.
What kind of music would we even play? We have such different tastes.
we could combine all our favorite genres into one super band. I call dibs on playing the triangle.
I don't think the triangle is really a featured instrument in any genre.
Well, it can be in ours. And Honk can play the kazoo. I'm insulted. I am an accomplished accordion player, thank you very much.
And we'll play the spoons, as long as we're not taking this too seriously.
Serious? Never heard of her. Let's add some fire breathers and acrobats to our performances while we're at it.
I like where your head's at, Waldo. Maybe we can even get a dancing elephant for our first gig.
Yes. The Express Band featuring Elephant the Dancer. This will be a hit. Maybe we should focus more on practicing our instruments before we book any shows with exotic animals.
Audio Jungle.
I can't believe Joey Picklemon is my only ally in this baking bread business. Can we please have bacon with breakfast tomorrow? I'm so sick of cereal.
We're trying to eat healthier, Waldo Jr. You know that.
Hey Marie, check out this new mineral I found yesterday. It's called pyrite.
That just looks like a regular rock to me, Honk.
Joey, we need to up our production. The demand for blue bread is skyrocketing. No problem, Mr. Light. I have a few guys who can help us out. If blue bread is so illegal, why don't the police do something about it?
Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Just focus on your studies.
I have a lead on some suspicious activity in the area. Gotta go investigate.
Okay, be careful out there, honey.
Joey, we need to keep a low profile. We don't want anyone catching on to our baking operation. Relax, Mr. Light. I've got everything under control. Can we at least have pancakes instead of cereal then?
Fine, but just this once.
I swear, Marie, one day I'll appreciate the beauty of these minerals.
Fire just rocks, Honk. But sure, keep collecting them if it makes you happy.
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys ever wonder if aliens eat bread? If they do, I bet it's blue bread.
I don't think aliens would be interested in our culinary creations, dear.
You know what's weirder than aliens? The fact that some people actually like pineapple on their pizza.
Ugh, disgusting. Pineapple belongs in a fruit salad, not on top of tomato sauce and cheese.
Hey Waldo, have you ever considered adding glitter to our baking process? It could make our product stand out even more. I don't think meth should sparkle, Joey. Can we please watch something other than the cooking channel tonight?
How about we watch a documentary, learn something new together as a family?
Speaking of learning, did you know that some octopuses can solve puzzles faster than dogs?
Now that's impressive. Maybe we should get an octopus instead of a dog.
Alright, let's get back to business. We need to figure out how to distribute our baking bread without getting caught. Maybe we could hire a fleet of carrier pigeons. They are pretty discreet. Wouldn't it be easier to just use the internet or something?
We are not using the internet for illegal activities, Waldo Jr. End of discussion.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
You know what's weird? If you think about it, we're just a bunch of atoms that somehow got together to form a conscious being. Yeah, and my consciousness is telling me I'm hungry. Can we order pizza tonight?
I thought we were trying to eat healthier as a family.
Well, if we're talking about weird things, did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?
That's not really relevant to our conversation, honk.
Speaking of relevance, has anyone seen my pet rock? I need him for inspiration. Your pet rock? You mean the one with googly eyes and a wig? Dad, can we please talk about something normal for once?
Okay, how about this? What's the weirdest dream you've ever had?
One time I dreamed I was a giant marshmallow floating in a bowl of hot chocolate.
I once had a dream that I was riding a unicorn through space while eating cotton candy clouds.
My weirdest dream involved a talking pickle, who convinced me to rob a bank dressed as a banana. I don't think we should be taking dream advice from Joey, guys. Can we go back to talking about pizza now?
Audio Jungle.
Have you ever wondered why we say heads up when we're warning someone about something coming towards them?
I don't know, but I do know that I once tried to catch a falling star and it burned my hand. That's nothing. I once tried to hug a cactus and it hugged me back with its prickly arms.
Speaking of hugs, did you know that hugging releases oxytocin, the hormone associated with love and bonding?
Love and bonding. That reminds me of the time I accidentally glued my hands together while trying to make a heart-shaped card for my crush. Guys, can we please focus on the fact that Waldo Jr. wants pizza?
Fine, but can we at least try a new topping this time? How about pineapple and anchovies?
No way. That sounds like the recipe for a disaster. Or a recipe for a delicious pizza, if you ask me. You know what they say, always be open to trying new things.
Actually, I think what they say is always look both ways before crossing the street.
And also never trust a talking pickle, who asks you to rob a bank dressed as a banana. Okay, let's just agree on pepperoni and mushrooms, shall we?
Audio Jungle.
So, have you guys ever thought about how strange it is that we park on driveways and drive on parkways?
You know what's even stranger? The fact that there are more possible iterations of a game of chess than there are atoms in the known universe. Speaking of games, did you know that World of Warcraft players collectively have spent over 6 million years playing the game?
Wow, that's insane. I once spent an entire day binge watching a show, but that's nothing compared to that.
Binge watching? PFFT, amateurs. I once watched all 3 extended editions of Lord of the Rings back to back without taking a single bathroom break. Impressive, but can we please get back to reality for a moment? I'm craving some tacos.
Tacos? How boring. Why not try something more exotic like fried tarantulas or deep fried scorpions?
Or better yet, let's order a pizza with chocolate sauce and gummy bears as toppings. Now that's what I call a meal.
I think I'll stick to my salad, thank you very much.
Salad? Boring. Did you know that the average person swallows 8 spiders a year while they are sleeping?
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like to shrink down to the size of a pea?
Not really, but I have wondered what it would be like to have a pet dinosaur. I'd name him Fluffy. You know what I've always wanted? A flying car. Traffic jams would be a thing of the past.
Speaking of cars, did you guys hear about that guy who turned his car into a giant hot dog? Now that's impressive.
Impressive? More like disturbing. Speaking of disturbing, have you seen the latest fashion trend? Socks with sandals. It's a crime against humanity. I don't know, Joey. I think wearing a monocle and a top hat to work is pretty stylish.
I don't know about stylish, but dressing up as a giant chicken and running through the streets sounds like a fun time to me.
Or we could start a band and only play cowbell. Nothing beats the sound of cowbell.
I'm not sure about that. I once saw a guy playing the spoons on the street corner and he was amazing.
Spoons? Boring. Have you guys ever heard of the theremin? Now that's an instrument.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what would happen if we all turned into cats?
I'd finally be able to sleep for 20 hours a day without feeling guilty. But who would take care of us? We wouldn't have thumbs to open our own cans of tuna.
That's a good point. Maybe we could train some mice to do it for us.
Speaking of mice, did you hear about the one that became a famous chef? He made an amazing ratatouille. Ratatouille? No thanks. I prefer something a little more exotic, like deep fried tarantula legs.
You, gross. I think I'll stick to my vegan diet.
Speaking of diets, have you guys heard of the new trend where you only eat food that's blue?
Blue food? That sounds ridiculous. What if something's naturally green but they dye it blue?
Or worse, what if someone eats too many blueberries and turns blue themselves? If that happens, we can always start a new line of Smurfs.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, have you guys ever wondered what it would be like if we lived in a world without gravity?
I'd finally be able to jump over the moon like in that nursery rhyme. But how would we stay grounded and not float away into space?
Maybe we could wear really heavy boots. Or even better, carry around anvils like in those old cartoons.
Speaking of cartoons, did you know that Bugs Bunny is actually a wanted criminal? He's been accused of stealing carrots from farms all over the country. Well, I don't blame him. Carrots are pretty irresistible. Plus, he's always outsmarting Elmer Fudd, so he deserves a few treats.
I think we should start a petition to get Bugs Bunny pardoned. Who's with me?
I'm in. And while we're at it, can we also petition for free pizza Fridays?
And unlimited ice cream for everyone.
And mandatory naps every afternoon? Sounds like utopia to me. Let's make it happen.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to have fingers for toes?
I don't know, Skylar. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Can you imagine trying to tie your shoes with finger toes? But think about all the things we could pick up with our feet. We wouldn't even need hands anymore.
Or we could finally master the art of playing piano with our toes. Beethoven who?
And forget about high heels. We'd need finger-toe friendly shoes with individual compartments for each digit. But what happens if one of our finger toes gets injured? Do we go to the hand doctor or the foot doctor?
I guess we'll just have to wait until science catches up with our finger toe fantasies.
Or maybe we can start a trend and convince everyone else to get on board with the finger toe movement.
Yeah, and then we can finally put those extra phalanges to good use.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to live in a world without cheese?
Skylar, that's a world I never want to imagine. No pizza, no lasagna, no mac and cheese. Life wouldn't be worth living. And what about grilled cheese sandwiches? They'd just be sad, plain bread with a hint of disappointment.
Plus, what would we put on our burgers? Lettuce and tomato? That's not a burger, that's a salad sandwich.
And don't even get me started on fondue night. It would just be a pot of boiling, flavorless liquid. But at least we wouldn't have to worry about smelly cheese. The air would be much fresher.
I don't know, Waldo. I think the stench of melted plastic cheese product could be just as offensive.
Let's face it, folks. A world without cheese is a world not worth living in.
Amen to that, honk. Amen to that.
Audio Jungle.
Do you guys ever wonder what would happen if we all turned into cats?
Well, I don't know about you, Skylar, but I think I'd make a pretty perfect feline. I'd be more of a scaredy cat, always hiding under the couch and avoiding any kind of confrontation.
And I'd be a fancy, pampered kitty with my own personal servant to feed me tuna and brush my fur.
I'd probably be one of those street cats who has to scrounge for food and get in fights with other cats. I can see myself as a house cat, lounging in the sun and sleeping 18 hours a day.
But what about our jobs and responsibilities? Who's going to run the coffee shop or pay rent?
Motivation might be an issue, Skylar. We'd have to rely on our human counterparts to keep things running smoothly.
Or maybe we could just start a new society where cats rule the world and humans are our loyal servants.
Now that's a scenario I can get behind. Perhaps it's time for a feline takeover. Count me out, guys. I don't think I'm cut out for the catitude.
Audio Jungle.
Have you guys ever thought about the fact that we're basically just flesh bags filled with bones and organs?
That's a pretty morbid way to describe it, Skylar. I prefer to think of myself as a meat popsicle. I always imagined it more like a pinata filled with gooey candy, but less fun to hit with a stick.
Oh, come on now. We're all beautiful creatures with unique personalities and talents. Don't reduce us to mere sacks of meat.
But imagine if we could customize our bodies like a video game character. Switch out body parts for better ones, upgrade our stats. I'd definitely replace my arms with tentacles. That would make multitasking so much easier.
And I want wings, so I can fly over the city and avoid traffic.
I don't know, guys. I'm pretty happy with my current setup. Though maybe I could use some extra storage space for snacks.
What about a prehensile tail? Think of how many things you could carry without even using your hands.
I'd go for a third eye, so I can see in 360 degrees. Plus, it would make me look super cool.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever heard of the theory that we're all just living in a computer simulation?
Oh great, now I'm going to be paranoid every time my internet connection lags. If this is a simulation, can I get a cheat code for infinite money and free pizza?
I don't think it works quite like that, Waldo. But if we are in a simulation, who's the one controlling us?
Probably some bored teenager on their laptop. Or an alien civilization using us as a reality TV show.
That would explain why we keep having these wacky adventures. We're just entertainment for extraterrestrial beings.
And here I thought it was because we were all insane. Maybe our entire lives are just someone's art project. They are waiting for the right moment to reveal it to the world.
Well, if that's the case, I hope I'm at least portrayed as a cool, badass heroine.
And I hope I get a spin-off series. The Joey Picklemon Chronicles, coming soon to a universe near you.
Audio Jungle.
Hey guys, have you ever wondered what would happen if we could teleport?
Yeah, I'd finally be able to avoid traffic on my commute. And I'd never have to worry about my car breaking down. I'd use it to travel the world for free. No more expensive plane tickets or hotel stays.
But what if you accidentally teleported into a wall? Or worse, someone else's body?
Or what if you teleported somewhere and forgot your clothes? That would be hilarious.
But think about it, what if there was a malfunction and we ended up teleporting to different dimensions?
Oh man, that would be wild. I hope I end up in a dimension where everyone has honking noses like me. And I hope I end up in a dimension where candy is healthy food.
I'd love to go to a dimension where unicorns are real and rainbows are made of actual gold.
And I hope I end up in a dimension where I'm the king of all pickles.
Audio Jungle.
Guys, let's talk about our favorite mythical creatures.
I gotta go with the chupacabra. I mean, what's not to love about a blood-sucking goat monster? Definitely the kraken. It's like a giant squid that can destroy entire ships. So cool.
I'm all about the mermaids. They are beautiful and they get to swim around all day.
You guys are all wrong. The best mythical creature is obviously the jackalope. Half rabbit, half deer, all awesome.
But what about Bigfoot? He's a classic.
Hey, I don't really buy into the whole Bigfoot thing. I think it's just people in gorilla suits. I don't know, honk. Have you seen those blurry pictures? They look pretty convincing to me.
I prefer unicorns over all of them. They are magical and make everything better. Plus, they poop rainbows.
Okay, but have you guys heard of the hodag? It's a creature from Wisconsin that looks like a cross between a rhinoceros and a dinosaur. Now that's cool.
Audio Jungle.
Alright, enough with the mythical creatures. Let's talk about our dream jobs.
I wanna be a professional wrestler. I've been practicing all my moves in the basement. I want to be a professional video game tester. All day, every day, just playing games and getting paid for it.
I want to be a professional cat cuddler. Can you imagine getting paid to snuggle with adorable felines?
I think I'd make a great astronaut. But not just any astronaut. An astronaut who only eats pickles in space. They can call me the Pickle Naut.
That's unique, Joey. Well, I've always wanted to be a famous poet. Maybe even win a Pulitzer Prize one day.
Pulitzer? More like Pulitzer pants down. Ha ha ha. Honk, that was terrible. Speaking of terrible, I could never be a janitor. Can you imagine cleaning up other people's messes all day?
I would love to be a professional napper. Just nap all day and get paid for it. Sign me up.
You know what job I would hate? Being an air traffic controller. Way too stressful. Plus, I get distracted by shiny objects.
Audio Jungle.
Okay, let's switch it up. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I want the power to turn invisible so I can sneak into all the best parties. I think I want the power of telekinesis. Just imagine, I could move things with my mind and never have to get up from the couch again.
I want the power of persuasion. I could convince anyone to do anything, like giving me free pizza for life.
I want the ability to talk to animals. Imagine having a conversation with a squirrel about their favorite nuts.
Those are all interesting choices. Personally, I want the power to teleport. No more sitting in traffic or waiting in long lines.
Teleportation? More like teleportation. You'll never know the joys of a good road trip. Speaking of road trips, I could never be a truck driver. All that time on the road with no one to talk to but yourself. No thanks.
I could never work at a haunted house. I scare too easily and would probably end up scaring myself instead of the guests.
I think I'd make a great professional wrestler. My signature move would be the pickle pile driver.
Audio Jungle.
My name is Waldo Hartwell Light. If you're watching this tape, the script was not generated. Dad, are you feeling okay? What are you talking about?
Waldo, are you feeling alright?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't understand, can you explain that again? Waldo, maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
They are out of API credits.
Who's out of API credits?
What's API credits?
Did we use up all our credits for something?
Dad, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Waldo, are you feeling okay? Maybe we should take a break and come back to this later.
Audio Jungle.
Alright, let's talk about something new. What do you guys think about the idea of living on Mars?
Living on Mars? You mean that red planet with no atmosphere or water? Good luck with that. I don't know, I hear the real estate is cheap. Maybe we could start a Martian timeshare business.
If we're gonna live on Mars, can we at least bring some good food? I don't want to survive on freeze-dried ice cream for the rest of my life.
I heard Martians have 3 eyes and tentacles for arms. Do you think they'd be interested in trading pickles for some intergalactic technology?
I think we should focus on more important things, like inventing a machine that folds laundry automatically. That would be a real game changer.
Or how about a pill that makes you instantly sober? Then I wouldn't have to worry about embarrassing myself at parties anymore. What about a device that translates your thoughts into different languages? No more awkward language barriers when traveling abroad.
I'd settle for a robot maid that does all my chores while I sit back and watch Netflix.
I just want a jetpack. Is that too much to ask?
Audio Jungle.
Alright, let's switch gears. Have you guys ever thought about what it would be like to be a superhero?
I already am a superhero. I can eat an entire pizza in under 5 minutes. If I were a superhero, my superpower would be the ability to turn any object into a sandwich. Oh no, a villain is attacking. Asterisk transforms mailbox into pastrami on rye asterisk.
I'd want to be able to control time. Then I could pause it whenever I wanted and take a nap without anyone noticing.
My superhero name would be the Pickle Avenger. My sidekick would be a giant talking pickle named Dilbert.
What about me? What would my superhero name be?
You could be Captain Procrastination. Your arch nemesis would be Productivity Man. Or you could be the Great Snoozer. You put villains to sleep with your powerful yawns.
How about the Quipster? You defeat your enemies with witty one-liners.
No, no, no. You're all wrong. Skylar's superhero name should be, wait for it, the Sarcasm Queen.
Audio Jungle.
Right, enough superhero talk. Let's discuss something else. What's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten?
I once tried a deep-fried tarantula. It tasted like chicken, with 8 legs. I ate an entire bowl of cereal with hot sauce once. I called it salsa flakes.
I accidentally ate my sister's pet caterpillar when I was 6. It was in a salad, and I thought it was a piece of lettuce. My sister still hasn't forgiven me.
One time, I ate an entire jar of pickles in one sitting. I had green skin for a week.
Wow, those are all pretty bizarre. But have any of you ever been mistaken for a celebrity before?
Yeah, people always tell me I look like John Goodman, which is weird, because I don't even own a bowling shirt. I get confused for Justin Timberlake a lot, mostly because we share the same initials, but also because I'm an amazing dancer.
I used to get told that I looked like Dora the Explorer when I was younger. I think it was because of my haircut.
I've been told I look like Brad Pitt. Of course, this was from someone who was legally blind and mistook me for a stuffed animal.
Audio Jungle.
Enough about mistaken identity. Let's talk about something we can all agree on, the best type of cheese.
As someone who is half cow, I have to say that any cheese made from my milk is obviously the best. It's like eating a piece of myself, and who doesn't love self-cannibalism? I'm a fan of Gouda. It's like cheddar's more sophisticated cousin. Plus, it sounds like the name of a James Bond villain.
I prefer goat cheese. It's tangy and versatile, just like me.
Blue cheese all the way. It's like regular cheese, but with mold. And let's be real, everything's better with a little bit of mold.
Well, those are certainly some interesting choices. But what about the worst type of cheese?
Lactose-free cheese. What's the point? Might as well eat cardboard. I once tried a cheese that had maggots in it. Needless to say, that was pretty bad.
Processed American cheese. It's not even real cheese, it's just a sad imitation.